What's up, guys? Hey, executive. Thanks. Glad you liked the thumbnail. I was pretty proud of it. My design philosophy for it was, I asked myself when I should stop adding things to it, and then I said, never. And then I just kept adding shit. Hey, what's up, Devin? How's it going? Spoiling things in the thumbnail? Yeah, I did spoil that Zelda gets the Master Sword in the thumbnail. Tears of the Kingdom leak confirmed. Zelda also wears Twin Tails in Tears of the Kingdom as well. His new Link was a right-sider. Hey, what's up, Alpha Wandering? Nintendo's gonna delete your channel. It's true. I do have a picture of Nintendo assets on my channel. It's as good as gone. Are we still with the rude professor woman? Do you mean the scientist lady? If so, yeah. I also have another fire meme to post. She's probably going to be around for the long haul, Devin. Because she's an anime girl with a character sprite. Which means she's going to be super relevant for the rest of the story. God, it's like where I live, like, just the world can't make up its mind on the temperature. It is like roasting. I might have to turn on my AC in a second here. I was thinking I won't turn on the AC because, like, it's gonna be dark soon, so it should get cold. But, like, I don't know, man. Well, we'll get started in just a second. Waiting the usual time period to get the YouTube notifications out there, and also for me to post the meme. So, you know. We're just getting ready. Casual Friday night plug of the channel. I always try to post the memes on Friday, but I don't even know what's the best day to actually post them. Like, when would, like, Reddit be most active? It's actually probably, like, Mondays that are most active, I'm betting. Cinco de Mayo. Oh yeah, it is Cinco de Mayo today, isn't it? There's websites that track activity? Yeah, there are. I've used them before for other subreddits I've posted in. Let's see. Oh yeah, I actually still have it, let's see. But the reason I didn't use it for Steins Gate is because I just do it when I'm live on stream. It's not like I'm not like posting a video I edited or something. Hogwarts Legacy works well on last gen. Yeah, but will it make it a good game? Unlikely. Yeah, Monday's the best time to do it. Monday and Tuesday are the best days to post on the Steins Gate Reddit. Lamau. Friday is actually the worst day to do it. Oh no. Thursday and Friday are consecutively the worst days to post on the Steins Gate subreddit. They're the least active times. Let's go. You know me, making great decisions. Oh well. What can you do? I still stand by Hogwarts Legacy looked so boring. I don't understand. I think the only reason why like the game got popular is because some people like wanted to get like really into the political debate that was surrounding the game when it was coming out, but like I thought it was pretty hard to argue that that game looked any like fun at all. I saw that trailer of the dude dodge rolling and just shooting spells continuously at this one like troll that had zero reaction to getting hit with spells, and I was like, wow, this looks so boring. Harry Potter games peaked with the iPhone app. I think on the Xbox 360 and PS3 era, they had like these Gears of War cover shooter Harry Potter games too. I think if I remember that correctly, where you could duck behind like cover and then shoot spells over the wall, like because Gears of War was like the defining game earlier in the that generation, and like mainlined that cover-based shooting for a really long time. I miss cover-based shooting. I wish we could go back to that instead of fucking every game having a battle pass. I'm so glad that that battle pass era is like starting to die. That shit's so annoying. I mean, it'll never die with Fortnite, obviously, but like with any of the other stuff. I shoot under my covers. Oh, no. Did have an idea? What's your idea, Alpha? You do like a Patreon thing? I actually did do a Patreon for several years. There was a tier that if you contributed at the highest tier on my Patreon, I would stream a game for you. I used to do that for a while, and it was really useful. It was like really helpful when I was in college because it really helped me like afford new games and stuff. And things like that. And pay my bills when I was in college. Why'd you stop? Yeah, I ended up stopping because I got a after I graduated college and I had a job, I had disposable income and I had less time to like play games. So I felt bad. Or just like, I wasn't feeling good because people wanted me to play games that I didn't really like, and also that I had like the disposable income to now be able to afford games that I wanted to play on my own income instead of like needing help with Patreon. So it was just kind of like, nah. And then like when I was playing through games for people because I had limited free time, it felt like I was taking forever to like get through like these really long games that people wanted me to play. Yeah, because like some of the games were like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy VII, and those are just like really long games. And I was kind of like, okay, I don't want to. if people are gonna keep asking me to play through the rest of Final Fantasy, I don't want to keep this up. So I replaced the Patreon thing with like the YouTube membership. I suppose I could add a tier on the YouTube membership thing that's like, if you're this member, I'll play a game for you. I guess I could add that to the YouTube tier. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I have that one ridiculously high tier that like I got set up that I never did anything with. I added it as like a joke. I guess I could change that to like, I'll play a game for you. Because I've kind of been out of game ideas lately, and lately it's also... I felt like I stopped the Patreon around the time where, like... I stopped the Patreon around the time where, like, a lot of good games were coming out, because it was, like, 2013, 2014. But... lately no games have been coming... Like, good games have been coming out, so there's, like, nothing I'm really looking forward to. So, like, I guess I would be fine to, like, for now... play some games for people if they like sub to the YouTube tier. That wouldn't be a bad idea, because right now I don't even know what I would stream other than like Chaos Child. Like, there's nothing good out. Every game that comes out lately seems to be like unoptimized. It's a flop. It runs like shit. Like, it's just not that good. It's a grind-a-thon. Like, there's just haven't been that many good games released lately. So yeah, maybe I could do that again. Yakuza time. Remember when you said you were gonna buy me Yakuza the next time it went on sale, so I'd stream it? Lamau XD. Okay, I'm almost done posting my meme. I got distracted thinking on that idea. Rain code? Yeah, isn't... Well, rain code's not till, like, June, right? Although, I guess that's... I guess that is pretty soon. Fuck, we are in May now, aren't we? I wonder how well Mario Kart streams would do. I don't know if Mario Kart streams would do good, because Mario Kart's been on the poll for, like, the multiplayer game night for a while, like, in the Discord server, and no one has voted for Mario Kart, ever. So, I don't think... it doesn't seem like a lot of people wanted to do it. Because I put it up on the like the multiplayer game night thing that we were doing on Saturdays for a while on the poll, and no one ever voted for it. It was always like Jackbox. You know, I've never played any of the Pikmin games. Maybe I will check out Pikmin 4. I have liked a lot of Switch exclusives. There really haven't been too many Switch exclusives that have, like, disappointed me. I guess I wasn't a huge fan of Xenoblade, because, I just couldn't stand the voice lines. And then, Scarlet Violet was pretty disappointing. But that, not from, like, just from, like, a fundamental standpoint. Like, the game was fine. It was what I expected from Pokemon, but just, like, the sheer amount of, like, rush job that game was what was disappointing. from gameplay, it was fine. Did you ever play Astral Chain? You know, I bought Astral Chain, and then I never played through it. Astral Chain was one of those games I bought on sale, and then just, like, never touched again. Why? I don't really know. I don't know if there was something that, like, bugged me about it, or, like, they just didn't sit right with me. Yeah, I mean, I like Astral Chain. It's from the same makers of Bayonetta, and I love Bayonetta. So I don't really know why I didn't play through Astral Chain. I think there was like a mechanic that ended up kind of annoying me. So I didn't do it. I think maybe it was like how you kill the enemies. You had to do like a specific move every time, and that started to get on my nerves. I don't really know. I don't remember. It's been years. Dude, that $90 thing to get some game in Tears of the Kingdom? Is it $90? I think it's more than that. I think it's $100, right? Because it's $10 off a game. Well, actually, if you got Tears of the Kingdom, it would probably be $110, right? Because isn't the Nintendo thing, it's $10 off the game? And since Tears of the Kingdom is $70, it would still be $60. I'm waiting for Final Fantasy 16. That's the game that's getting banned in a bunch of places, right? Oh, yeah. Just banned in one place. Yes, so far. I bet it gets banned in China, too. Although the Chinese market's usually so big, a lot of developers will usually change stuff for China. Does that mean Final Fantasy 16 is going to be the, like, MMO game? Or no, that was Final Fantasy 14. I honestly lose track of Final Fantasy games. I don't know what's what. Single player action? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, Metroid Dread's really good. Not my favorite of the Metroid games, though. I liked Fusion way better than Dread, which apparently was a very hot take. When I streamed Dread and I said I liked Fusion better at the end, people were really upset. No, Kyler, he was an executive was answering my question where I asked if it was if I asked if Final Fantasy was 16 was going to be an MMO. Because I thought there was like that Final Fantasy MMO, but I don't pay enough attention to the series. It's like Final Fantasy 14 or whatever is the MMO, yeah? Or am I thinking of another game entirely? MMO? Yeah, it is, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if 16 was gonna be... I didn't know if they, like, Final Fantasy is now in, like, the MMO direction, where 16 is just, like, this, like, sequel expansion to that, or what. So that's why I was asking for clarification, because I obviously don't pay much attention to Final Fantasy. Wait, what's the question? I was trying to think of something funny about Final Fantasy to make a meme question about, but I'm not clever enough. Fuck. Why is Cloud's sword so big? No, the real question is, why is Tifa so strong? I guess. I never got that. I remember she just, like, was so strong for no reason. I really don't remember why, or, like, what the reason was. She was trained in magic kung fu, yeah. I just remember, like, in Final Fantasy VII Remake, like, Cloud is portrayed as this super soldier. He went through, like, all this experimentation to become, like, the perfect soldier. He's got enhanced strength. He's really strong, you know, and he's, like, just beyond human levels. And then, like, towards the end of the game, Tifa punches a meteor out of the sky. And I'm just kind of like, okay, what? I don't remember why she was able to do that. Because she just seems to be portrayed as through the whole game as, like, you know, she's tough, she's a fighter, but, like, not, like, super strong or anything. But I remember seeing her punch that meteor out of the sky and being like, what? And then she, like, blocks Sephiroth's sword with her hand. Like, Sephiroth swings and she's like, ha! I was like, what the fuck? Because he's supposed to be, like, insanely powerful. I didn't get that. It really caught me off guard, because I just remember not expecting that at the end of the game. Because, like, sure, she's beating up, like, thugs and, like, random encounters and stuff. Like, that's fine. But yeah, when she was holding her own against Sephiroth, when, like, Cloud gets knocked down, I was like, wait a minute, what? Because Aerith obviously, like, gets messed up. But that was expected because she's, like, the white mage and obviously not strong. But then she's, like, revealed to be, like, some special being, so I didn't understand why she wasn't as strong. I don't know. You got any hot take predictions? Ito's the killer, and Sarika will get a D-sword. I can quickly explain why if you want. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Power scaling doesn't exist with Nomura in Kingdom Hearts 2. Who's Nomura? Is that a character or the writer? I have lately really been craving, like, a story that's just another story that's just an incomprehensible mess. So I've actually been thinking about streaming another like, just ridiculous game. Either the next Final Fantasy, like, 7's series game, or Metal Gear. I just want to kind of play a game where I can just absolutely, like, get lost in the story, and then just make fun of it the whole time. I think that would be really fun. Cloud isn't as strong or as skilled as he thinks. Tifa is as strong as she thinks, and Sephiroth is going easy on them. Okay. Fair enough. But why is Tifa as strong as she thinks? Why did Cloud go through that super soldier program if he could just get good, like get fucking muscles and fucking punch a meteor like Tifa? He should have just fucking had a couple alcoholic drinks and done some pull-ups in the back of a bar. Like Tifa. skill issue for Cloud, honestly. I simply would have got drunk and done pull-ups. Cloud is mistaken. Ah, okay. Tifa's just Final Fantasy's Captain America. Oh my god. Should I play through the Final Fantasy, the next... There is another Final Fantasy VII remake thing, right? Final Fantasy VII remake. What was the other game in the series, the Final Fantasy VII remake? Oh, it's not even out yet. Rebirth? If you didn't enjoy Final Fantasy VII Remake, you might not enjoy the second one. Yeah. I mean, part of why I think I didn't really enjoy it was because, one, I was trying to... Because people kept trying to, like, over-explain the story to me, which I think was kind of irritating me. And then also, I was just purposely playing the game wrong because I was making those people mad that were trying to over-explain the story to me. Because, like I mentioned, the Final Fantasy VII Remake is obviously... like basically a turn-based RPG. I guess, how would you describe it? Like an action / turn-based RPG? Because, like, there's combat, but you're also supposed to, like, open up a menu and pick specific skills and stuff. But I never opened up the menu to pick specific skills. I just tried to play it like Devil May Cry. And you can't do that? There's a boss in the remake that it's like the tutorial introduction for using like your magic. So it's basically immune to physical damage. Like you can't hit it with the sword. And on stream I killed it with Cloud's sword. It took me 2 hours. Oh my god, good times, good memories. People got so fucking mad at me for that. What was I forget what that boss's name was. It was like a big house or something. House boss. Hell House, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking up the description. So, yeah, its separate weaknesses are wind, ice, fire, and lightning based on the form, and it's basically immune to yeah, it's like the whole element tutorial boss, right? Like the whole concept of the boss is like you switch to the opposite element of whatever the house is. And it's like right after you get Aerith to join your party, so you're supposed to also like use all of her spells. And I straight up just beat it to death with Cloud's sword. And it took me like 2 hours. Oh my god. But luckily all my Bayonetta experience came into play because people did compliment how good I was at dodging, because some people were like, it's kind of unreasonable about like how long I was staying alive. Well, I appreciate that, Alpha. Oh my god. I remember that boss fight now. I did get compliments on how good I got at dodging stuff, because like I stayed alive in the boss fight for like 2 fucking hours or something like insane. But yeah, I just straight up beat it to death with Cloud's sword. I completely ignored the magic. Oh, good times. Yeah, I didn't even use Aerith. I think I used Aerith a couple times to heal Cloud, and that was it. I didn't use any of her spells. And yeah, people were really mad. I think, though, if I go for incomprehensible story to laugh at, I think I would do Metal Gear. I think that would be really fun. We can make fun of Metal Gear. How'd I feel about the Time Ghost? The Time Ghost was dumb. But, like, I didn't play the original, because, so, like, a lot of the Time Ghost thing made zero sense to me. So, I guess spoilers for the original Final Fantasy VII from, like, a fucking several decades ago. Aerith dies in the original. And, like, I remembered them talking of, like, in the remake, she obviously doesn't. And, like, everyone was acting, like, kind of shocked that she was, like, subverting her fate. And I was like, what fate? What fate? What's happening? What's going on? Like, I didn't get what was going on. And they're like, oh, you shouldn't see Sephiroth yet. And I'm like, why? He seems like the main antagonist. It makes sense that he would be here this early. To, like, show that he's here. It's my sacred duty to make Nomura games easier to experience. Does anyone understand Metal Gear? Like, if I... Because every time I've seen, like, I've never really watched any of them, but anytime I've seen, like, a Metal Gear 2, 3, 4 explained, the videos are, like, 3-4 hours long. And I think that's hilarious. If it takes you, like, 3 to 4 hours to summarize the plot to something, you're doing too much. It's too complicated. Like, I mean, obviously, if you go into full detail, yeah, you could do that. But, like, if you require, like, the minimum explanation is multiple hours, you're doing too much. Konami won't release them. I have the power of emulators. Part of what bugs me is you can enjoy the Final Fantasy VII Remake on its own without having played the original. Yeah, probably. I was mostly just memeing on the game when I was playing through it. But I think part of my annoyance with the my Final Fantasy VII Remake playthrough was that I was trying to do a fun meme playthrough, and then people got very serious about it. So, like, it became like an antagonistic playthrough. Like, I think that's kind of what happened. Where I was kind of like, well, let's go into this and kind of make fun of it and just, like, poke fun at things and stuff like that. And, like, we'll only use Cloud's big sword because he's an anime character. And then people were like, how dare you? And then I was like, oh, then I'm gonna do that. Then I'm exactly gonna do that. Metal Gear is one of the most confusing stories in gaming. Hell yeah. Yeah, I really want to try Metal Gear, man. I just don't know how much interest there is in Metal Gear anymore. Since Konami, like, abandoned Metal Gear. They, like, fired Kojima and then, like, abandoned the franchise. So, yeah, I don't know if Metal Gear is even, like, still culturally relevant. Like, if I streamed Metal Gear, would anyone even watch it? Or would people be like, ah, it's that one old spy game. I don't know. Because when's the last Metal Gear that came out? Like a decade ago? When did Metal Gear 5 come out? Metal Gear 5. 2015, so almost a decade ago. Alright, it's been 30 minutes of pre-stream tangent. Yesterday was about Xbox exclusives, today was about Final Fantasy. Should we get started? Maybe. We'll read a couple lines and then we'll get back to another tangent, I think. I kind of wish this game did like the iSomnium Files thing. I just love iSomnium Files. When you like opened the game back up, it did like a quick recap of where the fuck you were at in the story. So I will give the quick recap. Basically, at the end of last stream, we broke into the Tokyo General Hospital. We found a bunch of people that were being brain experimented on. Most of them all were insane except one little girl. We busted the little girl out of the hospital, and then Mio introduced us to the concept of D-swords, and we learned that Arimura has a D-sword. That's what happened last stream. And so now it's the next day, and I don't know what's going on right now. I guess we're back at the Friesa Credit Bureau. I don't know if we're all here, though, or if it's just Momose and Shinjo. We'll see, though. I think Shinjo is being recapped on the events at the hospital as well. Like I just, like I just did for you guys. Anyway, watch my iSomnium Files playthrough. Alright. I can't believe there was something like that in the basement of the Tokyo General Hospital. Indeed. Crazy. Shinjo frowned as he leaned back into the sofa inside the messy office. The Friesa Credit Bureau was located on the second floor of an old multi-purpose building in Sakura Goka. Downtown Shibuya. At this hour, the 20 or so desks in the room were mostly empty. But that didn't mean that things weren't busy. Aren't the desks always kind of empty? As far as I understood, this was kind of like a front, right? Like she ran a bank, and it was actually just a, like, info den. Like where she's actually like collecting information and shit. Research agencies like Friesa did a lot of work outside the office. It was precisely because they were busy that no one was here. It isn't a front, but they're not like an actual bank. We've never seen characters doing transactions and stuff here yet. Three people were having a very serious discussion inside the office. Well, I understand why you'd be skeptical. In front of him was the CEO, Momose. Why would I waste time lying to you? Mio was sitting further away, not even bothering to conceal her displeasure. It was clear she had no intention of being friendly. Has she ever? I'm not saying I don't believe you. I know there's a lot of weird rumors about that hospital. Now we've got living proof, too. Shinjo looked at the other person on the sofa. It was a tiny girl. She was really taking care of the patients in the facility. So, I understand we took her for the investigation, right? But, like, who's taking care of those patients now? Are they just all gonna die? Yeah, that's right. Think we can get anything out of her? You can try. You might just be disappointed. Yeah? Well, you see, I want to go back. Please, I want to go back. Please let me go back. That's all she ever says, and she wants to go back. She won't answer any of her questions. Yeah, because I mean, all those people are gonna die now. No one's taking care of them. They're all just all down there strapped to the bed alone, going crazy. It's rare to see you having a hard time with anything, Momose. Shinjo stood up and dragged an office chair over to the sofa the girl was sitting on. I feel like Shinjo will actually have a chance to talk to this girl because he'll be a nice guy, whereas Mio is probably just berating her. What do you know about the facility? Like the Batman interrogation scene. Maybe slapped the girl upside the head with a chair. He sat down as slowly as he could so not to scare her, and looked at her at eye level.
Yamazoe Uki-kun?
Uki, right? He tried to speak as softly as he could, but she still shivered at his voice. Hey, what's up, guy? No need to be scared. I'm a policeman. A policeman? That's right. Don't worry. If you're a policeman, then please help me. Of course. So first, I want you to tell me who locked you in that dark basement. These people kidnapped me. Help me. Send me back. Uki looked at Mio for just an instant, and then looked back to Shinjo begging. So I'm a kidnapper, you see. Want to arrest me? Yeah. Don't make this any more complicated. Hey, Uki. You seem to be misunderstanding. You were being made to do terrible things in that basement, and now you've been rescued. That's like that fucking robot meme. You are being rescued. Please do not resist. There was nothing terrible about it. I was just helping everyone. That's my job. Huh. So I have to go back. Everyone will have trouble without me. That explained why even a veteran like Momo-chan was having trouble. Shinjo looked at the two and shrugged. I don't know what to do. Bro asked her a question one time. She said, I can't answer that right now. And he went, fuck it. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. She's a little girl. Had anyone try lying to her and just saying, hey, look, you answer my questions, I'll take you back. No problem. Just lie to her. These people suck at interrogation. Right? We've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. From what you've told me, things in that basement were pretty bad. I wonder if a normal girl would want to go back down there. I wouldn't. Well, what we do here might be just as bad. She chuckled. I took a look at her scalp. There's no traces of a lobotomy or electric shocks. We won't know for sure unless we do a brain scan, but my guess is she's been locked down there for so long, she simply stopped questioning it. Same as an abused child, huh? Well, she's probably got a large combination of a lot of disorders going on. She's probably got some Stockholm syndrome, where she thinks whoever's kidnapping and holding her down there has actually got her best interests in mind. She probably has survivor's guilt because all of them went through those same experiments, but she's come out pretty unscathed, whereas everyone else has kind of gone crazy. So she probably self-consciously feels guilty about being fine and leaving all the other people there insane. So she's probably got a lot of trauma going on inside, and they're just kind of ignoring that. Yeah. I don't know what to do. Shinjo looked back at the girl, who now seemed as if she was about to cry, and started to scratch his head. As of now, the police had no reason to make a move on the Tokyo General Hospital. None of the evidence he'd gathered had been acquired by legal means. He hoped that Uki's testimony would allow her to function as a whistleblower, but that was looking increasingly unlikely. Uki. Do you know this boy? Shinjo took a smartphone out of his pocket. It was the one he'd borrowed from the younger officers. There is zero chance I would let anyone ever borrow my smartphone. What? What does he mean, borrowed from somebody? Someone was like, hey, can I see your phone for a minute? I would be like, no. Absolutely not. He picked out Taku's photo from the ones he'd taken of the people involved in the Academy photo shoot. He says you picked up his phone. I've met him several times, but what's a smartphone? Huh? What? She doesn't know anything about anything that's newer than a few years old. Shinjo thought for a moment, then pointed to his own phone. A smartphone! Literally the thing I'm showing you right now! Smartphone! This is a smartphone. He dropped something like this, and you picked it up. Do you remember? She stared at the phone in his hands, and then nodded. I thought so. What happened to it? I put it back where it was, right away. You just put it back? You didn't take it with you? I wouldn't do that. Things I don't understand are scary. True. Very true. But Taku says that he got a call from that phone. Wasn't it you who did that? Huh? Smartphones are machines that show pictures, right? They make calls too? Momose giggled. Shinjo glared at her, then turned the phone around and brought up a number from the address book. Then he tapped the number. The phone rang for a moment, and then an extremely irritated voice answered. Yes, this is Arimura. See, you can make calls with it. I like that instead of calling people in the room, just to like make a quick example, he calls Arimura just to annoy her. Like Momose and Mio and like the office phones, because they're in a business environment, right? He could have called any of the phones that were literally in the room to provide an example. Instead, he calls someone that she has no idea. Uki has no idea who to prove the concept. So she's not going to hear like the phone ringing on the other end. She's just like, yeah, see? It works. Shinjo turned up the volume so Uki could hear it. She didn't seem to care. I see. Hello? What's this about? If you don't have anything to say, I'm gonna hang up. I'm about to go eat lunch. No, I do have something to talk about. Something important. Can you help me with... No. At least let me finish. Listen, Shinjo. Am I supposed to be your girlfriend or something? You're always calling me. It's kind of lewd. No, wait, I didn't mean... So you're just a stalker then, right? Not. I'm in trouble, I need your help. That's what all bad boys say. Then you beg me for money, or make me do weird jobs to earn cash for you? You make me sick. Be serious. This is important, please. Shinjo finally managed to quiet her down, and then told her about the Tokyo General Hospital and Uki. And then he asked Uki a few more detailed questions, this time so Arimura could hear her responses. Oh, so her, like, lie detector power works even, like, not in person? She just has to hear them? It's not like she's, like, analyzes their face or something? And as a result... Well, Arimura? She's totally clean. She didn't tell a single lie. And she really doesn't know anything about these incidents. Do you think she's got something to do with the killer? If so, then you're wasting your time. I kind of like that so far, everyone on top of their D-sword has like a specific power. I feel like that's kind of a cool way to play on the Giggle Maniac thing from the first game. Because in the first game, they all just kind of had like D-swords and the power of delusions, right? But in this game, they all kind of have like... I mean, I guess we only know of Arimura and Taku so far, but like they both have like a power that's kind of cool. Like Arimura's got like a lie detector, and Taku has the ability to open doors. I see. Shinjo's shoulders slumped when he heard that. He saw that Mio's did too. She probably thought that she could learn a lot of what she wanted to know from the game. Mio frowned and looked up at the ceiling. Oh, thanks, Arimura. You're a big help. I'll take you to lunch or something. Are you asking me out on a date? Hell no. If I took a minor out on a date, I'd lose my job. Anyway, talk to you later. What do you mean later? Stop calling me! How many times do I have to... He ended the call before Arimura could say anything else. And then finally, the room fell quiet. See, again, just play these all as one voice line. No one spoke for a while. The only sound was Uki mumbling, "I want to go home," as she stared at her feet. Well, we'll keep her here for a while longer. There's not much we can do beyond give her food and a place to sleep. Mose stood up and rolled her tired neck. There was an unhealthy popping sound. Those are the best kinds, though. Oh, it's still a big help. So we're gonna have to start from scratch with the Tokyo General Hospital then. Not completely. I'll try to come up with a way to do a real search of that underground facility. Can you? If you file the appropriate paperwork, they're just going to pressure you to shut it down again. Oh, I'm sure. You're sure? Then... I can come up with an excuse. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think I can try something. And if I can get this into the public eye, I don't think they'll be able to ignore it. What? I say something strange. You're starting to remind me of them. My old buddy. The murdering psychopath. Is that something I can be happy about? I don't know. If nothing else, you're probably in for a gruesome death. It's a coin flip. You'll either have a gruesome death where you get shot in the back by your trusted friend, or you'll kill a bunch of innocent people in torturous ways. Up to you. Da 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 da. We're back on that channel. The finance milk girl. Oh my god, she's selling her milk for money? Tragic. Popular online journalist Watabe was murdered on the afternoon of the 10th at school in Shibuya. Didn't we already read a 4chan post about this? Or excuse me, at channel? The police have become more convinced that the killer in this case is the same as the other murders that are patterned after the New Gen Madness 6 years ago. Watabe visited the school to talk to the students, coughed up sumo stickers, and died on stage. Watabe's stomach was filled with large numbers of mysterious sumo stickers, and it's believed that these are what choked him. As the sumo stickers are seen everywhere on the streets of Shibuya, they seem to think it will be impossible to track down the killer. Watabe had previously pointed out the relationship between the stickers and the other mysterious deaths that took place on the 7th, 19th, and 29th of last month. The police assume there's a connection. Dude's morbidly obese. No, he's su-morbidly obese. Su-morbidly obese. In before this is a viral marketing scheme by sumo wrestlers. Obviously, the kids he was interviewing did it. Morbidly obese. So we're just calling this one Morbidly obese. If you guys want to see a sumo sticker that bad, look in the mirror. Roasted. There's a huge, shadowy conspiracy involved in this. All the victims are people who tried to find out the conspiracy. That's, like, not true at all. God, at-channel people post the dumbest stuff. The ones behind it are the ones behind the original New Gen Madness. They also eliminated the person who designed the sumo stickers. I bet the kids he was going to talk to aren't in danger. Well, that was probably right. I just finished AI NPC Skyrim. What does that mean? Like you watched an NPC play through Skyrim? Wait, you're a sumo sticker truther? He's just reading between the lines. God hath descended, Lamau. Question mark? Look at your ID, dude. Morbidly obese. Morbidly obese! Guys, this thread's almost 1,000 posts long. Why do you guys like the sumo so much? Morbidly obese! Morbidly obese! If this post is post number 1,000, I'm gonna win the next sumo tournament. Pog. A winner is you.
物体を動かす力、いわゆるテレキネシスと呼ばれるもの、それが先輩の力です。
I remember the official name for this one. Gotsuan Death. That sounds dumb. Morbidly obese is way better. It fits the pun death, like how all of them are puns. Morbidly obese is way better. It fits the pun theme. Gotsuan is slang for sumo. And it's not a pun. Morbidly obese. It's a joke they basically didn't bother to translate. You out here talking shit about COZ? Also, I don't know. So what? Sumo death? That's still lame, even if Gotsuan means sumo. I'm talking about the official translate. Oh. Sumo death? That's not even a pun. That's just what happened. Morbidly obese is a pun. Gotsuan means thank you. Thank you, death. Thank you, death. Who is he thanking? Where the fuck did you get sumo? Because you said it's sumo slang. So I thought you meant it was slang for sumo. And I thought you were saying thank you like a sarcastic asshole. Because that's like usually your MO. I thought you were saying Gotsuan is slang for sumo, thank you very much. I thought that was what your message was saying. In Japanese, it has the English word death in it. So what, it was just thank you, death? But who is he thanking? What's the play? Also, plus you can like chant morbidly obese and it sounds funny. Morbidly obese. Morbidly obese. Thank you, death is a saying. But it's not a pun. Morbidly obese. Morbidly obese. I think it's funny. You have a video that recaps Final Fantasy VII? Sure. Let me know what it is. Gatsuan desu equals Gatsuan death. That's the joke. But who is he thanking? You guys will be unable to convince me that that's... I mean, I don't even get what the joke would be. And it doesn't even fit into the pun theme. That's awful. He's thanking God. For what? It's a pun on Gatsuan desu. So instead of thank you God, it's thank you death? That's the pun? That's not even catchy. It's edgy, if anything. And that's lame. Hey, what's up, Ivan? Final Fantasy VII Explained by Chase. Okay, I can check it out after the stream. It's a literal translation that doesn't carry over well to English. Once I knew what Gatsuan meant, I liked it. It's kind of weeb of you, I'm not gonna lie. So morbidly obese is superior. So morbidly obese. So morbidly obese. So morbidly obese. So morbidly obese. I actually think that's like one of the best death names so far, honestly. It's right up there with Vampire, which is also really good. Anyway. Why not Sumobis? That doesn't roll off the tongue as well. What's he buying, though? All the person's blood. Anyway. The power to move objects. Telekinesis, they call it. That's your power, senpai. Oh, I forgot to do her little... Well, I guess she's not doing her bratty voice right now. She's doing like a little... She's doing a little bit. Or she's explaining stuff. We're making a group for the killings, a little club. That's cool. Well, yeah, it's the newspaper club. Morbidly obese is a mouthful. How so? As opposed to Gatsuhan death? My power. Now, try and focus on it in your mind and make this move. It rolls off the tongue. No, it doesn't. Say this 3 times fast. I probably can't. Fast Sam Bam, slow jam, slams for big clams. Yeah, no, I can barely say it one time. Fast Sam yeah, I can't even do it twice. Fast Sam Blam, so jam, slams for big clams. Fast Sam Blams. Yeah, I keep saying blams. Move! 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 Wow! Look, the book on the desk! I like how Mio was like, okay, now, don't just abuse your powers. And then they leave, and Arimura is immediately like, use it! Here's how you should use your power! I also like how bad that book animation moves. That's so funny. Silver the Hedgehog? Who's Silver the Hedgehog? Kazuki's face gets entirely blocked out by the text box. If you don't hide it, you literally can't see her. He's from Sonic 06. Oh yeah, that's the good one, right? The book's floating! It moved! I'm surprised. This might be more powerful than I thought.
宮代拓郎
Taku,
君の能力
I've seen your power now with
こ
my
れ
own
までじっ
eyes.
くりと見させてもらった
How are they all like allowed in this room still? Didn't the newspaper club have to shut down? Why would they still be allowed to hang out after school here? Mio.
これからはその能力を使って
From
私
now
の渋
on,
谷ニュースを手
will
伝
you
って
use
く
your
れない
power to help Shibuya News? She wants me to help with Shibuya News.
私には
I need your
君
power.
の力が必要なんだ
Yeah, with pleasure. That's not real. That's great, Taku. Oh, this is a delusion for sure. You're amazing, Taku. Well, of course. This is nothing. Taku! Taku! And then everyone clapped. Taku! Come on, Taku. Nah. This is nothing. Nothing. Huh?
起きた
Oh, he's up. This is... my room? Now, was that a dream? I looked at the clock, and it was already well into the afternoon and approaching evening. Oh, I see. I remember it now. I'd met with Arimura and Mio at the Cafe Lax, and then came back here late last night, still confused. After that, I'd gone home and did some thinking. Then I did some research on the internet, and finally fell asleep around sunrise. That's why I was only getting up now. Ugh. I came here because I was worried about you, and you're just here peacefully asleep. Taku's so relaxed.
タクはのんきだね
Oh, what are you guys doing here? How did they also just like walk into his place of living? Surprised, I left out of bed. That's some greeting. But what? Also, am I supposed to believe that Taku just sleeps in his like full uniform? This is also why I wouldn't let people just walk into my place of living. I don't sleep in any uniform, I'll tell you that right now. That would be quite awkward. I also have a really big thing about like people being into walk into my place, or people just being able to walk into my place of living. I remember one time, I've told this story before on several streams, I think, because it's one of the most traumatic things that ever happened to me. But so, one time when I was in college, and I was living in my apartment, my apartment did an unannounced, like, tour of my, like, apartment. So, like, they were showing off the apartment to, like, people who they wanted to have live in the apartment or whatever. And, I don't know why exactly, because they wouldn't have been living in my apartment specifically, right? Because I was already registered, or like already signed up to be living in the apartment again for the next school year. But they were like, well, he's got he's got like a 1-bedroom apartment, which is what we're trying to show off for these like people who are potentially interested in renting, so we'll just do a tour of his apartment instead of like a dummy apartment room. And so I'm asleep at the time, because it's fairly early in the morning, and also I'm a college student, so I'm like sleeping in, and I'm super, like not waking up till mid-afternoon on my day off type deal. And the apartment didn't have AC, so it was the middle of summer, and the apartment doesn't have AC, right? So I'm sleeping with like the windows open, and obviously I am naked in bed because it's fucking hot. And I live on the top floor of my apartment complex, no AC, just like cooking alive, basically. So, they enter my apartment without like asking me or without giving me a heads up that the tour is going to be taking place, and they start giving the tour to these like 4 girls who are going to live together. There are these 4 college girls that are like a little bit older than me, or like my age, because I'm like 18 or 19 at this point. And so he gives the tour of the thing or whatever, and then he comes into my bedroom to like continue giving the tour, and like I obviously wake up because I now hear the voices of 5 fucking people in my bedroom, and I wake up, I get like scared shitless, and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? And then so all the girls just kind of like are looking at me like and the dude's like, oh, sorry, we're giving a tour of the apartment. And I'm like, why? Why? I don't. And I'm like, I'm still confused and like asleep, and I'm scared because there are all these people in my apartment. So I like, I quickly like grab like I like run across my bedroom, because all I can think of right now is that I'm naked and there's people in my room. So I run across the bedroom, and I just put on like jeans like real fast, like from my closet. So like I just like I'm hastily putting on jeans, and he's just like, oh yeah, we're just giving a like apartment tour. These girls are interested in living in this apartment. And I'm like, yeah, but they're not gonna live in my fucking apartment, so why are you here? Like, and the guy's just like, oh yeah, sorry, no big deal. It like we sometimes walk in on people all the time. And I'm like, yeah, I'm naked. I'm asleep. Why? You can't just barge into my place of living. And then the guy chooses this time to be like the smartass that's like, well, technically in your contract for the apartment, we are allowed to give tours of your apartment at any time. And I'm like, without notice? Like, what the fuck? Like, and I'm like, do you think this is a good sales pitch? And I'm like just getting mad, and then I start getting like mad at the girls, and it's not even their fault. Like, I'm like just yelling obscenities, and the guy's like trying to calm me down, and I'm like, just get the fuck out. And the girls like don't say anything the whole time. They're just kind of like staring at me. So I remember after I like, hey, what's up, Nix? Welcome. Yeah, you did just come in time, just in time for story time. Because these guys like being where Taku lives reminded me of this story. They'd love to give tours of people's apartments. Nah, fuck that. Yeah, and but yeah, I made a big deal about it. I went down to the apartment complex, and I like threw a fit. I was like, hey, they just gave a tour of my fucking apartment that didn't prompt me. So I just got walked in on being like naked by a bunch of like girls my age, and that I don't know. So I'm very uncomfortable. I feel violated, like my like living space has been entered by other people without my permission, and they're all viewing me in a very vulnerable state. So, like, I'm super uncomfortable, violated, and, like, all this stuff. So I, like, went down to the apartment complex. I barged in. I started yelling at the landlord about this. And again, I remember this landlord, like, the landlord hit me with, like, the, you know, like, it is in your contract that we can give tours. And I just threw a fit, and I was like, I'm not leaving this fucking office unless we, like, establish now that if you're giving a tour of my apartment, you gotta give me at least a day notice so I can be, like, fucking awake and clothed when people walk into my apartment. And she's like, well, I mean, who knows? If someone comes in for a tour, you know, and it's mid-afternoon, it's not our fault if you choose to be asleep mid-afternoon. And I'm like, when I choose to be asleep is none of your goddamn business. I live here, and I can do whatever I want in my apartment if I'm not, like, doing drugs or breaking the law. It's not illegal to sleep in my apartment. And we just kind of, like, went back and forth on that for a while. And then basically she was eventually like, okay, all right, we'll concede. We'll contact you before we do a tour. And I remember her, like, acting like I was inconveniencing her. Oh, I got so fucking mad. I left that apartment, like, absolutely trashed when I finally moved out. And then they obviously didn't give me my security deposit back, but I was like, fuck you. Like, I was just so mad. Your apartment didn't have a deadbolt? No, this apartment was really fucking cheap that I lived in. It was a college apartment. There was, like, no security in it. It had like, just a basic key to unlock the door. I love him doing that and saying that to you. Did a great job of not selling the apartment to those girls. Yeah, I mean, especially for women, right? Like, I don't, like, women are already uncomfortable enough as it is in that scenario. Can you imagine, like, I imagine, like, as soon as they saw that the apartment complex could walk in, like, whenever they wanted, when you're just, like, naked and asleep, that probably immediately turned those girls off on wanting to live there already. Like, regardless of seeing me, and, like, I imagine they would have had to, like, immediately thought of that, right? Like that would have to be the first thing they thought of. Is, like, what the fuck? This can happen here? And just immediately they're like, yeah, we're not gonna live here. I don't know, maybe they did decide to live there. Maybe my dick really sold them on the apartment, but, like, I don't know. I would imagine, though, that would make women very uncomfortable, because I was very uncomfortable. But yeah, people sleeping without clothes is weird. Well, like I said, I normally sleep in, like, at least my boxers or something, but specifically that apartment, I didn't, because the apartment didn't have air conditioning. It was the middle of summer. It was, like, July or August, and I lived on the top floor, and, like, heat rises, so my apartment was literally, like, I mean, no exaggeration, I think my apartment was, like, over 100 degrees, like, even with the windows open, and, like, I had, like, a box fan and stuff, but, like, that apartment was really hot. It was super cheap, so again, no air conditioning. Like, I'm just roasting in there, like a fucking chicken. Like, the apartment sucked, but, like, I was poor and in college, so, like, I wasn't, you know, balling out. I didn't live in a nice place. So, like, I was sleeping naked, because, I mean, that was the only way I could fucking sleep. I wasn't going to be able to sleep with clothes on when it was, like, over 100 degrees in the apartment. It was miserable living there, dude. But, like, I wanted a place to live by myself. I think it's weird. I think it's weirder to sleep with jeans on than naked, though. Sweatpants, yeah, I could see that. I sleep in sweats sometimes, like in the winter or something. Or yeah, like, I mean, I usually at the minimum, like, sleep in my boxers or something, but still, not to get into my sleeping habits. But, yeah, like, I mean, jeans is kind of odd, though. I sleep in what I wear that day. You bring your outside clothes into the bed? Isn't that... They're dirty. They've been outside. You don't have, like, separate clothes that you wear to bed? Like, I have clothes that I specifically, like, really only wear in my living space. And then I have clothes that I wear outside. Like, if I'm in my apartment, I'll wear, like, sweats or t-shirts or whatever. But then, when I go outside, I've got, like, jeans or dress pants and, like, hoodies and, like, dress shirts and stuff. Why would I? Because, for sanitation reasons. Hygiene. I don't want to sit outside in public seats or something and then sleep in my bed with that stuff. Also implying I go outside. Well, fair enough, I guess. If you're just always inside, it doesn't matter. But yeah, my life has so many weird and bizarre stories that I've had happen to me. I just have a lot of, like, weird instances. I feel like sometimes I'm repeating these because I've definitely told this story on stream before, because it's like one of the like when I think of like traumatic things that have happened in my life, that's one of like the top 5 like most like I pitch the story as funny, but I actually really was like deeply uncomfortable for a while after that. But I always try to tell the story kind of funny. But it was just really like fucking rough. Germaphobe. I mean, I just, I like to go into bed. It's clean. I like my living space to be clean. I also make people take off their shoes if they enter, like, my living space as well. Which I think is something, obviously it's super, I always think it's weird when people point that out when, like, watching anime, because I feel like that's very normal. But apparently that's not a normal thing in the US. But I don't fucking track your outside dirty shoes in my apartment. Gross. Kibai a weeb. I used to do that, like, even before I watched anime and stuff, though. Don't wear your fucking shoes in my living space. Gross. You walked outside with those. Ex-convict ended up living in our old apartment? Probably convicts lived in my apartment at some point. I mean, like I said, it was dirt cheap. I'm trying to think back on my rent for that apartment. I think at the time, it probably is more expensive than that now, but I think I was paying like $300 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment by myself. Very cheap. Anyway, that's my life. I have fun stories sometimes. I've got all kinds of, like, weird things that feel like they only specifically happen to me. But yeah. That's what I got for you. Alright, I guess we can continue now. There's one of my traumatizing life stories. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button to find out more of my traumatizing life experiences and a multitude of situations that have only happened to me. I feel like I could write a book about my life. There's a lot of weird, eventful stuff that's happened. But it's always been told on stream, so again, subscribe for more weird stories. Anyway, that's some greeting. Everyone came to see you because we're worried.
心配
Worried? About me?
なんで
Why? Well, you know. Right? Mwah.
Kazuki
Kazuki? You're here too? It was a tiny room, but I'd only just realized that she was here a second ago. Hey, Taku. That's a mean thing to say. Kazuki's been worried about you this whole time too, right? I think it's more just the fact that he's shocked to see her anywhere outside of school, right? That's surprising. Kazuki was so worried about me, she'd come all the way out here? I figured no matter what happened, she'd still be sitting in the club room playing ESO2.
てか大げさなんだよ。
She disappeared.
心配しなくたって。
She was a delusion. She's gone. Come on, guys. You don't have to get that worried.
でも
Oh,
よ、
she's back.
結構いろんなことあったろ。
A lot happened yesterday, right?
そうだよ。
That's
ヨン
right.
ちゃんも気にしてた
Kurisu was
よ。
worried too. Of course she was. She lives in a constant state of worry.
あ、クルスが
Kurisu was.
うん。
Yeah.
まさか昨日のこと
You
ベ
didn't
ラ
tell
ベ
her
ラ
about
喋っ
what
たりして
happened
ない
last
の？
night, did you?
うん。
Serica looked confused.
もしかして話したのか？
Did you?
うん。
Yeah. Wait, why'd she look confused? Shouldn't she look guilty? Why was she confused? Like, uh-oh. I forgot I told her. Like what? Yup.
例の能力のことも。
The stuff about psychic powers?
うん。
Yeah. Bruh!
なんで言っちゃうんだ
Why
よ。
did you tell her?
だって
Because
ちゃんには
if you hide things from Kursu, she'll find out. Yeah, Kursu was pretty sharp. I couldn't imagine a girl like Serica being able to hide anything from her. I mean, I think it would be pretty easy to hide that we had psychic powers because there's no way she would believe it. If she, like, started to try and figure that stuff out by herself, she wouldn't, like, ever logically come to the conclusion of, oh yeah, Taku's probably just a psychic, he just has psychic abilities, you know? That's totally a rational line of thought. In fact, the smarter she is, the harder it would probably be for her to believe that, just, like, randomly. I gave up and fell back into bed.
いけなかったかな。
Should I not have? No! Serica looked apologetic as she fiddled with her froggy.
いや、い
It's
い。
fine.
話しちゃ
And
っ
you
たも
told
の
her
は仕
there's
方
nothing
が
I
な
can
い。
do about it now. Knowing Kurisu, she was probably really upset. That's her constant state of being.
で、
So...
ん
Hmm?
それでクルスは
What'd
な
she
ん
say?
ああ、
Oh,
ね、
she said she couldn't move right now. She wanted us to stay with you.
代わりにあなたたちがタクのそばにいてあげ。
Is that
そ
all?
れだけか。
Knowing her, she probably
あい
said
つ
a
の
lot
ことだ
more,
から
right?
もっといろいろ言わ
Don't
れ
do
ただろ
anything dangerous.
危険な
Or
ことす
psychic
る
powers
の
are stupid.
能
Or
力
something
なんて
like
バ
that.
カなとかなんとか。
うんうん。
Not
そん
really.
なことなかったよ。
だってあのクルスだぞ。
That's Kursu we're
それだ
talking
けのは
about.
ずないだろ。
That can't be all she said.
うんうん。
No,
それだ
that
け。
was it.
だよな。
Right?
うん。
Hmm. Ah. I rubbed my eyes, still sleepy. Something didn't seem right.
ああ、そうだ。昼間、新
Oh,
庄
that's
さんから
right.
電話あったぞ。
There was a call from
お前
Shinjo
が
this
探してるス
afternoon.
マホのことで
About。the phone you're looking for?
あ、
Oh. Ito slapped his hands together as if he just remembered something important. They don't have it. I quickly stood up. That was one of my biggest concerns.
新庄さんなんだって。
What did Shinjo say? I eagerly pressed Ito for more info. Shinjo had said he intended to spend the whole day getting info out of that Uki girl. Of course, I told him many times to ask about that phone, so he probably had gotten around to asking her.
ああ。
Oh,
それは
about
な
that. But the answer I got wasn't one I was expecting.
あの子は持ってない。
She doesn't have it. Again, another example of like the game just choosing like really weird things to zoom in on in the background sometimes. Yes, this teapot is very important right now.
ああ。
Also,
一度
don't
拾
show
ったけ
Ito.
ど、すぐに元の場所へ戻したそう
Yeah,
だ。
she said she picked it up, but then put it right back down.
そんな言い訳。
And Shinjo believed
新庄
that?
さんは信じたの
Really?
有村が確認したんだと。
Arimura checked it out. She was telling the truth.
有村が
Arimura did. Which meant she wasn't lying.
じゃあ僕の
And
携
that
帯
weird
か
call
ら伊
from
藤
my
に謎
phone
の
to
着信があった
yours.
の？
それも彼女は
She had
無関
nothing
係
to
だ
do
っ
with
て
it,
さ。
supposedly.
そっか。
I see.
つまり
In other words, someone else took my phone?
別にいるってことか。
Then who was phone? I'm funny. How and why had they managed to use my phone to call us and threaten us? There's a gigalomaniac with the power of making anonymous calls! Oh my god, the most feared telemarketer of all. Teapot is actually a crucial item for gigalomaniacs. Makes sense.
とにかく
Anyway,
宮代の
he
スマ
says
ホ
he's
は
gonna
引き
keep
続
looking
き
for
捜
it.
索してくれるそう
So,
だ。
why not buy a new one for now?
とりあえず新しいのを買ったらどうだ？
Bro, casually buying a new smartphone. Man, smartphones are expensive. What do you mean just casually buy a new one? Bruh? Those phones are God's phones, yeah. Yeah, but dude, I mean, fucking Jesus. Phones are like, smartphones are like several $100s.
タクはね、
You're still the club president and our leader, right? So it's a big problem if we can't get in touch
だ
with
か
you.
らね、
We were
タクと
worried
連
all day
絡
for
取れなく
today,
て
for
困
one
るこ
thing.
とはいっ
Well,
ぱい
he's
あ
not
る
the
ん
club
だ。
president anymore.
今
Did they
日
shut
も
down the
一日
newspaper
中
club?
心配しちゃったし。あと、のんちゃんも
And Kurusu
タ
said
ク
it
とお
was really
話しし
hard
たい
when she
時
wanted
に
to
す
talk
ご
to
く
you.
困るって言ってた。
I see. Y'all buying this phone for me then? I'm the leader. It felt kind of embarrassing, but I knew that only these guys would say something like that. Yeah. It's true I won't be able to talk to everybody now if something happens. You're right. I'll get a new phone soon. Zerika smiled.
で、昨日の話の続きなんだ
About
け
what we
ど
were
さ、
talking about
宮
yesterday.
代、
続きってど
Huh?
の話の続きだ？
Taku and repeating other people's lines.
久野里さんの言
The
ってた
psychic
能
powers that
力だ
Mia was
よ。
talking about.
本当にありそ
Do
う
you
なの
think
か
they really exist?
ああ、それ
I don't know.
わからない。
Seems a little too
ちょっと
unscientific.
非科学的
My
すぎ
dude
るし。
saw a mystical sword in front of his face and was like, I don't know.
でも、最初に超能
You were
力
the
がど
first
う
one
の
to
って言い
mention
出したの
psychic
は宮
powers,
代じゃな
weren't
か
you?
ったっけ？
それは
Well,
お前には見えたんだよな。
you could see that sword
有村
thing
が出した
Arimura
剣
had,
みたい
right?
なの。
まあ見え
Well,
るには見える
yeah. This isn't the Master Sword. Why did it change? This isn't right. Oh, it's facing the wrong way when I try to put it over. Never mind. The joke is ruined. No spoilers. Arimura's sword, I think she called it a D sword, looked real.
そいつが見えたってことは、
You could
やっ
see it,
ぱ
that
お前
means
は
you're
能力
psychic,
者って
right?
ことだろ？
Mio said so.
久野里さんもそう言ってたし。
What the heck am I looking at? Anime.
伊藤、相変わらず久野里さんの言うこと
Ito,
を
you
信
still
用す
believe
るの
everything
か？
Mio says?
あれだけひどい
Even
目に
after what
遭わされ
happened
た
to you? spoiling Arimura Gigalomania. No, I'm spoiling the fact that she's the hero of courage. Come on, I would never spoil Gigalomania. Is today's thumbnail not an absolute banger? I mean, come on. Your boy cooked, I think. That was not a sword. It's an anime sword. Very anime sword. Should have added more. Oh, I did. I got the Master Sword. I added Zelda's Tiara. I gave myself a Link hat. There's quite a bit of stuff going on in this thumbnail. It's very YouTube clickbait, I think. Arimura appearance in Tears of the Kingdom confirmed. Yeah, she's the hero of wisdom or whatever, right? That's why she can see if people are lying. Because she's very wise. Miu treated Taku pretty... Or not Taku. I guess she treated everyone pretty badly. Maybe Ito was into being treated badly by women. Hey, don't look at me like that. That's not my fetish. Wait. You're always trying to piss off Korsu, aren't you? Are you sure that's not deliberate? Ito's a pervert, huh? Stop, guys. We're talking about Taku's power right now. Ito dragged us back to the original topic. No, quickly, everyone. We must discuss our fetishes. That was definitely suspicious. Put him on blast, then. I don't want to talk about psychic powers. Whatever. I mean, I don't know about psychic powers. I've never been able to use ones when I wanted. Arimura and Mia said that the locks in the hospital and the Love Hotel opened because I wanted them to. But I'm not sure I believe that. The door at the hotel room might have not been locked to begin with, and the others might just all be a coincidence. I feel like his rationale is very odd. He claims to be like he claims that things need to be scientific, and then also is like, it's just a bunch of coincidences, which is also very unscientific in itself. Well, did you try it? Try it? I mean, you won't know if you can do it unless you try, right? It might be easy once you know the trick. I guess Taku can use his psychic power outside of his D-sword just because he's the protagonist. Or I guess the additional powers are a new thing for this game, so that might not follow the previous rule. But we know Taku Mark 1 was only able to use his powers without the D-sword because he was the chosen one. And everyone else needed their D-sword to be able to use, like, different powers. But maybe the additional power-up thing in this game might not require the D-sword, I guess. Because I guess Arimura can tell if people are lying without hers out. Gigalomania rules stay consistent. That's not true. Even the normally disinterested Kazuki was staring at me with curiosity. It was rare to see her like this. Maybe she was interested in psychic powers and the occult? Explain one time they go against the rules. Well, I'm asking right now, like, so no one else could create delusions without their D-sword except for Taku 1.0 because he is the chosen one. But in this game, Taku 2.0 is currently like diluting or whatever the locks open without having awakened to his D sword. But normally to do that you would need your D sword to be able to process those delusions and like make the delusions real, right? But he doesn't have a D sword yet. He hasn't awakened yet. So how is he doing that?
それともタク、一人で試してみたりした？それでダメだったとか？だったらしょうがない
Takumi
け
could real
ど。
boot without his because he was using Shogun's D sword. What? Either way, so does that mean this Taku is using Shogun's D sword? Like, what would your D sword look like? You should post the art in the Discord. Well, I can't really draw anything from scratch. I'm not, like, I might be good with, like, photoshopping different assets together that are already created, like, in the sense of thumbnails, but I'm not an artist in the sense of, like, I can't really make anything from scratch. Like, I'm pretty good at using Photoshop for, like, YouTube-esque art of, like, blending assets together and things like that. Like how I made today's thumbnail look like Arimura's holding the Master Sword. But, like, I didn't draw the Master Sword. I guess if I had to pick a fictional sword that my D sword would look like, it would be like the Energy Sword from Halo. I don't know. That's the only fictional sword I can really think of that I like. That's like anime, not realistic. Or the Scissor Blade from Kill la Kill. But Rimi's was already kind of like that, right? Hers was already kind of like scissors, so I guess that would kind of be copying hers. Did you try your powers on your own and it didn't work? If that's the case, that's too bad, but... I wouldn't do anything that stupid by myself. I lied. Actually, last night I tried, and it hadn't worked. Just keep in mind, Gigalomania never contradicts the rules. I feel like there's several Deus Ex Machina rules, though. That makes certain things okay for some reason. I also feel like Taku definitely just had some, like, chosen one-level powers. Because he could kind of just do everything. Then let's try. Come on. It's not gonna hurt you. But how do I try it? Maybe like you focus really hard? I tried, and it didn't work. Taku, focus! Focus! Focus on what? You know, like I'm moving the book. This is just like my dream. I'll do it. I'll try, but don't get your hopes up, okay? It'll be fine. Let's see him take the challenge. Taku, ladies and gentlemen. Can he do it? Suddenly, Serica stood up straight and gave me an introduction and a round of applause. I had no choice but to stand in front of the book and get ready. I raised both hands slowly and concentrated. Move, move, move.
動け
Move.
動け動け動け動け
Move. I struck my hands out. And then the pages of the book slowly started to... It's not moving, huh? I told you, right? I can't do it.
だろうだから
Man, that's
なんだつ
lame.
まんねえの ほらカズキ
Kazuki,
人んちの
don't
壁を
punch my
殴るな
house. I'm glad though, Taku. Serica opened one of my mountain views and smiled. I hadn't seen her take it from the refrigerator.
あ俺にも一本
I'll take one too. Serica handed Ito the plastic bottle she was holding, and then took out 2 more from the fridge and gave one to Kazuki. She's just giving away my drinks?
おいお前ら人のもの
Hey,
勝手
those
に
are mine. You guys better
後
pay me
で
back
金払っ
later.
てもらうからな
なんだよ
Ah,
ケ
don't
チ
be
く
so
せえな
stingy.
一人暮らしは何かと金が
And
か
your
かる
own
ん
is
だよ
expensive. And actually, I'll take one too.
僕にも一本
That was 4 bottles. I have to go buy a new pack.
サンキュー
Well, thanks.
何がいいんだよ
So why are you glad?
ん
Yeah?
さっき言ったろ
You
よ
just said you were
か
glad.
ったねって
ああ、うん。
Oh,
That is all.
because
もしもタクにそんな
if
能
you
力
did have
があ
that
ったら
power, it might mean your life was
命
in
を
danger,
狙われ
right?
るかもしれないってことでしょ？
あ
Yeah?
命を
My life would be in danger? I like the dramatic sound effect there. At least it wasn't the vine boom noise. At least we've got a new mysterious sound effect, finally. The fucking flashback sound. Oh, glad we got to look outside real quick. Huh. After everyone left, Serica's words repeated again and again in my mind.
もしもタクにそんな能力があったら命を狙われるかもしれないって。
Thank you for flashbacking to the literal last line that just happened. I almost forgot. I like that it's still on the backlog.
もしもタクにそんな能力があったら命を狙われるかもしれないってことでしょ？もしもタクにそんな能力があったら命を
They
狙
put
わ
a
れる
little
かもしれ
echo on the
な
line
い
that
ってこと
was
でしょ？
1, 2, 3, 4 lines ago. There was a chance that all of the victims of these murders, they were now calling them the return of the new gen, had psychic powers. That was the conclusion I'd reached as well. If I had the power that Mio and Arimura said I did, I could become a victim. And Arimura had told me before,
あなた
you're going to be killed, Taku-senpai.
宮代
殺される
Killed? Me? What was going on? Normally I'd be excited that my theory about psychic powers had been correct, but instead, why'd I have to start worrying that they'd come after me? This doesn't make sense.
おかしいだろ
For one, I couldn't use any psychic powers. Ugh. See? I tried. I focused and nothing started floating. I knew for a fact I didn't have powers. So even if other people said I did. But what if? What if the killer mistakenly thought I did, the same way Arimura and Mio did? In that case, even if they were wrong, my life would still be in danger. If that's the case, why couldn't Aoi heal Kazupi? And the fact that the pain's registered in the injured person's brain, they can't get healed? No, because by even your last line where you were like, Nanami got her hand back, Nanami talked about how much not having her hand hurt. She would repeatedly say, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. So that doesn't make sense. That doesn't track. Like, in several instances, she would point out how much her hand hurt. Like, multiple times. You can just use anesthesia from the hospital. But that's not when she got her hand back. She got it in the middle of, like, the Shibuya streets. I mean, you would be hard pressed to convince me that, like, that wasn't, like, just a Deus Ex Machina for her to get her hand back. They really stretched the rules on that one. She got it in the middle of the earthquake and the destroyed Shibuya streets, and then also immediately passed out after. Said she got her hand at the hospital. But Taku like actualized her hand in the and the streets. It wasn't fully real booted yet. That moment was totally a stretch. In that case, even if these people were wrong, my life would still be in danger. No, that's crazy. Uh-huh. What was that? The door? It's gonna be our old homeless friend, Gen, right? Again. Was someone here? But the others had just left, and there was no one else who would come. No way. Could it be someone who wanted to kill me? You're kidding, right? You gotta be kidding me. I can't use them. I don't have any powers. Stay back! Stay back! I'm not psychic, I'm not! But despite my pleas, the door slowly opened. He's got the shittiest door ever. Bro, everyone just comes in and goes as they please in his place. Ah! Yeah, hi again. What's all the racket? Again? Implying anyone wouldn't immediately freak out with a homeless guy entering their place of living. Hey, Taku. I just got back. Don't scare me like that. I staggered back and sat down on the bed. I was nice enough to bring you your favorite thing. I know. I bet you were hoping I was a little girly, huh? Of course not. Well, that's the way it is with boys your age. Here you go. Gen tossed me an issue of Cool Cat Press and stuck out his hand. To be honest, I didn't feel like it, but is 500 yen enough? Thanks for your business. Now I can enjoy another cold one. I'll try saving up. Fool. A real man never saves up more money than he needs to get through the night. Plus, I'm so drunk, the cumulative hangover of me stopping drinking would totally kill me. A real man never saves up more money than he needs.
イカタ君、お
Listen,
前も
Taco.
男な
Hey,
ら
you're a man,
ケ
but
チケ
don't be
チすんじゃ
stingy.
ねえぞ。
Else the girlies.
わかったわ
Yeah,
かった
go home.
今日はもう帰って
If you're a man, if you're a man. I pushed Gen out of the room and shut the door. The room became strangely silent once more. The occasional passing of a train seemed exceptionally loud, but when it was gone, the silence returned. Shibuya was very close, but once you got even a little bit away from it, it became like this. Normally, I loved the silence, but today I felt lonely. Don't look, audio bleed, revolving dead. And now, Sue Morbidly Obese! They all had stupid names, but they were brutal murders. And...
もしも特にそんな能力があったら、命を
Well,
狙
now
わ
the
れるか
line
も
is
しれ
like
ない
10
って
lines
ことで
back,
し
so
ょ
I've at least kind of forgotten about it. If you have that power, it means your life's in danger.
くそ
Damn.
冗談じゃない
I flipped open the cool cat press to take my mind off it. The page read, Polish your hidden talents to make girls love you. October 12th. Monday.
終わり。
Okay, all done.
ありがとう、ゆい。
Thanks, Yui.
悪い。いいっていいって。
Nothing.
のの姉にはいつもいろいろ
It's
任せっきり
nothing.
な
You
んだもん。
always do so much for us.
私だって
And I'm
もう
not a
子
kid
供じゃないん
anymore,
だし、
so you can
こう
count
いう
on
時
me.
くらい頼ってよ。
Yui smiled as she finished disinfecting the wound and applying gauze. Nono was a little surprised to see her smile. That looked just like an adult's. Yui and Yuto had come to the dorm at almost the same time as Nono and Taku. At first they were young. I don't care about these people. At first they were young, and it took time for them to get used to life here. But now they were an indispensable part of life at the dorm. Of course, 6 years had passed, so perhaps that was natural. That's right. People can get used to anything. As she thought that to herself, she then thought about how long 6 years was, and then softly patted Yui on the head. Pat,
どうし
pat.
たのののね。
What is it, big sis?
なんでもない
It's nothing. I just realized how much you've grown up. Yeah.
何急に。
Where'd that come from?
だからなんでもないん
It's
だって。
nothing. I was just thinking about
ちょ
it.
っと思っただけ。
But at the same time, she thought to herself, I have to protect this no matter what. The things that she built up over the last 6 years. Her family. And...
いいののね。
Big sis, don't go running around making it worse,
悪化させちゃ
okay?
ダメなんだからね。
The way Yui stood up when she talked was just like Kurisu did. It felt a little embarrassing to watch.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
それにしても、タク
Anyway,
ルに
what's wrong
も
with
タク
Big
ル
Bro?
だよね。
How could he just leave you when you were in
痛がってるののねを置いて
pain?
どっか行っちゃうなんて。口では文句ばっかり言って
Here I
た
thought even
タ
though
ク
he
ルには
complained a
本当
lot,
は
he
優
was
しい
still a
人だ
nice
って
person
思
at
ってた
heart.
のにさ。
I guess I was wrong.
そう言わないであげて、ユ
Don't
イ。
say that.
タ
I'm
ク
sure
ルはタク
Taku
ル
has
なり
his own
に
problems
い
to
ろい
deal
ろあ
with.
るのよ、きっと。いろいろって
Like what?
それは。
Well... Nono knew that Taku didn't want to hurt her. Taku was just struggling as hard as he could. Against the circumstances he found himself in. Against the world. However,
わからないけど、いろい
I
ろ
don't
よ。
actually know what they are,
いろいろ。
but I'm sure he does. His struggles is your existence.
変
That's
な
weird.
の
He still didn't realize that sometimes the only thing doing that brought was sadness. They'd kept Taku's past a secret for his own sake. There was nothing to be gained from digging up the awful truths of the past. You still lied to him, though. A breach of trust. Taku knew that, So why? Does he know that? I mean, clearly if he's upset about it, he doesn't know that.
とにかくもうしばらく安静に
Anyway,
しておくこ
you
と
need to stay in bed
これ
until
は
you
お父さんか
recover.
らの命
That's
令
an
でもあ
order
るん
from
だから
Dad.
わかったはいはい
Right, right.
返事は一回
Saying it once is enough.
はいわかりました
Got it.
よろしい
Very good. Yui said the line that normally Kurisu would say and then left. Kurisu chuckled as she watched her go. Then she took her phone off the side table. A moment after she turned it on, the phone's wallpaper appeared. It was a photo of her family. Her, Dad, Yuto, Yui, and Taku, with a blank expression on his face. I don't know if that's a blank expression. I feel like it's pretty clearly a smile. It was one of her most important treasures. So she's got a copy of the photo, so she could just send it to Taku if he just got a new phone. She stared at it for a long time, and then after a moment's hesitation, opened the photo gallery on her phone. There was Taku, mixed in along with many of her other memories. He had the same flat look on his face, and it almost made her laugh. At the very bottom of the gallery was a picture dated a long time ago. It was taken 6 years ago before the earthquake. There were 3 children in the picture. Nono, Kawahara, and one other. Suddenly she heard a knock. She quickly hid the phone.
のの姉ちゃんいい
Big sis, can I come in? No, I am asleep.
何
What is it?
お友達が来てる
Your
よ
friend's here. She said she came to
お見舞いだって
check on you.
友達
My friend? No one actually likes me.
ヤッホ
Hi. Serica softly opened the door and came inside.
ー元気
You doing good?
元気だったらこうし
If
て
I
寝られ
was,
な
I
い
wouldn't
か
be
ら
lying in bed.
あ
Oh,
そっ
well,
か
I'll come back later.
じゃあ
Bye.
またです冗談よ冗談
That'd be funny if Serica just left after that. Nope. Alright, see ya. I was kidding. You can come in.
うん
Okay. Serica came inside, moving a little more carefully and softly than usual, and sat down next to the bed.
えっとお茶と
Should I
か
bring
持
you
って
something
き
to
た
drink?
方がいいああいいよ
It's fine. Don't
お
worry
構
about
い
me.
なくありがとうゆうと
Thanks, Yuto.
うんじゃあ
Okay, bye.
へへへ
Hmm. Serica smiled as she watched the door close.
何
What is it?
ゆうとくんもしっか
I
り
was
して
just
きた
thinking
な
Yuto's really
って
grown up.
まだ甘えん坊だけ
Well,
ど
he still
ね
needs to be coddled at times. Yuto was shy, particularly around people older than him, but he seemed to be okay with Serica. That was probably because Serica had been around Taku for so long.
それで
So...
え
Eh?
ここに来た理由よ
What's the reason you came here?
お見舞い
Going to check on you.
怪我の具合なら電話でも
I
話
told
し
you
た
how
で
I
し
was
ょ
doing on the phone.
なの
So
に
why'd
わ
you
ざ
come
わ
over?
ざ来るなんてうんやっぱ
Guess I can't
のん
really
ちゃん
fool
には
you.
かなわ
A lot
な
of
い
people
な
visiting other people's places like totally unprompted and uninvited. I was always taught, like growing up, that it was really rude to show up to people's places of living uninvited when I was a kid. That was like something I was always taught to never do. Well, these people just seem to be doing it all the time. In fact, they just walk into Taku's living place.
当たり前で
Of course. So what
どう
is
し
it?
たのうんちょっと
Well,
ね
I was just thinking you were
のんちゃ
acting
んの
kind
様
of
子
weird.
がおかしいなって
You
思
got
って
stabbed like several days ago. Just get over it already.
私が
I was.
うん電話の声がね
You sounded like you
元
weren't
気が
doing
ない
well.
なって何言ってるの怪我して
Well,
るん
yeah,
だ
I
から
got hurt.
元
Of
気が
course
な
I'm
い
not
のは
feeling
当たり
well.
前でしょ それはそうなんだけど、
That's true, but I don't know how to
なんて言っ
describe
たら
it.
いいかな。とにかく
I just thought something was off in a different way, so I
だ
came
から
by.
来たの。セリカ。
That is her name, yes. I guess I can't fool you either. No thought to herself. Hey, Liz.
なんちゃん
Welcome. Kurisu?
どうしたの？
What's
具合
wrong?
悪い？
Are you not feeling well?
ううん、
That's
そう
not
じゃ
it.
ない。
It's not it.
そう
It's
じゃない
just...
の。
Nell hesitated for a moment, and slowly took the phone out from behind her back. There was only one thought in her heart. I have to protect everyone. That was all. If she couldn't change things, they'd be put in danger. Taku, her family, the rest of the newspaper club, but not of the student council. She doesn't care about those characters. Nono made her decision. What she couldn't say until now. What she didn't say until now. She would tell everyone.
なんちゃん？
Kurisu?
セリカ。
You said you saw info about a girl named
例の病院の地下
Senri
で
in the hospital basement,
その
right?
Oh.
Yeah.
これ
Look at this. It was me who experimented on her all those years ago. I tortured her. I made her into what the monster she is. That would make Kurisu cool. What a twist. It was the picture Kurisu had been looking at a moment ago. There was Kurisu, Kawahara, and one more child. Gasp.
なんちゃん、これって
Another anime girl. They have nice little sandwiches. That looks like a fun picnic. A picture. Oh my god. Thumbnail for next week? No.
それではここでもう一度こちらの歴史シールがどういうものかを見てみましょう。
I don't feel like anime children are enough clickbait. You know. We need to get another cool CG. I mean, we're gonna keep going for a while, so we might still get another, cool CG. Alright, let's take another look at what we know about these sumo stickers.
まずこの
These stickers first started to appear around 2007. We don't know who put them up or why.
果たして
Are we
誰
doing
が
another
何のた
recap
めに
now?
貼り始めたものなのか詳しいことは分かっていません。
We're certainly bringing this up a lot.
ただのいたずらだとも
It's said they were simply a prank, or that they have some kind of spiritual or religious significance. But neither of these theories are anything more than rumors. But the majority online opinion is that these stickers have been appearing in such large numbers lately because they contain some sort of message. Oh, don't listen to the Reddit detectives. Don't listen to Reddit detectives, news anchor man. That never leads to anything good. We've tracked down who's putting them up. Oh no. We'll ask our guests. Who is familiar with youth subculture? Here too, huh? It's eerie that we don't know who's doing it or why. And here. When you look at the design of the stickers themselves, every channel I looked at was talking about the sumo stickers. The world was talking about the sumo stickers a lot more than I expected. Everyone was getting excited over old news and old theories. Those wrong-siders. But none of them had reached the same conclusion I had. Well, of course they hadn't. It was way too far-fetched. Far-fetched is a cool Pokemon. But a while ago, I'd been confident. I'd been so sure of my theory. And Mio and Arimura confirmed it. But I didn't believe in it anymore. Or specifically, I didn't want to believe it anymore. But because if those powers existed, it meant I might become a victim. I might eat my own hand, or rip open my stomach and shove a speaker inside, or have my head ripped off, or get my stomach filled with pieces of paper with faces on them. I might meet the same end as all the others. Come on, Taku. You would know you would have at least a more unique death. The guy doesn't do the same thing twice. A sliced arm. A bloody stomach. A severed head. Eyes that wept blood. A wide open mouth. Sumo stickers pouring out of it. If that happened to me. No. No, 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 no. I don't want that, no. Let's take another look. These are what people call the sumo stickers. A close-up of the sumo sticker appeared on the screen as the announcer spoke. The instant I saw it, I leapt from my chair, hallucinating that all the nightmares I'd seen so far were being real-booted and attacking me. I closed my eyes so I couldn't see the sticker. One theory says a student at a design school started putting them up as a form of creative expression. But whatever the reason, it's been nothing but a huge nuisance ever since. I fearfully opened my eyes and tried to catch my breath. The sticker on the screen was still staring at me with its creepy face, but nothing had happened. That's a fake. I'd seen the 11 Rorschach image in the basement of that hospital. That was the real sumo sticker. And it had a terrifying effect. But many of the stickers that were showing up around town were fakes. Put up by people hoping to be a part of the latest fad. They had no effect on me. Don't scare me like that, damn it. What's wrong? I'd finally calmed down, so when I suddenly heard a loud voice, I jumped again. Are you okay, Taku? Is the lock on his door just broken? Huh? I recognized the voice, but I still fearfully turned around. What happened? Onoe? I suddenly felt so tired that I almost dropped straight to the ground, but I stopped myself. What the hell are you doing? That's what I want to know. You scream so loud, everyone outside can hear you. And all the neighbors are scared for you. I was doing voice training. Really? Sarika looked at me worried. Literally why I stream visual novels. Relatable. But Taku, you're so pale. And you're sweating badly. Bruh. Sarika took a handkerchief out of her pocket and tried to wipe away my sweat. Do you guys... I always hear in, like, movies and books and, like, anime, people always carry a handkerchief. Do you guys carry handkerchiefs? Is that, like, a thing? I feel like that's just a movie thing. Right? Do any of you just carry around a handkerchief? I never do. I guess, like, I've got Kleenex in my car, but I don't, like, carry it in my pocket, like, when I'm going around. Not locking your door has great benefits if you ignore the negatives. Yeah. There are a lot of things in life that provide great benefits if you ignore the negatives. Like if you stand in radiation and you grow extra limbs, that's great if you ignore all of the downside effects of radiation. You know people that carry handkerchiefs? I've never seen, like, in real life, I've never seen a person, like, whip out a handkerchief. The closest thing I've seen in real life is, like, women taking, like Kleenex out of their purse. But, yeah, like, I've never, like, not had, like, or I've never just had one with me. Even in my suit, I wouldn't carry, like, a handkerchief. You have one in your bag, but never your pockets. Yeah. Nah, I've never seen anyone do that. Is it like a rich people thing? Outside of, like, anime and movies? It's fine. I'll wipe the sweat away myself. I grabbed a handkerchief from her and scrubbed the sweat off my forehead. Gross. I'll wash this and give it back to you tomorrow.
気にしなくて OK だよ。タクの
You
汗だ
don't
っ
need
た
to
ら
worry about
汚い
it.
と
I
か
don't
思
think
わ
your
ない
sweat's
し。
especially dirty or anything. Ooh, I would have to be really close to somebody. I would have to be intimately involved with somebody to not be, like, grossed out by their sweat. I mean, I guess they're childhood friends or whatever. I don't know. I would not want to touch anyone else's sweat. Unless I was, like, sleeping with them. And, like, already intimately familiar with them. That's quite a level. I would not do that. Ugh. But that's another thing why I wouldn't carry a handkerchief, though, is because you have to wash it. I would just want, like, disposable things. Like Kleenex. Like I said, I've got, like, little bags of, like, Kleenex in my car. And I would use those. But that's because you can throw them away after. I don't know. You should. So anyway, what do you want at this hour? I put the handkerchief in my pocket. Her face took a much more serious expression than usual as she slowly began to talk.
あのね、のんちゃんの話をね、聞いてあげ
Apparently,
てほ
modern
しい
day
の。
US and Japan are the largest importers of handkerchiefs. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait, I guess I thought you were going to say Kleenex. Weird. I imagine the US has just got to be high up on the list of every import list, though. We consume a lot of things in the US. Like, the US is the big spenders on stuff. But Japan being up there is interesting. Weird. Also, I think it's really funny that this whiteboard in here has, like, the two little red magnets. That this is such, like, a universal product. Because I remember in college buying a whiteboard and it came with these two little red magnets. Why is it always these two little red circle magnets? It's always two little red ones. That's so funny. That's just like a universal. Like, that's even something that's like a common... It's commonplace enough for them to put it up here in like a Japanese environment as well. It's like such a universal product. I don't know why. And the little marker that's got, like, the eraser on the back of it. Ghana is a top importer. That's also interesting. But yeah, I feel like you could almost dismiss the US one as it being culturally relevant just because we just import a lot of shit. But, I mean, it's still a pretty significant amount. I guess I just have a weird bubble of people around me that never use handkerchiefs. I should get one and just, like, tuck it in my suit pocket so I look real fancy. Like I'm in a movie. I want you to talk to Kurisu and hear her out. I don't.
クルスの
Right now?
今から
のんちゃんはね、
She said she wanted you to come by the dorm after school tomorrow.
学校が終わったら青葉寮でも本当は
Honestly,
タクに
I think she actually
す
wants
ぐ
to
に
talk
で
to you
も
right
聞いて
now.
ほしいんじゃないかなって
I always just use
思うんだ。
tissues though. Yeah, that's what I mean, like tissues, Kleenex, whatever you want to call it. Like, I just use those instead of handkerchiefs. Because again, you could just throw it out. I guess maybe I am a germaphobe, but the concept of like putting a like snot handkerchief back in my pocket, ugh, gross. I don't want to carry anything with bodily fluids on it around with me. At all.
そんなに大
Is
事な
it
こと
that
なのか
important? She wants to talk this late at night? Gross. But girls have cooties. I can't visit her this late at night. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. Wanted to see how my meme was doing.
うん私が
Yeah,
話しちゃっても
I
いい
could tell
ん
you.
だけど
But Kurisu said she wants to
Mom-chan.
tell you herself.
自分でお話ししたいって。
そうか
I see. Serica never took anything this seriously. It really must have been something important. One day scientists will discover why girls have cooties. Yeah, maybe.
分かった
Alright, I'll go
これ
over
か
there
ら青
now.
葉寮へ行ってみる
But you have school tomorrow. You can't be out late.
オッケー。
Okay.
さすがタク。
That's my Taku.
優しいね
Always so nice. She grinned and giggled, then grabbed the handkerchief out of my pocket. Oh, that's a very close invasion of personal space.
いい日からいいか
Don't
ら。
worry.
タクの
I'm
汗
just
の
going
匂
to
いを
enjoy the
じ
smell
っ
of
く
your
り
sweat.
堪能するんだ。
やめろよ
Don't say that.
それじ
See
ゃ
you
あ
tomorrow.
また明日。
She's blushing. She wasn't lying. Oh, God. We're on the Serica route now, boys. She squeezed her froggy strap to say goodbye, then spun around and left. Hey, Rob, what's up, man?
Taku.
Sheesh. I watched her go until she was out of the park.
クルスの大
Kursu
切な
wants to talk
話
about something important. As soon as she was gone, I tried to think. What could she want? Did it have something to do with what happened? The idea scared me a little, so I got ready as soon as I could and left. I hurried down the usual route I took to the dorm. But... Something was different. Oh, I thought it was... Why does it flash red? I thought that would meant he got stabbed. It should flash like white or something if he's just trying to process something. I was gonna be like, oh shit, he just got stabbed in the homeless park on the way to Kurisu's place. Something wasn't the same as it had been before. I mean, this background CG looks exactly the same. Something was wrong. I always wish in these scenes, when they do this, like, creepy zoom and, like, pan or whatever, they would hide, like, a character sprite, like, behind something. You know, like, if you looked in the distance, you could see, like, someone, like, a character sprite being, like... That would be really cool. They never do, though. I didn't notice anything different when I came down here on the way home. So what was the strange, dissonant feeling? They did that with Yua? Yeah, that was cool, I guess. But she was like kind of a part of the CG. It wasn't like her character's bride. The real stickers! The walls, the fences, the streetlights, the stickers were staring at me from all around. Sumo JPEG. But where are they sticking to? All of them were real. Not a one was fake. I like that they just like lowered the like opacity of the stickers and put it over this. This classroom CG where they stuck her sprite in an image. That's true. They did do that. Yeah, that one was kind of low quality though because they didn't really hide it. Can I get this CG of like just the stickers but like without the opacity issue? Do you have this one, Wandering? It's probably not in the gallery though. You probably have to look it up. It was that eerie 11th Rorschach image. Oh. I kind of want to overlay the 11th Rorschach in Photoshop over the Sumo sticker. I want to do that too. Can someone send me the 11th Rorschach image as well? I want to like overlay them in Photoshop. I think that would look kind of cool to see what it looks like. The scenery in front of me suddenly warped and twisted. I felt the mountain view I'd just drank coming back up my throat, and I tried my hardest to keep it down. Ah, gross. Puking up carbonated beverages. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Oh, he's got a Taku 1.0 moment going on here. I'm not psychic! There's no reason for you to come after me! Even if Arimura and Mia were right, I did have some kind of power. It was only a tiny little power, which I couldn't master and wasn't even good for anything. So there's no point coming after me! Leave me alone! What was that sound? It sounds like a cat in heat. Wait. Is this the sound of Babby crying? There shouldn't be any babies in a park. It's so late outside. So what's the sound? Immediately after I thought that, all the stickers were staring at me. And they smiled. And then slowly. Slowly. Their eyes. Open. No! No! I ran as fast as I could, not caring where I went. I just needed to escape from the 11th Rorschach somehow. But... Whoa. Sumo JPEG. Egg. Can I offer you this egg? Ah! No matter where I went. Womp. Wow! No! No matter where I went. Womp. Womp. Here. And here. And here. That's what the Among Us looks like under the suit. That's another thing I could Photoshop, is putting that sumo with the eye underneath the Among Us outfit. Could someone send me the sumo sticker with the eye open too? Wondering if you have that one. I'll do that too. We'll just make all kinds of goofy Photoshops after this stream. There were so many of them. Were there really this many sumo stickers in Shibuya? How did I never notice? Which one? The one with its eye open. The sumo sticker that just has the third eye open. The one that we've been seeing flash in these cutscenes. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Please, just stop! I would like to scream louder, but again, I live in an apartment, so I don't want to do that right now, I think, because it's late at night. No matter where I went, it was like they were following me. This one wandering. I had no idea how long I've been running from the phantoms of the sumo stickers. But no matter where I ran, the entire city of Shibuya was covered. Each time I saw one, I felt sick and dizzy, as if I was going to throw up. Add that to the exhaustion from running, and I was barely able to keep standing. And just when I'd reached that conclusion, that there was nowhere left in Shibuya for me to rest, I saw a silhouette crouched in an alley. It was a person clutching their arms to their tiny body. They looked like a stray cat. It was so different from the girl I was used to that I initially thought I just mistook her for someone I knew. But when she looked up, I realized it was her. Arimura?
Miyashiro senpai.
Taku senpai?
何してるんだ
What are you doing here?
こんなところで
ちょっと気分が
I
悪く
don't
て
feel good
あれの
because
せ
of
いで
those. Arimura pointed behind her but didn't turn around. But that was enough to tell me what she was pointing at.
力士シールか
The sumo stickers?
そっか
I see.
先輩も
You too, senpai. Huh?
先輩もひどい顔してる
You look terrible,
ダメなんで
senpai.
しょあれ
You can't bear to look at them, can you? What's up with twin-tail girls and always calling the protagonist senpai?
違う
No.
僕は
I
僕は
didn't want to admit it. If I admitted it, that would mean that I had a special power like Arimura, and that my life would be in danger. That would mean that instead of me going after the case would be coming after me.
なんだか急に数が増えたと思いません
Or are there more of them all of a sudden? Nah, just you. Arimura's voice was so soft that it was hard to hear.
今テ
They're
レビなん
talking
かで
about it
も
on
話題
TV
に
a
なって
lot
るか
right
ら
now. So I'm sure all the wrong-siders are sticking them up everywhere.
きっと
しかも偽物だけじゃなくて
The
本
real
物の
ones.
シールまで
It's really annoying.
迷惑です
全くだ
You said it.
そういう
I think
連中
people
は
like
す
that
ぐ
are going
に飽
to
き
get
ると
sick of
思
it
うけど
soon, though.
だと
I
いいん
hope
です
so.
けど
とりあえず
Anyway,
青葉いいね
let's go to the clinic. Huh?
僕やクルスが育っ
At
た
the
養護
care
施設だ
facility where Kurisu and I grew up.
そこなら診
There's
察
an
室がある
examination
から
room there.
具合が悪
So
くて
even
も
if you're
休
not
める
feeling well, you can get some rest.
はい
Thanks.
すみません
立てるか
Can you stand?
それくらいは
I can at least
できます
do that much on my own. She forced herself to smile, then ignored my outstretched hand and stood up. Getting to the dorm was a miserable experience. I could feel the influence of the sumo stickers increasing with every step I took.
大丈
You
夫
okay?
はい。
Yes. Or so she said, but she didn't look good. I wasn't in any position to be worrying about anyone else either.
早く
Hurry.
終わりを
Just get to the dorm. That was the one thought that drove me forward. But, suddenly... she appeared before us. Huh? A woman. A woman? It was a woman with a strange presence. If we'd been on one of Shibuya's typically crowded streets, I doubt I ever would have noticed her. But on this empty street, she was impossible to miss. Her long hair covered most of her face. And because the streetlight was behind her, I couldn't read her expression at all. But I could see the strange, hungry light that shone from her eyes through the thick hair that otherwise concealed her features. Yeah, you ain't wrong, Alpha. It was a dark light, one that somehow brought a deeper darkness, not illumination. Senpai? Aimura's voice was shaking. She realized how strange the woman was, and then my eyes met hers. And the next instant, she zoomed in real fast like an old school horror internet video. She laughed, or so it seemed. Her laugh was empty, but at the same time, satisfied. It was a laugh like evil itself, and it was like nothing I'd ever heard before in my life. And then, in a raspy, unpleasant voice, she spoke. Wow, they're really, not gonna show her face, huh? I found you. See, this would have been a really cool moment where it would have been scary if they showed her eyes, like if they zoomed in on her full face and you saw it for the first time. But just her mouth isn't as scary. This girl's bad news. Alarm bells went off inside my mind. Bad. This is bad, 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 bad. My knees started to buckle. My instincts told me that she was dangerous. And we know how Psy Adventure male characters do around women. It's not good. Arimura was staring at the woman, not moving. She probably couldn't move even if she wanted to. It was like we were paralyzed.
Senpai!
Senpai, that woman! Arimura barely squeezed out the words. I think she's a psychic. Huh? A psychic? I didn't want to admit it, but just looking at the woman in front of me was enough to dash my hopes. Psychics are real! The psychics are real! Who's better design-wise? You haven't seen Taku's design? In this game, I think this Taku looks better. But I just like the black, suit better than I like the beige, color of the school uniforms in the first game. That's all, really. Taku's gonna use his charm on her shaking and crying. And pissing and shitting a little. This woman. Her very existence was enough to make me believe. Women are real! Arimura. What is it? What's her power? I don't know, the power to be fucking creepy. Like, what? She's not gonna be able to, analyze it and break it down. I didn't know about any of the Gigalomaniac powers besides Arimura. But from what I'd seen so far, some of them were a lot more dangerous than the ability to tell when someone was telling the truth. Wait, what's he seen so far? I'm gonna guess the audio bleed, one is dangerous, because it can, charm people with via voice. I guess that could be dangerous. But Watabe's isn't dangerous. And the Don't Look Guys one wasn't dangerous. What was the other one? Sorry, I needed to stretch real quick. Really, I feel like only the audio bleed one could be kind of dangerous. But in the hands of a musician, it's not dangerous. It would be more dangerous in the hands of, like, a cult leader. In fact, none of them have been really super dangerous so far. I like that this says, Ayo. There had to be more types. For instance, powers that could be used as weapons. There was no doubt in my mind that this woman had that sort of power. The ability to make you shit your pants. Damn. I didn't know this was gonna happen. I would have done more research. How could you research it, though? Google Gigalomaniac powers. Well, it didn't matter whether I believed it or not. How could I not have the info I needed at a time like this? Arimura. I don't know. I think this is more a moment of Arimura, bring out your fucking sword. It could be telepathy, it could be precognition, it could be clairvoyance, but isn't precognition and clairvoyance like the same thing? What's technically the difference between those two? Precognition, foreknowledge of an event, and clairvoyance, perceiving things from the future. That's kind of the same thing, right? Whatever. I just thought that was weird. Aimura's eyes were fixed on a single point. She probably couldn't look away. I think her power is dangerous. Her power is something that can hurt people. They're doing a lot of judging a book by its cover here. What if her power is to make people laugh? Huh? Did you ever think about that? Just because she's got some scraggly clothes on and unkempt hair, you think she can hurt people? Maybe she's got the power of finding what people's, where people's funny bone is, huh? She knows exactly what makes people laugh and smile. Hmm? Did you think of that? She just came by to be their friend. Yeah, that's why she was, like, looking for him. The woman started sluggishly walking towards us. Slowly. Slowly. They were unable to outrun a woman who could only limp. I finally realized that the reason she seemed to be off balance as she walked was because she was dragging one of her legs. Maybe she injured it. Or maybe it never worked right to begin with. She approached us one step at a time, as if enjoying our fear. Man, what a time it would be to run away with two fully able-bodied legs. This would be quite a move. She took another step. A horrible smile was frozen on her face. Her eyes looked straight at us, as if she didn't want to let her prey escape. But we really could, though, because she has a limp, and we can run. I have to get out of here. I mean, if you're gonna, like, hold your ground, tell Arimura to pull her sword out. But my body wouldn't move. My body had turned to stone, like I'd been stared at by Medusa. Maybe that's her power. Huh? Then suddenly the wind blew. The woman's long hair flew, and I could see a bit of her face. Ivor gasped. Oh my god. She's ugly. I'm just kidding. The woman had been terribly burnt. Actually, though, you can't really see that she's been terribly burnt, because the wind conveniently unblocked the non-burnt part of her face. Her face was covered in horrible burn scars. You know how I got these scars? Fire. The smile disappeared from her face. Instead, it was replaced by rage, grr, big angry. There was nothing there but burning rage and the color of anger. She slowly brought her hands up. What's the color of anger? I guess it's like red, right? And then she pushed them out towards us. It's the womb fire!
Senpai!
Senpai? Ivor screamed and pulled my hand as hard as she could. Ugh. A pillar of flame sprung up right where I was standing. There was a blast of heat and the awful stink of burning asphalt. I like this fire effect. Fire.gif. Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing, Wandering. You beat me to it. I was literally just gonna say fire GIF. It looks like something from like an edgy website you would have opened in like 2013. Like the background would be black. This website is only for 18 plus. Do you dare enter? And like a yes or no thing, and then this flame GIF on the bottom. What would have been sick if they made the text box that flame effect instead. A burning pain ran down through my cheek as the heat struck. What was that? Pyrokinesis! She's the fire mage! See, now that would be a sick-ass power. Although, I guess, Arimura's is still probably the most practical one you could use in real life. Now, see, that's actually a burn mark. Taku and others. I just noticed that text box. That's funny. Ah! She waved her arm, and the next moment, the space in front of me was a sea of crimson flames. Arimura and I tried our best to get away from the fire. Pyrokinesis? I knew that meant the ability to create fire. Thanks for explaining that for me. If I remembered right, it was a word created by a famous novelist. All over the world, there were historical records of unexplained fires breaking out for no clear reason. Wait, who's the novelist that... Pyrokinesis. Novelist? Oh, Stephen King. That's cool. It's from his novel Firestarter. You pause for a moment while I consider the etymology of words. I just wanted to know because they specifically pointed it out in the game. So I was like, oh, I wonder who. And it's not like they didn't add an in-game tip like they normally do, so I was like, alright, but I want to look this up. Stephen King Firestarter. Oh my god, this CG is totally inspired by the cover of that book. So this whole, hang on, I'll put a picture of the book up. This whole moment is inspired by this book then. I wonder if knowing the story of that book is a spoiler for this game. Here. I'll show you it real quick. I know we're totally derailing an epic moment in the game right now, but they brought it up, so I just wanted to... The game specifically drew attention to it. Hang on. You could almost say that the cover of this book is like, it looks like the anime version, or this CG looks like the anime version of this. It's kind of cool. There it is. There's the cover of the book. See how similar it looks? They even got like the hair is like spacing out, or like it's like kind of in her face, but also like flaring out to the sides. This has got to be exactly why they drew attention to it, and in the game. That's why they were like, oh, it was inspired by a novelist. That's pretty sick. Yeah, this whole CG is just like based on that. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, it seems so weird that they like specifically chose this moment to announce, like, huh, there was an author who invented that pyrokinesis word, like, as they're being, like, torched. It's because they wanted someone to connect the, like, the reference and, like, see what it, or, like, see exactly what it was from. That's cool. I like that. Anyway. Now, as we're fighting the Fire Mage... All over the world, there are historical records of unexplained fires breaking out for no clear reason. See, this is why you watch this stream. I will fucking completely halt the experience so we can look at cool references like that. And no other stream will people do that. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button. I do this for all kinds of games for no explicit reason. Spontaneous human combustion, where a human body would suddenly burst into flame, was one of form these incidents took. Of course, spontaneous human combustion was considered pseudoscience, as most scientists believed those incidents were actually caused by static electricity or electromagnetic waves. I like the idea that, like, Taku is... This almost feels like a Zero Escape moment, where, like, some severe, like, traumatic incidents happening, and they're like, oh, we should probably... explain some lore right now. Like in Zero Escape. The Funyuripa. I'm surprised every time when I hear about a person that created a word or something is still alive. Yeah, it's weird to think about, but there's like a lot of science fiction words are like relatively new, right? June talking about Ice 9, yeah. There's like a whole bunch of moments like that in Zero Escape. And this is like one of them. Arimura's like grabbing Taku's hand. We gotta go! And Taku's just looking at Arimura like eyes as wide as saucers. Did you know most people considered pyrokinesis a pseudoscience? And she's like, we gotta go! I don't give a fuck! Have you heard of ball lightning? Yeah. Pyrokinesis? Yeah. Pyrokinesis. The first instance of pyrokinesis was in 1980 by author Stephen King. And now, real pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me. Didn't know that was King. Yeah, that's why I looked it up right now. That's also King's book cover right there. Why are you just standing there? I'm going over the lore of pyrokinesis. Sorry, Mura, are you not listening? This is fascinating history. Uh-huh. Are you not interested? The next thing I knew, the woman was stretching her hands out towards me. Fire.gif. Fire2.gif. Ah! Yeah! I rolled along the ground with Arimura at almost the exact same moment the fire exploded outward. The smell of burning hair stung my nostrils. My hair! There's no time to worry about that. I think this would be the perfect time to worry about your hair being on fire. It's not like she's worried about it because it's a style thing. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but like... that would be a very pressing concern immediately. If my hair was on fire, that would be the top of my to-do list, is to make it no longer on fire. Even if this lady's like throwing more fire at me, I would have to immediately address the concern of my hair being on fire. I don't know, Taku. I would have to argue with that. We kept moving, only barely dodging the burning flames. Pillar after pillar of fire appeared behind us. Man, she kinda sucks at this pyrokinesis, though. It looked like flames had spread to a bike and some garbage that was lying on the roadside, but I didn't have time to check. The woman was getting closer, dragging her leg as she walked. Again, really could just outrun this lady.
Arimura!
Arimura! I tried to grab her hand and run, but... The fire appeared in front of us as we tried to dodge. We both lost our balance and fell. The planter next to us was on fire. I looked up as the footsteps got closer and saw that the woman was right on top of us. Oh. Oh. She's gonna kill us, in parentheses. She is going to kill us. Arimura used the sword thing! That was what was going through my mind as I was lying there, frozen in terror. This wasn't an anime. Oink. The pain from where I hit my leg when I fell. The pain from my burns. All these flames, the smell of melted asphalt. It was real. Mio had said that Giglomaniac's power come from delusions. And not just any. These delusions affected the brains of others. And through being shared, they became reality.
The
delusions of Giglomaniacs and the shared reality they create are capable of altering the physical world. That's what makes them dangerous. And because of that, impossible pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me. And that power was going to kill me and Arimura. Delusional flames became reality, and in that reality, we were going to be burnt to death. So does using delusional powers in this game make your eyes bleed, or is that just like a her thing? Because her eyes are bleeding. The woman slowly pointed her hand towards us. Really should stab her. Maybe I was imagining it. But the air around me seemed to grow hotter. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to be roasted to death by these flames. I don't want to die. No, 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 no. I don't want to die yet. A bigger spiral of flames than any we'd seen before appeared. But at the same time... Oh my god. Something strange appeared in the corner of my eye. Frighteningly sharp. Oh, he gets his way earlier. But also frighteningly fragile. I was gonna say, is she even, like, really a spoiler character? She's appeared, like, what, halfway through the game? I could use her as a thumbnail, right? Infinite and finite. Phantasmal. Fez. And real. Like all the ugliness and beauty in the world had been compressed into one. It was a D-sword. Man, imagine having to wait till the final chapter of your game to get a D-sword. Couldn't be Taku. This looks like a gun, not really a sword, honestly. Like, this looks like a sniper scope. This looks like the stock. And, like, these are the things that you, like, set the gun on the ground with. You can still hold it up here. Like, honestly, every part of this looks like a gun. It was a different shape than Arimura's, but still, I could see it. But since I didn't know how to summon it, it just desperately struck. I just desperately struck the woman with every delusion I could muster. I imagined the sword slicing through her flames. And flung that image at her with my delusions. Oh, that negative CG was cool. I like Taku's sword more. Or Takuru's sword more than Takumi's. Yeah. Takumi's looked like a sewing needle. This one looks like a sniper rifle. Like a futuristic sniper rifle. I've been replaying Mass Effect, though, so maybe that's why I think of it. It looks like a sniper from Mass Effect. The burning fangs that threatened to engulf the two of us exploded. Yeah. And then the fire danced like a snake. It flew in a straight line toward the woman who created it. I guess I should be a more angry grunt. The fire turned into a spiral that leapt towards her. She fell over in shock. Senpai, what was that? I actually used the fucking sword like you're supposed to? Was that my power? Well, I hadn't been looking. My D-sword vanished. Senpai, let's get out of here! Arimura fell silent. I turned to see what she was looking at. As the air rippled from the smoke and heat of the flames, I guess telekinesis probably hard counters pyrokinesis, right? If you throw fire in the air and you just fucking throw the fire back because you can move anything with your mind, you're kind of busted, right? The woman slowly stood back up. I gasped at the color of her eyes. The fire that had been there a moment ago was gone. The light that burned with hatred was gone. Now there was only ice. Her eyes were ice. 9. Frozen, emotionless and piercing. Arimura and I couldn't move. Still? Slowly. Slowly. With an unsteady rhythm, the woman approached us. And then she stopped a few steps away. Smoke was rising off of a garbage bin behind us. The planter next to us was making crackling noises from the heat. There was nowhere to run before us, behind us, or anywhere. I couldn't even hear the bustle of the town, but the beating of my heart sounded even louder. The sound of my saliva running down my throat, The sound of my breathing, the sound of the blood flowing through my veins. All those sounds were proof I was still alive. But soon, they would be gone. They would all disappear inside those burning flames. No. No! My legs shook. My eyes blurred with tears. Please, no. I don't want to die. I could barely speak. But the woman's expression didn't change. Not even a little. And as she raised her hand toward me, I closed my eyes. I'm about to... Huh? I opened my eyes, and then the woman was gone. Are we saved? A lot of moaning going on here. All the strength drained from my body, and I collapsed to the ground. Thought I was a goner. Thought she'd kill me for sure. Until a moment ago, she definitely was. But then she saw I had a sword and was like, oh man, that's cool. He's the protagonist. I can't kill him. I gotta go. See ya. Is there more fire in the anime version of this scene wandering? A moment where Arima pisses herself. Gross. What is up with side adventure novels and having people piss themselves? There's a scene like that in every one of the games, isn't there? Because I think Okabe does. At one point, too. We know Takumi definitely does. I think Takumi does it more than one occasion. How else are you gonna know the character's a wuss? I mean, to be fair, Okabe's is more of, I don't think his is implied directly. The scene where he pisses himself is the dystopian future where he's being tortured to death. So his isn't, like, really a wuss thing. But part of his torture from, Future Nai. But still, it's a scene. I could tell from her fire eyes. You really remembered that description? Of course I do. I remember everything. Whose eyes? They were cold, without a trace of doubt, uncertainty or hesitation. So why'd she suddenly disappear? Yeah, apparently the girl with the limp that could only move one leg at a time was able to up and get out of here real fast. Arimura? I looked up and saw that Arimura was standing there, staring at the spot where the woman had disappeared. I like this lighting visual glitch here where the bike is affected by the light of the tunnel in a really weird way. That's really funny. It like perfectly cuts along the thing. Senpai. What's wrong, Arimura? Is there something else? No, that's
そ
not
う
it.
じゃないんです。
It's just...
ただ
It's just...
怖くて
I'm too scared to move.
動けない。ここですか？
Is this it?
とりあえず
She noticed he's
ここ
the
なら平気だ
protagonist.
と思う。
Yeah, his sheer protagonist energy. He pulled out the D sword and she was like, "Ah, fuck! A male with a D sword. That makes him either the major protagonist or the major antagonist." I can't do anything to him right now. It's only chapter 6. And so she ran. I think we should be safe at the clinic. After the attack by the pyrokinetic woman, I'd finally gotten to the dorm with Arimura. I could probably get treatment for my burns here.
閉まってる。
Closed, huh? The front door was locked. I've been so busy running around, I've forgotten how late it was. Well, they know people live here.
鍵まだ
I hope the key's still where it used to be. I'd been given a key to the dorm, but I didn't usually carry it on me. Why wouldn't you grab it on your way to the clinic, though? But whatever. Back when I lived here, there was a spare key hidden on the grounds. I decided to look for it.
あった。
There it is. Fortunately, the key was right where I remembered it. People, I feel like in TVs and like movies and stuff, people always leave a key to their living space in like the most obvious place possible. I would be way too paranoid to leave a key to my living place out in the open. Part of me thought it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the same place all the time, but today, I was grateful. You can sit down here. As I went into the exam room, Arimura still stood hesitantly by the entrance. I motioned for her to sit in the exam chair.
その怪我の治療だけど
Your wounds.
ご心配なく。
Don't worry.
これくら
I
い
can
な
take
ら
care of
自
this
分でで
myself.
きますから。
そう
I see. Good. I gotten a little used to it, but I still don't like the idea of touching her skin. What?
ああ消毒液と
Oh,
か
you can
これ
use
使え
this as a disinfectant. Technically, fire would disinfect the wounds. If you were burned, you wouldn't really need... maybe you would need to disinfect it later. But technically, it would cauterize itself and everything. And burn off all the bacteria. I got some medicine, some cotton wool, and some adhesive bandages off the shelf and handed them to her. Since this was a clinic, a lot of the medicines were for use by professionals, but they were labeled in clearly written Japanese, so there was no way I could screw them up. I mean, wouldn't professional medicine still be written in Japanese in Japan anyway? What? Every time a new drug came in, it was Kurisu's job to make the label and stick it on. Okay. She always said that if she didn't, Yui Yuto and I might have taken some on accident. I don't know what this drug is. I'm gonna figure it out by putting it in my mouth and eating it. She'd always been the type to worry about things like that. I wonder what this pill does. Hum. I'd always been told to make sure to straighten my shoes up when I took them off, or not to put my socks in the laundry inside out. She made me help with a lot of the cooking, too. But why am I thinking about that now? I shook my head, shocked that I was thinking about those things when something much more important was going on.
宮代先輩は
Taku senpai?
ここでクルス先輩たちと
Is
一
this
緒
where
に
you
暮ら
lived
して
with
るんです
Kurisu
か？
senpai and the others? The disinfectant must have stung because she was wincing.
暮らしてたんだよ
I used
少し
to,
前まで
until a while ago. I still remember, it's been a long time since I've ever used a disinfectant on a wound, but I still remember, like, spraying disinfectant on, like, scraped knees when I was a kid. That shit really does hurt. It's obviously been, like, decades since I've had to do that, but I still, like, can vividly remember what that feeling is like. And, like, the smell of the disinfectant and stuff. Ugh. I wonder what's it called? I wonder if they still make the kind that I used as a kid. Maybe I just won't recognize the bottle anymore. Yeah, I don't even recognize any of these, but I do remember the feeling and the smell. But yeah, I don't like... I can't remember the last time I disinfected any wound I had. So where do you live now?
今は
I live
別
by
の場所
myself
で
in
一
another
人で暮ら
place.
してる。
一人暮らしですか。
You live by yourself, huh?
い
I'm
いです
jealous.
ね。
まあね。
Yeah, I guess. What about you?
有村は
I hadn't really meant anything by it. That was just where the conversation was leading.
知りたいですか。
You really want to know?
あ、いや、
Well,
言いたくないなら
if you don't
言
want
い
to
た
tell
くない
me, that's fine.
いいですよ。
I don't
別
mind.
にそれくらい。
I live with relatives.
私は親戚の
My
家で暮
family
らし
lives
て
kind
ま
of
す。
far away.
実家ちょっと遠いので。
You really want to know? Here's a boring explanation.
そうか。
I see. If she was jealous of me living alone, did that mean she wasn't getting along with her relatives?
あ、言っ
Just
て
so
お
you
きま
know,
すけど。
I'm not being
別に親
abused by
戚
my
の家でい
relatives
じ
or
められ
anything
てる
like
と
that.
か、そういう昭和のドラマみたいなことはないですから。
That's like such an obscure thing to bring up. What? I didn't think you were. Huh?
いえ、変に誤
I
解
just
され
didn't
て
want
も
you
嫌
getting
だ
the
な
wrong
と思っ
idea.
て。
Why would that be the first thing I thought of? What?
別に誤解なんてしてな
I
い。
didn't.
やっぱり思って
So
たん
you
です
did,
ね。
huh? Wait, I guess she can tell if he's lying, but wait, why would that be the first thing he thought of? That was like way down my list. She had that power. What? Her knowing if I was telling the truth or not made things difficult.
でも
But it was probably difficult for Arimura herself to know that someone was really thinking, whether she wanted to or not. It sort of explained how she acted at school. Unless she kept things on a superficial level, acting like a goofball and telling jokes, she'd know what everyone really felt, and it would crush her.
はい、終わりました。
Okay, all done.
先輩もど
Your
うぞ。
turn, senpai. I don't know what made you guys think that. I literally didn't think that at all. Like, I just didn't get that vibe at all. Not surprised by her explaining it. I guess, I mean, I just didn't get that vibe at all from her. Like, even remotely. Because she's able to put on her, like, goofball act. And it's like a noted personality. Like, I know it's a cover, but like that being her cover personality just made, I just didn't think that at all.
うん。
Okay. Since Arimura seemed to have finished, I sat down in a chair to take care of my own injuries. And at the same time, the door in the back softly opened.
誰？
Who's
タ
there?
クル？
Taku, is that you? Ah. Oh no. I'd hoped Kurisu would be asleep. Well, originally I had been coming to talk to her about something. But after the pyrokinetic attack, I decided against it. If she saw me injured like this, she would be worried, so I planned to talk to her tomorrow instead.
何か音が聞こえるから気に
I
なっ
heard a
て。
noise, so I came down to check.
こんな時間にどうし
Have you ever seen a horror movie before? You're not supposed to do that. What are you doing here at this hour? Then she realized there was another girl in the room. Huh? Arimura? Oh. Hello. This isn't what it looks like. It's... I wasn't on some kind of weird late-night date with her. And then we got into a big fight where both of us got hurt. But before I could say something, which would probably only make her suspicious, Kurisu saw us both and went pale. You're both hurt. This is... I knew this was coming. Her own injury hadn't healed yet, so when I saw how worried she looked, it pricked at my heart. Give those to me. Huh? You need someone to treat those injuries, right? Give me the medicine. Oh. Kurisu grabbed the medicine I was carrying and started to patch me up. But didn't Taku say he could do it? We're fine. I already did it myself. You have to do it correctly. What if it leaves a scar? But... No buts. Understood? Oh, okay. Don't you hate her? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Kurisu's character yet. Kurisu's no-nonsense attitude was enough to overwhelm even Arimura. So she sat still and let Kurisu do whatever. Once she was finished, she started on me. So what happened? We were attacked by a fire mage. What was I supposed to tell her? Try to find a way to say that it won't scare her. We were attacked. It's way too blunt, Arimura. Arimura came straight out and told her while I was hesitating. Attacked? By a psychic with the power to control fire. Kurisu's expression started to cloud. Come on, Arimura, shut up. Well, you better fucking nut up and start talking, Taku. I'm just gonna sit there. I glared at her, but Arimura just shook her head. At times like this, if you try to hide things, it just makes it sound like you're lying, senpai. And that'll only make people worry more. Who would just casually believe that explanation, though? We were attacked by someone who could control fire, and they were throwing fireballs at us. You know, the usual, the reg. What? You could definitely lie about your flame injuries and just say, yeah, hey, we got... I don't know, we were at a bonfire or something. We were at the bonfire in a homeless park. Some of the homeless people were gathered around a trash can on fire, and I tripped into it. That would be way more believable than, yeah, I was attacked by a fire mage. Huh? Besides, you lose out my power. It's easy to tell when you're lying. Arimura's right. Just tell me the truth, okay? I guess I didn't have a choice. I told Kurisu what happened, carefully choosing my words so as to not scare her. While I spoke, I had flashbacks to the terror I felt during the attack, and my voice started to shake, but I couldn't help it. This crazy lady, she had she was able to create fire all around us, and she did fire spin moves, and threw fireballs and stuff. And there was a fire gif that played on the bottom of the screen. It was wild. So we don't know why, but that woman was definitely after us. Everything I said sounded unrealistic even to me, but Kurisu intently listened to every word. She just sat there and listened.
宮代先輩。
Taku senpai? Aimura suddenly looked at me and spoke.
見えますかそれ。
Can you see that? Huh? Only then did I notice it. I've been so busy talking that I hadn't noticed, but something had appeared in the corner of my eye.
これは
That's... When I remember the terror I felt during the attack, had it brought this back as well? There was no mistaking it.
ディソード
Was that D-Sword showing in the corner before that very moment? Hang on, I'm gonna rewind. No, it wasn't there. It was just added for the, for this moment. It wasn't a part of the CG before then. The D-Sword. I whispered the words to myself and tried to visualize it. And then... the hazy, indistinct image began to take shape. A Geth sniper rifle! God, no one's gonna get that reference. I fucking love Mass Effect, though, guys. I just need to let you all know. I really like Mass Effect. And that's exactly what this looks like. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. There's not really a good image of it. At least in the Taku Roof CG, you couldn't unsee the D-Sword, yeah. They don't seem to have one like this in this game. I guess so far, anyway. Do you like Andromeda? I'm actually playing through Andromeda for the first time. I started playing it over the weekend. On Monday, Tuesday, when I wasn't streaming, I've been playing some Andromeda. Not really. Andromeda's pretty boring so far. No spoilers, because I haven't beaten it, but... I think I'm probably, like, a third of the way through the game, and it's pretty boring. It's got nothing on the original trilogy. The multiplayer is still kind of fun, though, I guess. But...
なんだこれ
what's going on?
どういうことだ
For some reason, I couldn't touch it.
タクル
Taku?
何をしているの
What are you doing?
剣があるんだ
There's a sword here.
剣
A sword?
やっぱり出せるようになったんです
I
ね。
figured you'd have learned how to
自分の
manifest your own
D-sword.
D-Sword now. Arimura said.
自分の
My own?
はい。
That's right.
それが先
That's
輩
your
のディソー
D-Sword,
ドですよ。
senpai.
ディソード。
D-Sword. An illusory sword that could only be seen by those with the power to make delusions real. I'm seeing everything say it's a terrible game. Yeah, Andromeda launched really bad because it was super buggy. A notable trend in the gaming industry. The game launched super buggy with bad animations and like glitches and stuff. I'm playing it now like 5 or 6 years after the release, so all of the bugs have been ironed out and the game runs fine. So I don't know what it was like on release. But it's just boring. It's not bad, but it's not like Redfall bad where it's funny bad and fun to play. It's just boring. The gameplay's solid. Like, the powers that you can use in Andromeda are good. The combat movement feels good. But, like, the characters are just uninteresting. And it's also weird because in the Milky Way galaxy, in the Mass Effect universe, it's already established that there's like a dozen different alien species. And we've come all the way, like 600 years of light year travel to the Andromeda galaxy, and there's only 2 different alien species? That doesn't make any sense. Like, how are there not more? And how are there not more aliens? How are there dozens of sentient species in Milky Way galaxy and 2 in the Andromeda? I mean, maybe we'll discover more as I go through the game, but like I said, I'm like a third of the way in, and there's only 2. Like, that just doesn't make sense. Anyway. But yeah, I'm like 30 hours in, so I think I'm a decent portion in, but usually RPGs like that are like 100 hours. Then, I'm a psychic after all.
だからずっと言ってるじゃないですか。
I've been telling you this whole
そうだっ
time.
て。
I only remember the eye memes from Andromeda. What are those? I thought you were making a Chaos Head joke. Mass Effect Andromeda eyes. Oh my god. That's hysterical. They all look so bad. The game literally took that like old meme video of Mass Effect, my special eyes, and then just made the game like that. Oh my god, dude, the female protagonist looks horrifying. What the fuck? Man, I totally forgot how this game launched. Yeah, I knew it launched bad, but holy crap, I didn't remember this is how bad it looked. Yeah, it's not this bad anymore. All the characters have been patched to look better. So yeah, I mean that's basically how you play fucking AAA games these days. Wait till 5 years after the release. Like I'm playing Andromeda 5 years later and I don't have any of these issues. Oh my god, yeah, there's a meme here of someone comparing all the characters to the fucking overly attached girlfriend meme, and god, they all look like that. My special eyes. Holy crap. Yeah, it's fine now. Like I said, it's just the characters are just boring. Gameplay's solid. Like it's got good gunplay. And there's fun abilities to use, and combat's pretty responsive. The story is just not that like super captivating universe that the Mass Effect trilogy is in. Like when I was playing the original Mass Effect trilogy, man, I wanted to talk to every NPC and learn their life story, and there was all this rich lore, and it was super immersive because there was like a dozen alien species, like. And then Andromeda is just, there's 2 aliens. And it's basically Mass Effect 2 again, with Mass Effect 1 world traveling. And Mass Effect 1 world traveling was the worst part of Mass Effect 1. So, like, why would you do it again? Not a single person liked the Mako in Mass Effect 1. And they're like, it's the Nomad now in Andromeda. I didn't ask for this back. Anyway, yeah. And the Ket are basically just the collectors again from Mass Effect 2. It's a whole fucking thing. Mass Effect Trilogy, one of the greatest, like, game series of all time. It's up there as, like, one of the greats. Like, a modern day Star Wars, if you want to call it that. Like, just phenomenal game. The Mass Effect trilogy is so good. Yeah, the ending fell apart a little bit. But other than that, fantastic game. Just like a near masterpiece. Andromeda's just boring. I don't care what any of the NPCs say in Andromeda. It's just like such a letdown. But I bought it, so I might as well play it. I bought it years ago, though, so...
じゃあさっきの女、あれはやっぱ
Then
り
that
僕を。
pyro woman who was after me?
だと思いま
I
す
think so. Of course,
私を狙った可
it's
能
also
性も
possible she was
も
after
ちろん
me,
ありま
too.
すけど
Ugh. But I mean, the pyro woman's clearly not the culprit, because none of the other people died via flames. What I'd been afraid of had become real. Real booted. Get it? That woman. Her eyes, those eyes. Her appearance. Her flames. The burn marks on our bodies told me that this wasn't a dream. It was real. At this rate, I'd be killed, like the victims in Don't Look and Revolving Dead.
どうして。
I'd just say the victims of New Gen. Why? Why is this happening to me?
有村さん
Arimura? Kurisu suddenly interrupted our conversation.
Oh.
Huh?
なんでしょう
What is it?
あなたの知っていること
Can you tell me everything you know?
全部私に教えてどう
Yeah?
してですか
Why?
誰が何のためにこ
I'm
んな
going
事
to
件を
find
起
out
こし
who's
ているの
behind
か
these murders
調べるの
and why they're doing this. Didn't you tell Taku how bad that was?
おい。
What? But yeah, Liz, Mass Effect's the one to go with for sure. The Mass Effect's really long though. But if you want, I did stream all of Mass Effect 1 on this channel. So you can check that out. And I gave a very comprehensive commentary of it. The Mass Effect 1 playthrough I did is actually not as like funny as some of the others because I'm super into that game. And I've played through it. I played through it like almost 20 times, so I gave a pretty comprehensive overview of everything happening as I played through the game. So it's a very informative playthrough on my channel that you can watch. Because I have all the achievements in the original Mass Effect. And there's an achievement in Mass Effect for each of you had to do a 100% playthrough with every single one of the squad mates. And I did that. So I played through the game quite a bit. Anyway. Stunned, I leaned closer to Kurisu.
お前、事
You
件
told
に
me so
関わ
many
るなって
times
ず
not
っ
to
と言
get
って。
involved.
でももう遅いん
But
で
it's
し
too
ょ
late for that now, right?
この先もタ
There's
ク
a
ルや
chance
有
they
村
might
さ
come
んが
after
狙
the
われ
two
る
of
か
you
もし
now,
れない
isn't
のよ
there?
ね
Kurisu.
Kurisu? I noticed earlier that something seemed a little off. She told me so many times not to get involved in anything dangerous, that I was sure when I told her what happened, she'd freak out. That's why even when I'd fled here, I still hadn't wanted to see her. But after I told her, instead of looking angry or raising her voice, her expression was firm and resolved.
あのねタクル
Listen, Taku. Huh?
セリカから聞いてるかもしれないけ
Serica
ど
may have told you, but there's
話してお
something
き
I
たい
want
こ
to
とが
talk
あ
to
る
you
の
about.
あ
Oh, yeah.
実は私
There's actually something I
あ
haven't
なた
told
に言
you.
ってないことがあって
And Taku slams his fist down. Another lie? Another secret kept? You bitch! What happened to the table rules of this clinic? Of the dorm? He's not gonna do that, though. But it would be funny.
"言ってないこと."
Taku repeating the last line. I felt a pain in my heart. Her words reminded me of the last... Oh, he is going to bring it up. Well, maybe not bring it up, but reflect on it. Reminded me of the last time when I was told my parents were murdered. When I'd found out the family rule at the dorm that nobody kept secrets from each other didn't apply to me. Just to everyone else. Yeah. When I found out I was the one person who was different from the rest of my family. And I knew Kurisu remembered it too. She had almost brought herself to the verge of saying something, but her memories came back and stopped her. She kept opening and closing her mouth, only to fall silent. I almost never saw her like this. Real props would have been given for him calling her out on it, but I still respect the fact that he at least, like, acknowledged and reflected, like, oh yeah, so remember when you lied to me before? That's cool. I guess not cool, but, like, a good addition. Kurisu, don't worry about me. Huh? I balled my hands tightly into fists, as if I was trying to tell myself this too. I'm not the same person I was before. Probably. So tell me. Taku. Was I just imagining things? Or did her eyes get a little wet? I couldn't bear to look, so I continued. Anyway, I need to hear what it is you haven't told me. Otherwise, I won't know what's going on. You're right. Yeah, sorry. And then she slowly started to speak. And this is what she said. I'm involved in this case. Huh? It was me, Taku! I'm the culprit! What a fucking twist, dude. That would be cool. I didn't want you getting any more involved with the sumo stickers, and that's why I killed Watabe before he broadcasted to the world that you were involved, that you could potentially be related. I killed him! I stuffed his fucking gut. Man, what a twist. I never thought she would say something like that. Kurisu's involved? What's she even mean by that? That hospital you snuck into before. Tokyo General? Yes. That basement. I knew about it. Huh? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was so sudden and surprising I couldn't follow. The basement under Tokyo General. She knew about it? Why? A long time ago, Senri used to be. Huh? Senri. Senri? Oh my god, it's the Clockwork Orange scene! I had to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing her by the shoulders. How do you know about her? That's because... well... Kurisu paused and looked away. Remind me why you're only saying one name? For the most part, it's just because, like, every character is always saying, like, the full name. And I just get tired of reading everyone's full name. Like, everyone, I feel like, always in this game, like, refers to everyone by both their first and last name. And when you're reading, like, for 6-7 hours, it just gets tiring saying everyone's full name over and over again. I just refer to people by one name. And then she showed me the phone in her hands. Because of this. There was a picture on her phone. A happy, smiling boy and 2 girls. The picture was old, but I recognized the girls as I recognized one of the girls as Kurisu, and the boy as Kawahara. And there was a girl with them who had very gloomy eyes. It was without a doubt the girl whose data I'd seen in the facility, the one called Senri. That's right. I remember. I knew I heard the name Senri before. It was during the culture festival. Kawahara said. Especially me and one other girl. She died in the earthquake. But before that, the three of us were always together. Kawahara said you had a friend named Mimisawa. That's right. When this photo was taken, the three of us always played together. See, like, look at how many times they use, like, her full name in just, like, this alone. Like, these couple, so, like, seconds. She used to be Kurasu's friend. Senri used to go to that hospital once a week, every Sunday. Then you... They're being polite. Well, I'm not. I'm very rude. The back of my throat had gone dry and hurt terribly. And you knew what was going on there? Kurasu bit her lip and nodded. I was just a kid. There was nothing I could do. It made me so frustrated and sad. Kurasu looked down. Her face was twisted with pain, as if she was being tortured. She was a girl with a strong sense of right and wrong. Knowing that her friend was being experimented on must have been terrible for her. Did Kurasu maybe go through the same trauma that I did? But, I mean, I feel like I often, Liz, just, like, start cutting stuff out of, sentences sometimes when I'm reading it, just to, like, I don't know, simplify some things. Or I'll change words. Or if I misread something, like, mid-sentence, I'll change the grammar of some of the other words to make it make sense. I usually, like, pre-read every sentence before I read it out loud, anyway. But I feel like you can kind of tell that. But I'm not a child anymore. I can't keep running away from this. I have to know the truth about what's going on. Otherwise, I can't protect anyone. Kurasu. Arimura, please, tell me everything. Was that really the right thing to do? I'd put Kurasu in danger before. And now I was sending her down a dangerous path again. He's not, like, telling her to get involved in the case. I don't know why he's feeling like that. You have permission to cry. No, I'm not really in a crying mood yet, I suppose. You know? But it's not like I haven't cried on stream before. There have been many games where I've gotten pretty invested in crying before. We're not there yet. Now I was sending her down a dangerous path. Well, she's running down the path herself. Because she just can't not be involved. Doesn't care about these characters enough? Yeah, I don't. Ugh. You can just hear that massive crack in my elbow. I like Arimura, I guess. I like Serika too. Ito's fine. That's about it.
待ってくれ、
Oh,
ア
wait,
リア。
Arimura. I tried to stop Arimura, but Kurusu cut me off.
ねえタクル
Listen, Taku. I don't
今
know
日あ
who
なた
hurt
た
you
ち
two
に怪
today,
我をさせた
but
の
they
が
might
誰
come
なの
back.
かそれはわからないわ何も知らないまま
If
じ
I
ゃ
don't know what's going on, I
私
can't
は
help
何
you.
もしてあげられない
All I can do is be
ただ
afraid
う
and
ろたえるだ
helpless.
けで何もでき
And
な
I
い
don't want that.
そんな
Well,
の
it's
嫌
not
なの
like you
よ
can fight the fire mage unless you go buy a gun.
だから
So tell me everything.
全部聞かせて羨ましいですね
I'm so jealous. Huh?
いえ
It's
何で
nothing.
もないですで
Can I tell
ク
Kurusu
ルス先輩
senpai?
に話しちゃってもいいんですか
Yeah. I nodded.
でも有村、
But Arimura,
クルスを巻き
before
込む
we
前
get
に
Kurusu involved, can I ask you
一
one
つだけ
thing?
聞いてもいいか。
私にです
And
か
that is,
僕はお
I
前
don't
の
really
こと
know
ま
much
だよ
about
く
you.
わからない。
Honestly, I don't know if I can
正直。
trust you.
信じていいのかどうかも。
なるほど
I
そう
see.
でしょうね
Yeah, that makes sense.
でもなんていうか、
But right now,
今は
it doesn't
悪い
seem
や
like
つじゃ
you're
な
a
いよう
bad
な気がして
person.
るんだ。
So I want to ask you.
だから聞いて。
だから
Ask me
何を
what?
です
お前は少なくとも
If
その
nothing else,
僕らの敵
you're
じゃ
not
な
our
いんだよ。
enemy, right? Dang it, you foiled me. You know I can't lie to that answer. How did he know? She pulls
お
out
前
her
の
sword.
せいで僕の大事な誰か
No
が
one I
死ん
care
だりし
about
な
is
いよ
gonna
な。
die because of you, right? Whips out her sword, stabs Kurisu. Arimura thought for a moment as she looked at us. And then,
まあさ
well,
っきは宮代先
you
輩に
saved my
助
life
けても
back
らい
there.
ましたし
I don't think it'd be
恩
right
を
to
あだ
hurt
で
you
返
after
すっ
that.
てのもどうかと思うんで
So I swear
誓
it.
っときます私のことは
I'm on
先
your
輩たち
guys'
の味方
side.
だと思ってて問題ないですよ
そっか。
I see.
おっとただし
But I hate
ベ
when
タベタ
people
なり
get
合ったり
clingy
する
and
のと
super
か大
friendly,
嫌いな
so
んで
keep that
そ
in
の辺
mind.
はよろしく
And then she smiled. I just like abruptly moved her into the center of the frame. That was weird. That was probably the first time I ever saw her genuinely smile. October 12th, Monday. So we just hit Kurisu with the recap, right? Or like Kurisu just got recapped of the plot here, I take it? Just got the old recap of a thon. Hang on one second. I shall be right back. Uno momento. I return. I wanted to get another banana. I'm pretty hungry. I didn't eat before stream. Also, I want to make sure I eat all these bananas before they go bad. Do you ever like buy fruit and notice it goes bad in like 2-3 days? It's so annoying. Because I like fruit, but God, I hate how fast you gotta eat it. Monogamy. I wonder if the Steins Gate meme subreddit approved my post yet. Probably not. I usually eat bananas when they start to get dark. Yeah, I see. I try to eat them before that. I usually buy bananas green, and then I try to eat them while they're still yellow. No, they basically shut down the Steins Gate meme subreddit. The main one, or the main Reddit doesn't need approval, but the meme Reddit does. And the meme one is basically shut down now. What's up's dead? Yeah, it's pretty dead. Yeah, I don't eat the bananas when they're green, but yeah, I buy them when they're green because it gives you the most amount of time with the bananas. You know? But yeah, I'm glad you liked the meme. I was running out of ideas, so I had to whip that one out. Okay. I had to take a small intermission there to eat my banana. Alright. Where were we? We switched perspectives, right? Now we're Shinjo again? ... Shinjo looked up at the huge white building inside. Tokyo General. After Kurusu's report, he decided to visit it himself. It was almost midnight. Visiting hours were long over, and he didn't have an official warrant. He was here entirely of his own volition. But as he saw it, he was never getting a warrant the usual way, so this was his only shot. Normally, he'd want to slowly and painstakingly build up a case, but it seemed to him that searching this hospital was so important that there just wasn't time to spare. First, I need to see if what Mio said was true. If I can do that, I should be able to get as many warrants as I want. Not really. After his own investigations, he found that something strange had started happening here in 2007, 2 years before the earthquake. At the time, there was a treatment facility in Shibuya called the Arc Heart Medical Association that was involved with some kind of cult. On the surface, it was a mental health clinic staffed with talented doctors from university hospitals. I also imagine a cop wouldn't have like particularly hard time just entering the hospital. If he just flashed his badge and was like, hey, can I go in? I imagine most hospitals would probably be like, yeah, sure. It's usually only private residents that would be like, No, you can't just enter my house. But I can't imagine, like, someone working the front desk at a business, if a cop comes in and is like, hey, can I come in? I can't imagine, like, a lot of, like, people getting paid minimum wage are gonna be like, no, I need to see your warrant. You know what I mean? Like, I imagine most people working the front desk at a hospital would be like, okay, fucking go in. There was no way to know what the hospital had actually been doing, but evidently some people had suspected that they were brainwashing troubled patients. But suddenly, the facility was reborn as a hospital with a non-profit assisted living facility. And all the doctors that Arc Medical had fired were rehired at Tokyo General. Different countries and differences in how cops are perceived. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I imagine cops would be, like, perceived much better in Japan than the US. And I don't even imagine that being an issue in the US. With a cop being like, I'm gonna come in. I feel like even in the US they would get permission. But I can't imagine they would have the same negative perception in Japan that they do in the US. And then 6 years ago, there was the new Gen Madness. I like that they just randomly show this CG of all CGs for the new Gen Madness. That's funny. The Spooned. The fifth victim in that case. Takashina, the victim of a so-called numbskull case, who had been kept alive for a week after his brain was removed. That's super detailed CG. That's because this is a new one for this game. We actually didn't get a CG of the numbskull in Chaos Head. Which is weird, because it was a very important event, but I guess we saw Numbskull through his eyes, so maybe that's why we didn't get the CG. Or budget just ran out at the end of the game. Well, no, that would have been like a mid-game CG, right? Because that's technically when it happened. Yeah, anyway, the doctor worked at Tokyo General. What's with all these creepy coincidences? There was too much that seemed suspicious. What would he have done at a time like this? Then he shook his head. Do it your own way. That's what he would have said. Either way, Shinjo knew that if he could get proof of what was in this facility's basement, the case would take a whole different turn. But if he got the proof without the warrant, then it would still not be usable in court. Even if there was something big lurking in the shadows of this case, if he presented incontrovertible proof, the police would have no choice but to act. It wasn't just about the facility, after all. There were a lot of people involved. The lives and dignity of the victims who'd been turned into test subjects mattered. Experimenting on humans? Disgusting. Every year, almost 100,000 people went missing. If some of them had been forced into these experiments, that was a big problem. That seems like such a large number of people to go missing. How many people go missing in Japan every year? It looks like that number's down pretty far in Japan. They haven't hit 90,000 in the last decade. The highest in the last decade was 2018 with 88,000. "2020 was an all-time low, obviously, because no one went outside." Didn't Thomas say it was a few thousand in 1 week in Nirvana Initiative? Yeah. She said usually, like, on average, like 1,000 or 2 go missing every week, which would, yeah, average out to, I mean, if you think about it, there's 50 weeks in a year, right? So if 1,000 people went missing every week, you'd be at like 50,000, and then if a couple weeks you went higher than average, you could get up to like 80. But Nirvana Initiative's a bit newer, so they'd have more accurate, or like more accurate to modern data. This is different, or this is a different time period, so I was only looking at the last decade. But maybe in the decade before that it was higher. Maybe they got it under control. But yeah, in the last decade there hasn't been a year where they've had more than 90,000 go missing. Not like it's really relevant to the story, I was just curious. I'm not gonna ding the story of, well, they got the missing persons estimate wrong. That's, gonna have to dock a point off of my score of the game for that. I was just curious, like, what it was right now. So we know Nirvana Initiative probably used, like, numbers accurate to current year, or the current decade, but maybe this used numbers from, like, a prior decade. It's not really that big of a deal, so I'm not going to dip in it much more than that. I was just curious. Shinjo's voice was somehow relaxed yet driven as he headed to the hospital. You said you wanted to play a game with a super convoluted mess of a story. Yeah, I just like I wouldn't mind playing a game where I can make fun of it, because like I said, when I played Redfall, it kind of awakened that desire in me to play a game that I can have fun making fun of. Like Redfall was really fun to make fun of. So I need a game that hits that balance of, like, bad enough where it's funny to make fun of and people don't get mad that you're making fun of it, but also not bad enough where it's like, God, I really don't want to fucking play this anymore. Japan telling its citizens to stop disappearing so the missing persons cases go down. Actually just saying, hey, can you just stop reporting that people are going missing? We're trying to fix this statistic. His voice was relaxed yet driven. I already said that. Whatever. He'd learned and memorized the location of the facility from Mio. He snuck in from the ER loading zone and headed to the basement. The temperature there was clearly different from the areas above, because it's a basement. And then he went into the autopsy room. So he was able to just, like, walk in without a warrant, yeah? I remember right. This is where the entrance is. Why is Mio not taking him? Oh, because he's probably going to die here, isn't he? He opened the breaker box and saw the card reader. So this is it. He held up the card that Mio had given him. And he heard the sound of an opening door. I see. So something big is happening here. There was a hidden staircase in the back of the autopsy room. A part of him hadn't believed it until he'd seen it for himself, but now he was essentially sure. A normal hospital wouldn't need something like this. That would be much faster than Bond. Yeah, but we're kind of speedrunning a lot of events, right? This Taku got to use his D sword in a much earlier chapter. The detective dies earlier. You know, we're just speedrunning stuff. It's the sequel. We don't need to go into as many details. Whew. Shinjo stopped for a moment to take a breath. Then he headed downstairs. There was an old hallway at the bottom. It smelled like mold and must. Shinjo doesn't have as good of a sense of smell as Taku, because Taku described it as... he had another descriptor in there. I don't remember what it is now. But he used 3 adjectives. When he turned on his pen light, he saw that it was an old facility, and the walls were falling apart.
でも間違いなく
But this place is still being used. Shinjo just gets mauled by the lady carrying around the stroller. Because he's not hiding and he's got a flashlight out. If no one visits a building, it rots. Unless someone uses it every day, it won't last long. But this place was different. It was old, but he was nearly certain someone was using it.
確かこの先だと言っ
I
て
think
た
she said
な
it's up this way. Shinjo followed the directions that Mio had given him as he headed towards his goal. His first stop was the monitoring room, which would have all the critical info on the facility. He wanted the data on the computer there. And then he wanted to find the room where the victims of the experiments were being kept. Oh yeah, has anyone been taking care of those patients again, now that Uki is gone? He turned down many corridors as he headed for his destination. The cell-like rooms he saw on the way concerned him, but they could wait. Right now, his biggest job was to get the evidence he needed.
ここか
This must be the place. Shinjo found the spot he was looking for. He didn't run into creepy stroller girl. He used his car key on the door. Then he swallowed and put his hand on the doorknob. When he got inside, he saw...
No.
What? Damn! He quickly ran to the other room, the prison where Uki had kept the test subjects.
冗談じゃない
You're kidding!
まさか
This can't be! I'm assuming they cleaned the place out. He quickly found the room and flung open the door. And then he stood in astonishment. There was... yeah. Nothing there. No victims, no beds. None of the things that Mio had told him about. The monitoring room had been empty too. There were no security cameras, no computers. Nothing. Their operation had obviously been exposed. They kidnapped the girl out of here. Wait, did I miss something there? All that remained was the simple fact that there was nothing left. Oh, chapter 7!
部活行くんだろ
Hey, we cleared another chapter, boys. Easy. I guess we've only been going for 4 hours, though. Not really a good spot to end, yeah? So we can go a bit into chapter 7. How many chapters does this game have? Get to chapter 8? I don't know about that. Probably go another 2 hours. 11. Well, 11 plus all the routes, right? $11 plus 4 routes plus true end. And the routes are like basically the equivalent of chapters in length, right? Or are they shorter in this game? Each chapter, or each round is about 2 to 4 hours. So about like a chapter length then, yeah. Hey, Taku, you're going to the club today, right?
もちろん。今日
Of
は
course.
いろいろと事件につい
I
て
want to
整
go
理
over a
した
lot
ん
of
だ。
things with the case.
んじゃ行こうぜ。
Okay, let's go.
あ、悪いけど先行っててくれ。
Sorry, go on ahead without me.
なんだ
What,
用で
you
もあ
got
んの
something
か
to do?
よってか、
Well,
Kill
I'm on
Soji
cleaning
Doma.
duty today. I pointed to the other students who were moving the desks and sweeping the floors. What?
あ
Yeah. But you
あ。しか
know,
しなんで生
why do
徒
they
に
make
掃除と
students
か
do
さ
the
せるん
cleaning?
だろうな。
Yeah, wait, what?
確かにな。
You said it.
そもそも、
It's
生徒
only a
が
few
学校を
countries,
掃除す
including
るなんて
Japan,
習
that
慣
make
が
their
あるのは
students do cleaning.
日本を含めわずかな国だけで。
ああ、ストップ。
Stop.
一席ぶた
I
な
don't
くてい
need
い
to
か
hear
ら。
it. Okay, see you later.
後でな。
あ、
Oh. I forgot, Taku hasn't done one of those lectures in a while. He really only did that in like chapter 1 and 2. That was a character trait that was very quickly dropped from him. Yeesh. Time to get this finished and head to the club room. Yeah? I saw a scrap of paper lying on the floor next to the garbage bin. Someone had probably tried to throw it in the wastebasket and missed, then left it there. I really wish they'd think about the people that had to do the cleaning before they did that. I took a quick look around. There was another student named Tanaka sat right nearby, who was mopping up the floor. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Okay, let's try it. I visualized the scrap of paper lifting off the ground. This is more difficult than you'd think. If you lost your concentration for a moment, it wouldn't work. Well, he's never been able to do it before, so what does he know? Well, can I do it? I took the scene I'd imagined and tried to strike Tanaka with it. And then...
Yes!
Yes! A scrap of paper floated upward like I'd imagined. And then it floated to the garbage can. Nice! I did a little victory pose.
あれ
Huh? Tanaka was looking around in surprise. She looked at me, a little afraid.
ねえ、
Hey,
宮代くん。
Taku? Did you just make the world go negative? I could have sworn there was a color palette change. Are we in an episode of JoJo?
あ、はい。
Yes? What is it?
今さ、なんか紙くずがね、勝手
Did
にゴミ
I
箱
just see a
に。
piece of paper move into the garbage can on its own? Hey, time traveler. Long time no see.
はあ。
手も触れてないのに
Like,
ゴミ箱
you
に
know,
入ったっていうか。
It went in without anybody
No.
touching it?
まさか。
No way.
何か
You
の
must have
見
been
間違いじゃ
mistaken.
ないですか。
あ
Oh,
うん。
yeah. I
そ
guess
う
you're
だよ
right.
ね。
Still, she stared at the garbage can unsatisfied.
ゴミ捨ててきたいんですけど。
I'd like to throw out the garbage. Is that okay?
うん。
Ah,
ごめんね。
yeah, sorry. I took the garbage can out. More. I want to use this power more. Dark route. This chapter is just called the same thing, but like part 2. This chapter must not be
みんな
important.
揃ってるか？
Every chapter's had its own name except this one. This chapter I can sense is very short. In the writer's room. Alright, we're coming up with the chapters and everything. They got the fucking, like, every chapter's up on the whiteboard. They're giving all these unique names to every chapter. Alright, what should we call chapter 7? Just call it Chapter 6's name, but put a 2 next to it. What? Just fucking skip 7. I don't care about 7. Just fucking reuse the same name. Okay, we don't even want to put a fancy one-word thing there. The chapter starts with him using telekinesis. We could just call the chapter Telekinesis. No. Their resistance 2. Electric Boogaloo. Their resistance to Electric Boogaloo. Is everyone here? It had already been 3 days since Arimura and I had been attacked by the pyrokinetic. We'd been worried that she might attack us again, but until now, nothing happened. Thanks to that, we'd finally calmed down, and today I was feeling good enough to revisit what we knew about the case. There's definitely a lot of recap segments in this game. Again, I feel like that's another, like, that's feedback they took from Chaos Head of, like, okay, we should probably, like, recap. Because there's almost a recap scene in every chapter in this game compared to Chaos Head. So that also seems like something they took feedback from that, and we're like, okay, when in the sequel, let's do this. First, before we get started, let me introduce you. Ciao! I'm Arimura, and I'm always smiling. It's so nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. It was still hard to keep up with the way her mood seemed to change all the time. Serica was applauding, but no one else was. Is Kurisu here? It seems like it'd be pretty important to recap to her. Nah. Kazuki was playing ESO 2 or some other game like she always did. Or some other game? She's cheating on ESO? She turned around to take a look at Arimura, then went back to her computer screen. It's also the head writer for CC is different from the same one who wrote the first 3. So it's a different writing style. I mean, I'm not slamming it as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Like, it's an improvement. Arimura isn't actually joining the newspaper club. She's just helping. I'm in the Lit Club, actually. But there's no need to sweat the details. I'll be coming by as much as I can. For what it was worth, I had already told all the newspaper club members about Arimura's power. Hey, can I ask you something? Sure. Oh, but my measurements are made in secret. I don't really know if I care about Arimura's measurements. What did you just say, asshole? And then her mood changed again. Which is the real you? Sometimes you're cheerful, sometimes you're serious, and sometimes you're scared. Well, which do you think it is? Come on, you don't have to think about it that hard. But what I can tell you is that knowing when somebody's telling the truth is a lot harder than you think. If you don't mess around a little, you can't survive. Serica seemed lost in thought, so she didn't really understand. Right. You. Kazuki jumped. Hey. You're a first year, right? Huh?
できれば
Sorry.
口に出して言って
Can
も
you
らえ
say
る
that
か
out
な。
loud for me?
ああ、ひなちゃん。
Oh,
ダメだよ。
don't
ひな
ask
ちゃ
her
んは
that.
喋らないから。
She doesn't talk.
え、そうなの？
She doesn't? It was obvious the chapter would be named the same, by the way. Okay. I guess thanks for pointing it out.
ふーん。それって喋
Do
れ
you
な
mean
いっ
she
て
can't
こと？
talk?
いいや
No,
そういう
I
わ
don't
けじゃ
think
ないは
that's the
ずなんだけ
case.
どと
She
にかく
just really
喋り
doesn't
たがら
want
ねえん
to.
だよだから俺たちも
Even
まだ
we've
一
never
回も
actually
和
seen
樹の
her
喋ってる
talk.
とこ聞いたことなかったりしてな
へえ、そうなんだ。
I see. Arimura stared at Kazuki's face.
オッケーオッケー。
Okay.
和樹花ちゃん。
Kazuki,
でいいん
huh?
だよね。
Can I call you
ってこと
Hana?
は花でオッケー？
Hmm.
じゃあ花。
Okay.
これからよろしく。
Nice to meet you. I thought Arimura might have found it difficult to get along with Kazuki, but maybe I was wrong. Since Kazuki didn't talk, it might actually be easier for Arimura, since she didn't have to worry about knowing if she was lying.
それじゃあ早速始めるか
Okay, let's get started.
待ってくれ。その前に、
Wait, before that,
もう一つ
there's
言って
something
お
I
かな
have
きゃ
to
いけ
tell
ない
you.
実
Kurisu
は
is...
クルスが、
遅れちゃってごめんなさい。
Sorry I'm late. I was gonna say, it wouldn't make sense to recap again without her here, because then we'd need to recap again later in the chapter. Well, I guess we did kind of fade to black when Arimura said she was gonna recap her with everything, so... Maybe she does already know what's going on. Kurisu opened the door and came inside. Her injury healed, and Dad had told her it was okay for her to move around. So she came back to school.
副部長
Vice President,
もう話始まってる？
did you guys start already?
あいや
No,
俺たちは
we
別に
definitely haven't been talking about the
例の事件につ
case.
いての
No,
話と
sir.
かこれ
いいんだ、伊藤。
It's okay, Yuto.
あ
Huh?
クルスも一緒に
Kurisu is going to
事
help
件の
us.
解明をしてくれることになった。
えそうなのか
She is?
ええ。
Yep.
みんなのお
I
目
guess
付け
you
役
could
っ
say
て
it's
とこ
my
ろ
job
ね
to。keep an eye on you. Ugh. Kurisu glanced at me for a moment, worried. But it was only for a moment, and then she went back to normal.
とにかくこれまでの事件について意見を
Anyway,
聞かせてもらうわ。
let me hear your opinions on the
少しで
case.
もおかしなところが
If
あれ
there's
ば
anything that's even a
遠慮
little
なく
off,
指摘
I'll
する
point
か
it
ら
out.
そのつもりで。
Don't act like you're high and mighty now. You just got started. This is Taku's case. He'll point it out if it's wrong. The meek attitude she had when she was hurt was gone, and now she was back to her usual self. Ito's shoulders slumped, but at the same time, he looked a little happy. She was always obnoxious, and at times a little annoying, but this is the way everyone wanted her to be. Why?
じゃあ全員揃ったところで、
Okay.
ミーティングを始
Now
め
that
ようと思うん
everyone's
だ
here,
け
I'd
ど、
like to start the meeting.
先に
But
一つ
first, there's
見て
something
お
I
い
want
て
to
ほしい
show you
のがあ
all.
るんだ。
He picks up everything.
お
What is
なん
that?
だ
まだ尾上とクルスにしかちゃ
I've
んと
only
見せて
shown
ない。
this to Onoe and
成
Kurisu
功
so
率も
far.
100% じゃないから。
Doesn't work 100% of the time, so I might fail, but...
うん？
Nani? They all looked at me in confusion. I nodded and grabbed a pen and put it on the table. I tried my best to focus. And then, just like the scrap of paper earlier, I imagined the pen moving.
問題はここからだ。
Here's the hard part.
いけるか。
Can I do it? Would you guys even want telekinesis if you could only pick up things like pens? Would it be worth? I feel like the value of telekinesis would be if like you could start picking up like anything that you could pick up physically, you could pick up with your mind, then that would be worth. But I feel like if all I could do with telekinesis was like pick up pens, I'd be like, I don't really give a shit. It would have to be something big. Alpha, what'd you miss? We fought... oh wait, no, you were here for the Pyro Mage. I guess you really haven't missed anything. There hasn't really been anything major since. Ari, Kurisu now knows stuff about the case. That's like it. Gotta get the psychic gains to start lifting cars, yeah. I don't know if do you think telekinesis would be something you could work out like a muscle? Or would it just be sheer, like, willpower? I feel like it would have to just be willpower, right? It's not like your brain's gonna get bigger. But yeah, I don't think I would be interested in telekinesis unless I could at least pick up things that I could physically lift. Because I'm not particularly strong, but, like, if all I could lift was a pen, like, who cares? But if I could lift up, like, you know, like books or utensils and things like that, then it would be worth. Or like if I really focused, if I could pick up like a couch or something. Like something that if I really like got my legs under it, I could lift. If I could pick that up with my brain too. Like, that would be cool. I'm trying to think, what would be the, like, psychic power you guys would want the most? If you could think of a psychic power. I guess telekinesis would be the coolest one, because it would also be the one that you could kind of, like, deny, right? As long as you didn't go all like Professor X whenever you started lifting things with your mind, it would be hard for anyone to prove that you did it as well. So it would be super easy to steal things because you could like move items out of the store with your mind, and no one would be able to prove it was you. Obviously, nothing big like a TV, but you could move like small things out of a store, and then there would be it. Telekinesis is the best one. But, like, what else would count as, like, a mind power? Because, like, if you could teleport, that would be pretty insane. Because I would consider teleport as, like, a mind power, right? Because you'd have to, like, visualize, okay, I want to be here. And then you, poof, like, appear there. That would be sick. Floating, like, silver would be cool. Like, being able to, like, hover. That would kind of just be telekinesis, right? Except you would just be picking up yourself. Clairvoyance could be cool. Seeing the future could be cool, I suppose, if it was, But I don't know. I feel like my life is pretty boring, so, like, I don't know if, like, seeing in the future would be that cool. Unless I was, like, looking in the future for, like, what the lottery numbers were or something. But, like, in general, I mean, like, my day-to-day life is pretty likely the same. I could look another week into the future and it'd probably be the same day as today. So who cares? But it would have its uses. I mean, honestly, I would get all the value I would need out of clairvoyance if I could, It's the ability to see any info around you at the present moment. Is that what that is? Yes, the immediate Google definition is listing, like, both things. The faculty of perceiving things or events in the future or beyond normal sensory. So, Astral projection. That would be cool. What about talking to the dead? That would just be weird, though. I don't know if I'd want to talk to the dead, though. I think my go-to would be... Wasn't Hero clairvoyant? And Danganronpa? Yeah, he was the ultimate clairvoyant. You can already talk to the dead, they just don't talk back, that's true. I think I would go with... I don't know, I think mind reading would be cool. As long as it wasn't like Kazupi's where you just heard everyone's thoughts all at once. Like, if I could get a targeted mind reading, where it's like if I looked at somebody's, like, head, I could, like, peer into their head, that would be cool. But if it was just like I could hear everyone's stream of consciousness, no thank you. That would be rough. But, like, if I could, like, look at someone specifically and then be like, okay, I'm reading this person's mind, and that was it, then I would do mind reading. But if it was just like, you now hear people's thoughts, no thanks. You know, so that one's kind of... Mind reading's almost risky, because it's like, how powerful is it? So maybe telepathy is just, like, the best. Just being able... As long as you can pick up reasonably sized things, that would be good. Or if you could do, like, the Matrix, like, bullet stop thing. I'm usually a person that listens in on conversations anyway. Yeah, but I think it would still be... There would be too much information overload if you could always hear what people are thinking. Like, it'd be so hard to go out in public. It would just be so loud. Like, you can't hear what people are thinking, and sometimes it's, like, super loud outside. You know? So my vote is either teleportation or telepathy. Although if we count invisibility as a mind power, then I would want invisibility. That would be... I think invisibility would be cool. But the kind of invisibility that makes your clothing also invisible. Invisibility where the clothes still can be seen is dumb. And then having to, like, be naked to be invisible would also not be worth it. So I'd need the kind of power that made my clothing invisible. Or else it just wouldn't be worth. Stopping time would be the best. I guess that would also be really cool. Depending. I mean, the JoJo style of time stop that only lasts like 5 seconds would really only be useful in a fight. Prolonged instances of time stop would be more useful in real life. But I guess you could just become like a boxing champion. Even if you only pause the clock, or even if you can only stop the clock for like 5 seconds. If you like worked out, and then you just got 5 seconds to like fucking wail on somebody, I mean, you would win any fight. You could literally like not lose a fight. At the start of a boxing match, you just like spend 5 seconds of just boom, 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 on somebody. You would easily be like best fighter ever. So you could kind of abuse that. Just as long as you were physically fit enough. You would have to do like a pretty intensive workout routine, but it'd be useful in any intense competition. But I think in a lot of competitions, other than like fighting, it would start to become super obvious that you were stopping time. Like in a race, it would be obvious, right? But like in boxing, you could hide it, right? Because like if you landed a hit on somebody, you could stop time, hit them repeatedly, and then resume time with your fist there still. And then it just looked like you just hit them really fucking hard. But like if you were racing, like if you were a track star, and you paused time for 5 seconds, and then you suddenly were way out in front of somebody, like people would immediately be like, wait a minute, and you would get exposed immediately as a cheater. So fighting, I think, would be the only one you could get away with. Because it would be the same in, like, football or soccer or hockey or anything. Like, if people could visually see you're just in a totally different spot. Or, like many other things happen, you would just immediately get exposed. But fighting, I think, would be the one you could get away with. So you'd have to be a professional fighter. Big brain time? I guess stopping time mentally. I'm just saying, like, it depends on the amount of time you could stop. Because if we're talking, like, the JoJo time stop of, like, 5 seconds, you could really just be a fighter. But time stop could be practical if you could stop time for, like, several minutes and, like, do stuff in real life. But, like, if you can only stop it for 5 seconds, I mean, like, there's, like, no practical use for that other than beating the shit out of somebody. I got to work 5 seconds earlier today. Anyway, let's see. Can Taku lift the pen in front of everybody? As I focused as hard as I could, I saw it slowly appear in the corner of my eye. Okay, there it is. You could stop time to think about the best possible options at hand. But still, I mean, there's not a lot of thinking you could get done in 5 seconds either. It just wouldn't be a practical amount of time to stop. Like, obviously in anime, the characters can think a lot in 5 seconds, but in real life you couldn't in 5 seconds. You wouldn't get a lot done. Anyway, he sees his sword. Now all that was left was to imagine my delusion infecting everyone else. Blum. This really is the negative, like, time stop effect when he is starting to pick stuff up with psychokinesis, or with telekinesis. He really is having that Dio time stop effect. The next moment, the pen started to jerk up. Oh, it's an Oopa pen! That's cute. Not a Garo Froggy pen. Oopa! Huh? Whoa! Huh? The three of them raised their voices in surprise as the pen slowly moved up. When I stopped imagining the floating pen, my D-sword disappeared from my field of vision, and the pen slammed back down on the table. Wow, Taku! That's incredible! Kazuki almost talked for that. It's like I said, I haven't mastered it yet, but see how, like, telekinesis would be so impractical? Imagine you try to lift a pen and you get exhausted. I mean, I guess it would be like that at the start, but you just lift a pen and you break, like, can you imagine, like, in a classroom setting, if people didn't see you, like, lift the pen into your hand with your mind, and then, like, they just looked over at your desk, and then you were just dripping in sweat, and were like, but it looked like to everyone else, like, all you did was pick up your pen. You're like, oh god. Got it. People were like, what the fuck? When'd you learn to do that? How do I help me try a bunch of different things? When? Ito gasped in amazement. When the pyrokinetic attacked me, I was forced to accept that I really was a psychic. After that, I decided to master my power instead of running. And I thought I'd gone through a lot of trial and error to do so. At first, I tried to do it on my own, but that didn't go well. And then I remembered what Mio said. She said that giglomaniacs could only real boot something by transmitting their delusions into the dead spots of another person's brain, to create what she called a shared reality. Which meant that if I didn't have someone to share my delusion with, it wouldn't work. See, that's like such a more concise explanation is the shared reality thing, I feel, too. So when I started practicing with Serica, things began to go much better. But senpai, you know that if you start using that power for fun, nothing good's gonna come of it, right? What's the worst that could happen? He starts going on a killing spree and massacring everybody in the school with his D-sword that's become sentient and desperate for blood? I mean, what are the odds of that happening? Arimura's right. I know. I'm just doing this to protect everyone. I hope so. Oh, he's got to be able. If we're going up against a pyrotechnic, we might as well be able to learn how to defend ourselves, or else we're just gonna all get fucking torched if he doesn't practice. I was telling the truth. I'd managed to turn back the pyrokinetic's flames at the last second. That was the only reason we survived. But that was just a fluke born out of desperation. If she was coming after me again, I needed to master my power. That's why I decided to practice. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. But you know, it's weird. Suddenly, Serica frowned. She was fiddling with her froggy strap, like she always did when she was thinking. What's weird? You know, Serica, you'd be able to make sense of what you're saying inside your own head, but the rest of us can't. Sorry. Well, Hina can tell if someone's telling the truth, right? Hina and Hana are like too close. Arimura can tell if someone's telling the truth, right? And Taku can move objects. I was just wondering why everyone has different powers. Oh. I never thought about that before. She had a good point. It's because to make everyone a unique anime character, your special power is based on your hair color. Why did different people have different powers? Mio hadn't said anything about that. Another thing. When did you get this power? Were you born with it? Or maybe it's Maybelline? That was another thing I'd been worried about. What about you, Taku? I didn't even know I had this power until a very short time ago. So honestly, I don't know. Then what about you, Arimura? I think mine came to me after the earthquake. After that, I suddenly could just tell when people were lying. So she didn't even have to practice, she just knew? Is there like a visual to this? Like, does Arimura like see like a big like neon sign that says like lie on someone's forehead? Like, how does she know? Right after the earthquake. Does that mean the earthquake's involved? Well, I think all that's involved is like trauma, and if she got hurt in the earthquake, that would do it. Also, as for Serica's question, why different people have different powers, I have an idea about that. What is it? I think it's because of their wish. Their wish? Yep. I had a little itty-bitty thought during the earthquake. And the next thing I knew, I was like this. What did you think about?
やだな
Oh, come
だ
on.
から本当の
You
こと
know,
が
I
知
want to
りた
know
い
the
って
truth.
話
Don't make
言
me
わせ
spell it
ない
out.
でよ恥ずかしい
It's embarrassing.
いや別に照れるとこじゃ
It
ねえ
doesn't
だろ
really sound embarrassing.
そもそも本当のことが知
And
り
what do
た
you
いなんて
mean you
一体
wanted to
何
know
があ
the
ったんだ
truth?
よ。
What happened? She feels it, but it's not a binary thing. Because some things can be partially true. Yeah, I'm just curious. I was wondering if they were going to have her, like, visually describe how she knows if people are lying or not. Or, like, if it's just a feeling or what. Because I feel like we know that's her power, but she hasn't really explained how it works. But maybe the writers are probably afraid to, like, write themselves into a corner by, like, elaborating the power too much. They just kind of, like, keep it vague. Like, she just knows. You said every person has a different power in this game. Couldn't the Giglomaniacs from the first game technically do all these things? Probably. But I just thought it was interesting that characters are getting more defined powers in this game. Like, they have a specific power. Not just like, I can make delusions. And then that's just kind of like the vagueness of the statement. But in this game, they have powers. She says that later. Oh, I get you.
やだ先輩やらしい
Jeez, senpai, you're such a nosy pervert.
なんでそうな
What?
いそういうのは痛いけど
Call it
乙
a
女の
maiden
秘密
secret,
なん
so
です
no
よ
more questions.
だから聞いちゃダメ
None. When Arimura was like this, I knew I wasn't going to get anything out of her.
とにかく
Anyway,
一旦これま
let's
で
go
のこと
out.
を整理
Let's
して
go
みよ
over
う
what
か。
happened so far.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来
All
事
of the
件。
victims in the return
そ
of
の
the
被
New
害者
Gen
には
Madness cases
明
had
ら
one
かに
thing in
共通す
common.
るポイントがあったよな。
っていうとあれだ
And
ね
we know what that is, right? Sarika says out loud. Let's just say what that thing in common is for all the people who don't know what that is.
そう。
Yep.
前にも推測した通り
Just like I guessed before.
全員何らかの
They
能
were all
力者だということだ。最初の事件、こっ
The
ちも
first victim in the Don't Look
被害者
case
とその特徴は
was famous for being able to predict the future.
そう多分予知
You
能
can
力があ
see
った
the
って
future.
ことだ。
Precognition.
次は音漏れた
Next, the audio bleed
被害者
victim.
とその特徴
She
は
put those who heard her music into a trance.
トランスっていうと
You mean like
歌を
anyone
聴いた
listening
人
to
の
her
気持
felt
ち
really
が
good?
うわーって気持ちよくなることかな
Yes. Everyone
まあ
came.
そんなようなものですか
Probably
ね
something like that.
つまり相手の
In
感
other
情を
words,
歌で
she
誘
was able to
導できた
control
って
how
こと
people
だ。
felt with her music.
で僕たちが目撃した
Next,
回
the
転
victim in the revolving dead
被
case
害者とその特徴は
was said to be able to read his clients' minds.
多分柿田って人は
I
テ
think he
レパ
was
シ
a
ーを持っていたん
telepath.
だ。
ええその通りです
That's right. That's what he
私に
told
は
me.
そう言ってました
そして学園
And
祭で
as
起
for
き
the
た
victim
骨
in
散
the
です。
morbidly
被
obese
害者とその特
case,
徴は
he was able to get scoops with his psychic powers.
そう。
All of
渡部が
Watabe's
有名になった
famous
スクープ
scoops
写
were
真
taken
は
from angles
全
and
てあり
places
え
that
ない
should have
角
been
度や場
impossible
所
to
から撮られてい
photograph.
るものばかりだった
He was probably using psychic
多分連
photography.
写だったんだろう。
Oh, I thought this was going to be, like Wandering said, this would be described as clairvoyance, yeah? But I guess psychic photography works too. Oh, maybe he had the camera from Fatal Frame. That would be cool. Guys, is Fatal Frame good? I haven't played a Fatal Frame game in years. I almost am tempted to buy the most recent one on Steam lately. I want to play a spooky ghost game.
やっぱり私が言った通りですよどの能力者も願望
So
が
it's just
入
like
っ
I
てる
said,
気
don't
し
you
ませ
feel
ん
like
か
all these powers have some kind of wish involved?
願望か。
A wish, huh?
こっちみんなの大谷は
Otani, the victim
ニ
in
コ
the
ニア
Don't
動
Look
画で生
case,
放送していて
was a Nico Nia streamer that was able to be famous. From what Shinjo said about the singer and Takayanagi, the girl in the audio bleed case, she became a popular vocalist. The Kaita from the Revolving Dead case. I don't know. Arimura, do you know anything? He wanted to make a fuck ton of money so he could read his client's mind. I mean, that's a normal wish, I suppose. He's got the most basic wish.
そういう話はあんまりしませんでした。
He didn't talk about it much. I guess there was a lot of backstabbing in
裏
his
切りと
job.
か騙し合いとかあったみたいで。
Man in sales wants to make a lot of money. News at 11.
でも能力を持ってからはその
Once he
心
got his
配もな
power,
くな
he
った
didn't
っ
have to
て。
worry about that anymore. Well, there's a lot of sticky notes here. This part's getting a little messy. And as for Watabe, he became popular. I see. Looking at it like this, you might be right.
つまり願
In
望
other
が
words,
その
their
人の能
wishes
力
had
に
an
影
effect
響
on
し
their
てる
powers?
っていうことね。
ってことは宮代のその能
Does
力
that mean your wish comes from, or your power comes from a wish too, Taku?
手を触れずに物を動かせたら
Have you ever wanted to be able to move things without
そ
touching
んな
them,
風に
Senpai?
考えたことあるんですか？
I feel like everyone's wanted to do that at some point.
いや僕は
No, I couldn't think of any reason why I'd want that power.
あれじゃない？タク。
I think I know.
ほら、
Taku,
あの時
remember after the earthquake?
タクって
When you were in a
地震の
coma for
後
so long?
ずっと寝込んでたじゃない？
Oh.
そういえばあの頃
Come
の
to
タク
think
ル
of
は
it, you had a really hard
歩くの
time
も
even
大変だっ
walking
た
back
から
then. Just like Kurisu said, I'd been badly injured during the earthquake. Even after I'd finally woken up from my coma, just walking was painful. It was bad enough that it would take tens of minutes just for me to grab something a few feet away. I hated that, and wished 1,000 times that the things I was trying to get would just come to me. So that's where my power came from?
なるほどな願望が能力
That
に
makes
現れる
sense.
説って
We
の
can
は
assume your theory that these powers come from wishes is right then.
それじゃああの女
Then that woman,
僕たちを襲ったあの女の能
the one
力
who attacked us,
何らかの
her
願望っ
powers
て
come
こ
from
とな
some
の
wish too? Oh yeah, shouldn't we put Pyro Lady up on the board?
何かを燃やしたいと思ったってこと？
Does she want to burn something? She wants to burn her womb. That's why I kept describing she kept describing herself as the fire womb.
そこまで思い詰める
Why did she
ほど
wanna burn
燃やしたい
so
もの
badly?
って
お芋とか？
Maybe she wanted to roast yams?
冗談言ってる場合
Is
かよ
this the time to be telling jokes? Yeah, that was pretty good.
いえ、先輩。セリは
No,
本気でそう
senpai,
思って
Serica
ます
seriously believes that.
マジか
Seriously?
お？
Huh?
なんかおかしな
Did I say
こと
something
言っ
weird?
た？
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
まあいい
That was
あの
funny.
女がどうしてパイロキネシスを持
Whatever.
つように
We
なっ
can
たか
worry about why she
今
became a
置いとく
pyrokinetic another time.
もう一つあの
There's
女に
one
つい
other
て考
problem
え
we
たい
have
こ
to
と
think
があ
about
る
with her.
大
Something
事なことな
important.
んだ
I looked at the faces of everyone in the room.
あいつがこれまでの猟奇殺
Whether
人
she's
事件の犯
behind
人
the
かど
murder
うかってことだ
She clearly had been trying to kill us. But that didn't mean she was behind all of the murders. I looked back at the board.
カズキ例のものを頼む
Kazuki, can you get the thing I asked for? Wow. I took the image that I'd asked Kazuki to print out for me.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来の話題で
Nobody's
溺れ
been
てしまっ
talking
てる
about
けど
it because of the return of the New Gen madness.
渋谷で
But
連
there's
続
been a
放火
string
事
of
件が起きて
recent
る
arson cases in Shibuya. Oh yeah, we randomly heard about that over the radio in like chapter 2 or some shit. I forgot that got brought up. Everyone seemed to already know about this. They nodded.
それが起こった場所と
I'm going to compare the
これまでの
arson
事件
sites
の
with
場
the
所を比
locations
較
of
し
the
てみよう
murder
と
so
思う
far. Big arson fan.
まず最初の事件
First,
こっちみんな
here's where the don't look case
現
took
場はこ
place.
こ
God, we're gonna need a bigger map. The first fire took place at the Shibuya fire station. Please let it be at the fire station.
それに
And
連
here's
続
where
放
the
火事件
arsons
の
were.
現場を重ねる
Ah, close. Me committing arson. This is so fire. Why didn't she set the fire station on fire?
わあすごいね。
だろ
Wow. I know, right?
次は第二の事件音漏れ炭
Next, the audio
現場はこ
bleed
こだ
case. It was here.
ここに連続放火事件の現場
Now
を
we
重
overlay
ね
the
ると
locations of the arson fires.
おいお
Are you serious? Yeah, she's like torching places, man. That's 7 fires.
そして第三の事件
And then the Love
回
Hotel,
転
a
デッドが
revolving
発生
dead
したラブホ
happened.
テルこのラブホテルの周りでも
There were also
不審火が異
suspicious
常に
fires
発生して
around.
る
Ooh, her go-to number is 7. She leaves 7 fires. Maybe that means something. Hmm? She's the 7th psychic?
確かに集中してるわね
They're all concentrated in the same general area, yeah.
そうなんだそして第四の事件
That's right. Now, as you all know, the morbidly obese case took place
こ
at
の
our
学園
school.
で起こったそしてそれに連
And
続
when you
放火
overlay
事
the
件の現
locations
場を
of the
重ねてみ
fires...
ると
Oh, that one's only 6.
なんか
My
すごい
theory
ですね
shattered. That's incredible.
だろマップ全体を見てもらえば
You
もっ
get a
とよ
better,
くわかる
better feel for it by looking at the whole map. Wow. That's a lot of fire.
最初にこれに気づいた時は
I was surprised
僕
too
も驚
when
い
I
た
first noticed it. I feel like it's weird that they're able to like extrapolate the exact location of the fire. That the news is reporting like the exact coordinates of all 7 fires. Like at some point they would just be like, yeah, there's another fucking fire.
でこれらのデータ
And
から
in
考
light
え
of
る
all
と
of this, get it light because of the fire? Do you get it? 'Cause the fire lights up things. I stream every week, Thursday, Friday. Subscribe for more jokes. Can you explain in more detail? Yeah, sure. So, fire generates energy by burning a substance, and that chemical reaction of burning the substance reflects light outward. And that light is what you can see. And so he is saying, in light of this, which is a reference to the light that fire creates. I think I probably messed up the chemical explanation of fire, actually. I don't think that's entirely how it works. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I did chemistry. Caveman light fire, ooga booga, make light. 9 persons, 9 doors. We're almost there. 9 fires. Like a DS light? Yeah, now you're getting it. Because the DS light screen was backlit. I actually don't remember if the OG one is there. This is where I stopped playing, so I'll probably end watching soon. Well, you got all weekend to get back ahead of me, Liz. I'll probably be streaming for another hour or so if you still want to hang out. The DS Lite was fire. I got the OG DS with the Game Boy Advance like cartridge reader. That was my go-to. I never bothered with the DS Lite because the DS Lite did not have the GBA cartridge reader. Are you guys a Cool Ranch or nacho cheese kind of person? It depends. If I'm home, nacho cheese. If I'm in public, Cool Ranch. Because Cool Ranch doesn't leave as much of a mess. Like when you're eating if you're eating nacho cheese Doritos, you can kind of get like that orange like thing in your mouth, and like in public that's weird. But like not Cool Ranch doesn't leave like a stain, you know. It's much cleaner. So if I'm out to lunch with people, I'd rather have Cool Ranch Doritos. But I mean, if I'm just gaming at home, you know, you got the Mountain View, the nacho cheese Doritos, you know what I mean? Gamers. Right? Am I right? That's what gamers do. Haha, subscribe. The Lite did have the GBA cartridge. Yeah, but like the GBA cartridge like stuck out from the Lite, right? It was like kind of a clunky and weird looking. Arimura Gaming. Orange powder on the mouth, white powder on the nose. Let's go. Now we're really gaming. But yeah, basically, if I'm in public, I don't want like any. I typically don't like to eat like cheesy, like powdery things in public because I don't want to make a mess. Hey, Francisco, what's up, man? "5 hours late. How dare you? Me gaming on the highway at 95 miles per hour. I mean, we're probably only like a year or two away from that, right? You get some autopilot cars. I don't like Dew or Dr. Pepper. I'm a cola fan. Yeah, I mean, I was making a joke. I'm not actually a big fan of Mountain Dew either. I've mentioned this before. I don't typically like carbonated drinks. I'm not a big carbonation guy. It's just like a texture thing. I don't really like how it like fizzes in your mouth. Which I know I'm like the outlier in that. You don't have to tell me. What a weird take. I know it's a weird take. I know it's like people never really care about carbonation, but I don't like it. It's a weird texture thing I got. I just don't like it. It gets all like fizzy. And I mean, like, there's some good carbonated drinks. And, like, if people are distributing carbonated beverages, I won't be like, oh, no, I won't drink that. And the exception to the rule, it's root beer is, like, my exception. Like, I'll go out of my way to get root beer. But, yeah, like, if my friend, like, was like, yeah, hey, I got you a cola, or a Coca-Cola, I wouldn't be like, actually, I don't like carbonated beverages. Please take this away from me. Like, if my friend just was like, yeah, hey, I got a Coca-Cola, I'd be like, oh, cool, thanks. And I would drink it. Like, I'm not super picky, but, like, if it's my preference, I'd really, like, carbonated beverages are way down on the list for me. Lemonade's good, yeah. I often find, like, most lemonade is, like, too watery, though. Like, I want more lemon flavor. I feel like most lemonades are like, there's just like a lot of water in it. And like, it's like spritzed with lemon. But I want it like squeezed, like lemon juice. Cream soda's okay, but yeah. I'd try root beer if I could find it in my country. Oh, is it really not in your country? That sucks. There's like if you got Coca-Cola though, you could probably, there's like a Coca-Cola brand root beer, right? Root beer, Coca-Cola root beer, is that Barks? I think that's what it's called, Barks? Yeah, B-A-R-Q. Try that. I think mug root beer is better, but if you live outside the US, Barks might be your best bet. You can't stand root beer? Really? When I was a kid, every summer, my hometown would have this like Civil War muster thing where like people would like act out like this like Civil War battles and stuff every year in my hometown. Because there was like this really big park where people would do it, and they had this one booth every year that would like make like homemade root beer. Oh my god, it was so good. I still think about it sometimes. You can't stand alcohol. Root beer is not an actual beer. It's just what it's called. I actually don't know why it's called root beer, but it's non-alcoholic. It's like it's a sugary drink. Kyler's sugar-free root beer is good. Is it? I like never try sugar-free drinks. I'm a big. I need the sugar. I don't know if I've ever tried sugar-free stuff. I imagine some sugar-free stuff's probably not that bad, but I just never bother to try it. Because I feel like everyone always just kind of agrees that not, like, sugar-free ones are always, like, slightly worse. Usually that's the best case you can get, like what Kyler said, is, like, it's surprisingly good. Like, that's usually, like, best case scenario for sugar-free drinks. Is like, well, you don't want to just spit it out right away. I don't know. I like the sugar. But that's probably the American in me. I need you. If you're not putting a whole fucking cup of sugar in that drink, I don't know if I can have it. I need to be able to feel the sugar particles in my mouth as I'm drinking the beverage. Okay, well, maybe not that much sugar, but still. San Diego Old Town has this root beer store with a bunch of different kinds. Oh, that sounds really good. My favorite thing is when I go to the theater, or you go to the movie theater and you can get like those, I don't know if you guys have them. They have like the Coca-Cola like vending machine things, and you can pick like the 100 different flavors or whatever. I like to get the vanilla root beer. That's really good. But you like can't buy them in stores or whatever for whatever reason. That's really good. How do we get to this topic? Oh yeah, Wandering asked what type of Dorito we preferred. Lamau. I was gonna say, we hit a new peak viewership number for the Chaos Child streams just now, and then people left because I was talking about Pop. Whatever. I gotta break them in fast on the tangent, or else they're not gonna want to stick around anyway. You can get root beer floats made of your choice. Oh, you know, I haven't made myself a root beer float in so long. Fuck, that sounds good. Oh, tomorrow I might go to the grocery store and just buy some ice cream and root beer. A flute deer dough. Yeah, that sounds really good. Fuck, man, now I really want a root beer float. Oh, that sounds so good. It's gonna be too late to go out and buy everything now. Although it's Friday, actually. The grocery store might be open past midnight on Friday. I don't really want to go out past midnight, though. I'm gonna try root beer because of VLR. Wow. It might just be a naming thing. 7-Eleven. You know, I've never like shopped at a 7-Eleven or anything like that. I'll probably just wait to do it tomorrow. Man, we really derailed after I made that stupid light pun. That's funny. God, I'm so old, man. My back's starting to hurt after, fucking sitting down for this long. I think I fucking twisted something in my back. Because lately it's been hard to sit for hours at a time for these streams. I don't know why. Oh well. Are any of these other schools, like from other games? Are like these are the other schools? Like Aoyama? Because we got Chaos Head School here. Chaos Child School is here. Are these from other games as well? Are these real schools? Robotic Notes is not in Tokyo. Oh. I see. Okay. Hang on one second. We can resume the story as soon as I get back. Turn on. 5 hours ago I said I wasn't going to turn on the AC because I thought it'd get cold at night. It has not gotten cold at night. It's still really hot, so I'm going to go turn that AC on. I have a copy of AC. Assassin's Creed? Yeah, I have the first couple Assassin's Creed games. AC is Animal Crossing? I've actually never played Animal Crossing. Ugh. Astral Chain. A lot of games that start with two A and C words, huh? I also technically have the next Assassin's Creed game, whenever that finally comes out. Whenever the fuck that comes out. I think Kyler said it got delayed or something. Kyler, what was the name of that Assassin's Creed game again? The next one? I don't even remember. I bought the collector's edition of it and I don't even remember what it's called. Mirage, yeah. Did that delay get confirmed, or did you just or did you just have a rumor? Oh, 1 day ago, there's an article about its release date getting leaked. Do you think they're still gonna send me my copy? It's gonna drop August 9th, is the rumor. Mirage, because it never existed. You see my game suggestion? The message disappeared? I did not see your message, game suggestion. They should 90% sure? Yeah, maybe. Check your copy history on Windows? Why do I feel like that's like a prank? that almost comes across as like the copy pasta of like, did you know you can automatically win the game if you press Alt F4? I don't know why. I just read that as that. When we Sonic streaming? I don't know, a bunch of shitty Game Pass games kept coming out, so I had to play those. I might do Sonic on Sunday, though. I'm torn between finishing up Redfall for the meme on Sunday, because again, that game is like really funny bad. Or we can do Sonic. But part of me wants to finish Redfall on Sunday, because I think that would be funny. But I might just do Sonic. What's this Ravenlock game? Is anyone talking about Ravenlock? Is this game good? It doesn't look like it. What about Quantum Break? Did anyone like that game? Which Sonic did you end up getting? I still haven't gotten them. They're in my cart on Steam. I haven't finished buying them yet. But probably going with Sonic Adventure, like 1 and 2. The basics. The start. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do Sunday yet. I don't even know what I'm streaming tomorrow. Gonna forget to buy before the sale ends. No, I'll remember. Oh wow, there's a new season of Halo Infinite. What's Walmart Plus? Huh? The fuck is Walmart Plus? That's weird. It's like a grocery delivery service. Why would you want to pay a subscription service for that when you could just do like Grubhub or fucking DoorDash or fucking Instacart or whatever? Alright, anyway. In light of all of these fires, we can assume there's some connection between the murders and the arson cases. It was big during the pandemic. Yeah, but I used Instacart during the pandemic. I didn't want a subscription service for it. Yeah. It's too much of a match to be a coincidence. That woman has some connection to the murders. When I finished, Sarika said, "Wow, you're so amazing, Taku." But everyone else seemed lost in thought.
何か異論でもあるか？
Any objections? Arimura does not look lost in thought. This is the most, like, head empty, zero thoughts character sprite in the entire game. Any objections? Well, I wouldn't call it an objection, but can I say something? I would prefer if you did not. Kurisu raised her head. Yeah, go ahead. Well, she stood up in such a way as to not put pressure on her injury, and then moved to the front of the ward. I want to check something. The woman who attacked you, her power was... precognitive. She could sense when fires were about to erupt from the ground. Oh, I dropped my pen. Rip. Yeah, her power lets her control fire, right? Yeah. We were, like, literally just talking about that, Kurisu. I know you got stabbed, but come on, keep up. Pyrokinetic equals serial killer. Bruh. But none of the murders so far have involved fire, have they? Well... what was the first one? Don't look? And the next one was audio bleed? And then revolving dead? And then the one that happened at school was so morbidly obese? Ugh, it's so disgusting to give names like that to murders. But it's funny, Kurisu! Jesus, get the stick out of your ass! So morbidly obese! So morbidly obese! Look, none of them involve fire. You're right. Suggestion was Under the Night for Nintendo Switch. Under the Night. Oh, is it a fighting game? I am so bad at fighting games, though. I'll check it out. If it's like on sale or something, maybe I'll pick it up. I feel like I recognize some of the characters in it. Seems like an recommendation. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of my alley it is, but I mean, if it's on sale, I'll check it out. But yeah, I'm pretty bad at fighting games. Big button masher kind of guy. I don't know what I recognize. I just feel like I recognize these characters from something that's not this game. They were also in Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. Ah, okay. That would be what I recognize them from then. I've got that game. Never played it though. I also streamed Dragon Ball Z Fighters one time. So I have that game, but I never beat it. Also have Mortal Kombat 11. Anyway, apparently none of us had deduced that none of the killers had been burnt to death, or none of the victims had been birthed to death yet. Kurisu had caught on to one of the weak points in my argument. I thought that was strange, too. None of the murders had involved fire. Yeah, I mean, she's just, like, setting up a distraction or something so people can do it. Which meant that we had very little evidence to suggest she was the killer.
Nah.
How about this? Maybe the fire woman was testing her powers or something.
試す？
Testing?
ああ。発
Yeah.
火能力を身につけるまで
Maybe she really didn't know what her power was at first, so she started testing different
いろん
things.
なことを試してたんだ。
That could be why each
そ
murder
れ
is
で殺
different.
害方法にいくつものパターンがあった。
Pyrokinetic was using killings to test her power.
なるほど。
I see.
しんちゃん
You're so
頭いいね。
smart, Ito. Serica was impressed, but
でもそれってちょっと
isn't
無
that
理
kind of
なん
hard
で
to
すか？
believe? I remember I said it before I could.
そうか。
Is it?
いくらなんでも
Just seems like too much of a stretch, I think.
私もそう思
I
うけ
think
ど。
so too.
そう
I
か。
see. Everyone fell silent. We'd only just started, but there was still too much we didn't know.
あの女が犯人だとするなら
If she really is the killer, then why didn't she use fire? And why did she kill them like that?
なぜあんな殺し方ができたのか。いや、待てよ。
Wait. I got an idea. Give your thoughts on the case. Let the newspaper club know your thoughts. I mean, I don't really have any thoughts. Really, the only people that we have is potentially who could do it, based on characters that we know so far, would be the fire girl, Mio, or Uki, or one of the like old people that Uki was taking around town, and I don't really think it'd be any of them. So the killer is likely someone we haven't met yet, or Ito. Because he doesn't have contact photos of his friends, which means he doesn't think that his friends are real people, and he doesn't value them as human beings, so he's willing to kill them all in brutal ways. That's it. But yeah, I mean, I just think it's someone we don't know yet. We go to the meta category and guess on character sprites. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a character with a sprite, right? Wait, did the stream die? Oh, no, it's just my phone. I had accidentally paused my stream preview. Lamau. It's cool to see the characters working together. Yeah, I like these are my favorite parts of the game, is when we're like reviewing the case. Yeah, I mean, we know the character's got to have a sprite, and it's got to be a named character. But of the like people not in the group, their options are obviously Mio, the Fire Lady, Uki, or the old person Uki was with, and I just don't really suspect any of them. I'd be really hard-pressed to believe it's Mio. Uki doesn't seem capable of it. Maybe she's faking actually being traumatized by being removed from the group, but it seems unlikely. The old people that she was working with also just doesn't seem likely. So, it'd have to be a member of the group. It's not going to be Shinji. Shinji's... They already did the evil detective thing in the other game, so it just wouldn't make sense for them to do it twice. I mean, maybe they could, but I doubt it. They would do the same gimmick twice. So that leaves us with either a character we haven't met yet or someone in the group. And none of the characters in the group really seem like it. Ito would be the only oddball, just because he's the dude. Because we know all the girls are going to get D-swords and be anime magical girls. So it leaves our only options are character not in the group or Ito. If you want to get into it, go back to Danganronpa V3 Trial 6 and check everyone's alibis. I did stream Danganronpa V3. You can check out my stream to see my reaction to the Trial 6. Or in my most viral YouTube short is my reaction to Trial 6, actually. That thing's at like fucking 50,000 views now. My reaction to the Danganronpa V3 Trial 6, or the final trial. It's at like 50k views. We didn't really get Sua's perspective. Yeah, I mean, we saw Sua from like a couple scenes, but I mean, yeah, I just don't think. I think because Sua was Sua, I don't think it just. Shinji's just like not on my radar. I mean, maybe the game hits me with the "you would never suspect the evil detective twice," but I doubt it, right? That seems very unlikely. I wish I turned on the AC earlier. I'm so much more comfortable. I just didn't think... I thought once the sun went down, it wouldn't be hot anymore. I guess maybe we are almost in summer. I got your reaction and recommended yesterday. Yeah, and then after that, you can watch my full playthrough of all of Danganronpa V3. I only cried like 2 or 3 times during Danganronpa. And I think I only cried several times during the entirety of my Danganronpa playthrough, so it's probably fine. It's probably a playthrough that you can watch. I've played through every single Danganronpa game on this channel, so check them out. It's in the playlist tab under Visual Novel Streams. I've got all 4 of them. I even bought the fucking Switch version so I could stream that one fucking island minigame or whatever. That was a waste of money. But I streamed it, so you can watch it. It was Mayuri. Where is the Mayuri World Ender timeline? When are they gonna just make it official already? The Psy Adventure Marvel crossover. Or Mayuri is the Herald of Galactus. And she eats Earth. That's the future plot. That's just regular side adventure, true. Anyway, I suddenly got an idea.
Arimura,
I've got a question. Do you happen to have another psychic power besides telling the truth? One where you might happen to be a serial killer? What is it? You hang out with Mio a lot, right? Not because I want to. Arimura's disgust was plain to see on her face. She must have really hated Mio. Based. She's doing research into psychic powers, right? Did she say anything about the number of powers a Gigalomaniac can have? The number? Yeah, I never really thought about it, but is there like a rule that a psychic can only have one power? I don't know. I can tell you Mio never talked about it though. The way real booting works, in theory, is that as long as you can control the delusion, you can use any power you want. In other words, it should be possible for a person to have multiple powers. Nito put his hand on his chin, lapsed in thought. He was like, yeah, and he did a little fist bump in the air because Taku just backed up his potential theory of the pyrotechnic being the killer. He was like, yeah, brother's got my back. So the woman who attacked you two wasn't just a pyrokinetic?
じゃないってことか。
あくまでも可能性の一つだけど、どうだろう。
You gotta sing in the morning? Hey, good luck, Devin. Is it like another audition? I'll check it out. I got a whole bunch of other games on the list that you recommended too, Devin. You recommended that one other RPG in the Discord, and also I know you're a big Kingdom Hearts fan, and you really want me to stream Kingdom Hearts 2, so I got that in mind. Have a good night, man. It's just a possibility. What do you think?
まだ決定的とは言えない
That's
わね
hardly conclusive. Oh, I hate characters like this. Fuck.
だったらさ、
Then maybe she has a helper who has a different power?
持った仲間がいるという。
仲間？
A helper?
あ
Oh, I get it. So there's more than one person
ってことだ
involved.
な。
Multiple people, including pyrokinetic. Can we just call her fire mage? Pyrokinetic is a mouthful.
それとあとは最初に戻ってしまうけど、
This takes us back to the start, but maybe the pyrokinetic isn't involved, and the
犯
real
人
killer
は
is
全
someone
く
else
別の誰
entirely.
かという可能性。
その場合タク
In
ルた
that
ちが襲
case,
わ
the
れた
attack
事
on you
件
is
と
completely
これまでの
unrelated to
連
the
続
murders,
殺人事
right?
件は別のものだと考
I
え
mean, people that control fire are always nuts. I feel like if you wanted to use, like, tropes, you could just say, yeah, she just saw a person and wanted to throw fire at them. That's what she does. She's the fire mage. And it would be likely, I suppose, that the killer would have a mind control power. And, like, forced everyone to do weird things. That would be the most likely, because all of them could kind of be, like... self-inflicted, right? So a mind-controlled psychic would be your best bet for a killer, I suppose. Mind-control the dude into chopping his own hand off. Mind-control the lady into cutting her stomach open and putting the speaker in there. Mind-control the dude into hanging himself. And then mind-control the dude... to eat a bunch of stickers. Or just swallow them. I guess if I was to throw a specific ability out, I guess mind control would be my first guess at this stage in the game. Didn't watch Danganronpa 1, but you also didn't like Kyoko? I didn't like Kyoko at first. It took me a while to warm up to Kyoko. I took most of my hatred out of Byakuya for that kind of character trope. Actually... Byakuya got most of the brunt of my annoyance of that type of character. What would be Mio's favorite game? Destroy all humans. My assumption for her firepower is she got burned in the quake and now wants everyone to suffer. Yeah. I would buy that. And yeah, just the general trope that people that can control fire or use fire weaponry are usually kind of insane and just want to burn things. That's usually the trope. It's very rare that someone's like, oh hey, I can control... my power is controlling fire. And I also hope everyone lives happily ever after, and I love my friends, and, you know, I just hope we all stick together. Like, that's, like, never the trope with someone who controls fire. They're almost always, like, insane, I want to kill people, let's fucking burn shit, like, that's always the trope. I can't think of a single character who can control fire and is, like, peace-loving. So... it's very likely her ability, she just wants to burn shit. He just wants to kill people. Or not kill them, but like just burn people to like disfigure them like she is. People with flamethrowers weren't normal. I mean, yeah, setting people on fire is a pretty brutal way to kill somebody. You can't really be like level-headed. Probably the most humane way you could kill somebody, I would imagine, would just be like a bullet through the head. So if you were a soldier that's signing up for like, yeah, I want to use a flamethrower, when you have several gun options, you're probably not like very stable. Yeah, I want to know. Can anyone think of like a friendly fire mage? Or a friendly fire user? Like, does anyone hit that trope? Not really. I guess you could maybe stretch that to be Megumin. Is that her name? From Konosuba? But she's like all kind of nuts though. So I think she would still kind of fall into that trope. Because she's kind of crazy about like the explosions and stuff. But she's a good character, I guess. So you could kind of say she doesn't hit that trope, but it's kind of a stretch. I was gonna say that, but she's kind of weird about it. Yeah, and like I think she would be like a okay example, but I'm thinking of someone who's just purely like not weird about it, just a casual. Yeah, I control fire. That's kind of what I do, and is just like a normal good guy. Doesn't go out of their way to use fire. Is just like that's the power they have. That's the ability they can use. I don't think any character's written like that. At least none that I can think of. And she would be the closest, but yeah, she's still like obsessed with her power. But she's not like torching innocent people. So she's like halfway. Anyway, the attack on you is completely unrelated to the murders, right?
Mm.
Yeah. Pyro from Team Fortress 2. He's nuts. Did you never watch the Meet the Pyro trailer? He's insane. Like, straight up certifiable. He just wants to spread love? Yeah. There were too many possibilities to really know what was going on in the case. Why don't we put this aside for now? We're probably not going to get anywhere for now. You're right. Let's leave this for now. You told the police about the woman who attacked you, right? Yes. Best trailer. My favorite trailer for the Team Fortress characters, I think, was the... I think might have been the sniper. The spy one was pretty good too, but I liked the simplicity of the sniper trailer. I'm not a crazed gunman, Dad. I'm a trained assassin. Well, the difference being, one's a professional job and the other's mental sickness. Yeah, sniper spy, and I would say instead of pyro, my third would be the heavy. I liked the heavy. His was pretty good. I mean, they're all fantastic, but like the medic one's really good. I don't know if there's a single weak one, honestly. I think they're all fantastic. Remember when games used to put that much effort into trailers and shit? Fuck, man. I really am old. One of my best gaming records, it's kind of like a... It's not even that sweet, but I was #1 on the Xbox 360 servers for Team Fortress. For Team Fortress 2. When it was only on the... it was in the orange box. I was #1 in the US servers for Team Fortress 2 on the Xbox. I'm sure if I played on PC I wouldn't have been as highly ranked, but I was #1 on Xbox. I used to play that game so much. I was a sniper and scout main. Carmel Chewy Gaming. Dude, I was a big time gamer. Still am, actually, believe it or not. But your boy was top ranked. I used to like go in duo queued all the time with my buddy at the time. Long time. I haven't played with this dude probably since then, but he was from Canada. I wonder whatever happened to that dude. We used to duo queue all the time together on Team Fortress 2. I wonder if I still have him added on Steam, or if his account got deleted. Or if he removed me. Let me check. Maybe he changed his name. Actually, I don't even remember if I had him added on Steam or not, because we always played on Xbox together. Do you ever look at your friends list and see some people who were like last online several years ago? And like you remember the last time you played with them? Truly a heartbreaking tale. Anyway. Yeah, I just like looked through my Steam list and I saw some people that were like last online like 5-7 years ago, like back when I was in college and playing with them. Oh, getting old sucks. Don't do it. Yes. Did the police tell you anything about the crimes? The night we were attacked, we contacted Shinji and told him, Shinjo, and told him what had happened, along with a description of our attacker. Arimura had said she'd help draw a composite sketch too. The police decided to look for her as a suspect in the arson case. If they could find her, they'd arrest her. I never got into Little Big Planet. And Destiny 1 was the reason I never got into Destiny 2. God, I hated Destiny 1. I probably put like 1,000 hours into Destiny 1, but it made me really mad. But I played it all the time. Like, daily. God, I used to be obsessed with Destiny 1. My final breaking point was, I mentioned this before, but like, I was doing the raid, and everyone in my squad got the like exotic drop for the raid except me, and I was like, fuck this, I'm never playing the game again. And it was like my 50th run through the raid or something. Like just an insane number of times I did the raid. I think it was like the Vault of Glass. Yeah, here it is. It was this gold, like, Gex, or, what was it? What are they called? Vex? Vex Mythoclast. Yeah, there it is. I wanted this gun so bad. I thought it looked so cool. I thought it was the coolest fucking gun. And, I wanted it so bad. My friends and I all did the raid, like, several times. And finally, like, everyone got it but me. Because I just had bad RNG, I guess. And I was like, nope. Absolutely not. I'm fucking done. And then I, like, never really played again. I tried to get into Destiny 2 for a little bit. But, like, yeah, like you said, the FOMO. Like, there was so much content. I was already so far behind on in Destiny 2. It just didn't even feel like it was worth to jump in. Like, I just felt so far behind. Destiny is the one made by the Halo creators? Yeah. And I love that style of game, or like the gameplay anyway. Not like the looter shooter part, but I love the gunplay in Destiny. That's fantastic. Because it's got that classic, like Halo style gunplay. What class did you play? I was a hunter. Because I was a good shot. I was the best shot in my squad, so I played the hunter. Because they had all the precision stuff. A couple of my buddies played, like, Titan and Warlock. But I was, like, the solo hunter in our group for the DPS. Anyway. Where were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about police stuff. Maybe I'll keep trying to get into Destiny 2, but it just is so overwhelming how far behind I am because I didn't play it for like the first couple years it was out. Like, I tried to get back into it and it was like, oh shit, man. What the fuck is going on? I had like I bought like the cool, expansions and anniversary stuff. So I had like cool guns, but it was just, it's too much. Anyway, once they had the fire mage in custody, they could find out if she was responsible for the murders. He said he'd call us if he found something, but I haven't heard anything. And I don't think they found out who she is. Let's see. And there's nothing else we can assume about her for now. I think so, yeah. My throat was dry from all the talking, so I looked inside my bag. Dude, relatable. Imagine talking for like 6 or 7 hours straight, bro. Fucking get on my level, Taku. Delude that, bruh. Of course, I brought a Mountain View. How is that not copyright infringement? Bro, that is almost identical. In Steins Gate, they were kind of subtle about Dr. P. This is that's literally just the logo. That's really funny. Do you think that as they got, like, more money, they realized, like, how far they could push it? But, like, when they were putting out Steins Gate, they were like, they didn't have lawyers yet, so they were like, let's just keep it vague. And then after they got that Steins Gate money, they were like, they got a lawyer, and they're like, hey, can we just redo the logo, but change a letter? And the lawyers were like, yeah, you can do that shit. And they were like, fuck it. Let's get up to the 99th percent of copyright infringement. And then right there, we cut it. We cut the line at 99%. That's really funny. I like that. I guess in Steins Gate 0, they did go back and make Dr. P the logo almost exactly like Dr. Pepper as well. It was the original Steins Gate where it was like they just put like a generic like red label with white text that said Dr. P. And then in Steins Gate 0, they did make it like basically the Dr. Pepper logo. So maybe they just got more confident Or like they had lawyers that were like, yeah, you can't get sued for this. Was it even censored in the Japanese version? I don't even know if it was really censored in... Or do you mean like Dr. P, like the name being censored? It's more the fact that they cut content. I hate it in WoW. Apparently there's more of that in Destiny. Oh yeah, I did hear that Destiny 2 did remove content. Like there's stuff that's like no longer playable. That seems dumb. But honestly, with some power scaling stuff, sometimes it might not even make sense to go back and play some of the older DLCs anymore. But who knows? He hates it. I don't hate it. I'm just neutral. How have you been, Vibin? Destiny deleted 3 planets worth of DLC? Oh shit, that sounds like a lot. Are you a big Destiny gamer, Vibin? You didn't strike me as a big Destiny guy. I didn't think you were a shooter fan like I was. I love any and all shooters, so I'll play them. Destiny did it for bad reasons? Oh, big oof. It used to be, not anymore. Oh, I see, I see. That's lame. How is this Ghost Trick game? Now that we're talking about other games. I always bring up Steam every time we start talking about other games. I've always heard good things about this Ghost Trick game. I'll probably stream that when it comes out on Steam. Ooh, it doesn't come out till the end of June. Ugh. I'll probably stream that, though. I've only heard good things about it. I've, like, literally never heard anyone say anything bad about it. I also kind of want to buy it because I want to encourage, like, people that made DS games to start porting that shit to other consoles so it's playable again. Wow, it's some mount. Yeah, that's like, they encourage like FOMO and stuff, like when they remove mounts or whatever. They're like, oh, limited time, do this quest to get this exclusive mount. And that's because of the subscription service and all that kind of stuff. That's why they do it. And WoW, so it at least makes sense. Destiny 2 is not beginner friendly. Yeah, like I said, I started playing it like fucking 4 or 5 months ago. I tried to hop in. And I was just, like, so overwhelmed with all the, information. I didn't know what to fucking do. It was still pretty easy to, like, clear any level I did, because, again, not to brag, watch my first-person shooter streams. I'm a good shot, so, like, I was still able to, like, cruise through the content, but I just, like, kept getting lost. I was like, am I supposed to be doing this? Am I here? Like, what's happening? I, like, couldn't tell if I was doing, like, story quests or 7-hour mark. Unless there's something, like, truly enthralling happening. Yeah, I might go a little bit longer. What a beautiful Mountain Dew. Hey, whoa, 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 Paulo, let's not get crazy. That is very clearly Mountain View, copyright excluded, trademark. Watch it. Is anyone gonna fucking get this Exoprimal game? I just saw that on the Steam store page as well for sale, like when I was looking at Destiny stuff. I don't know anyone who's excited for this Exoprimal thing. The game where you play as the mechs and shoot at all the dinosaurs. Like, on paper, that sounds cool, but I don't know who the fuck's excited about that. Like, genuinely. I get distracted so easily while playing this. I'm gonna grab a beer. 1 second. Oh, there's a cute little stretch for you. You're welcome. Alright. You didn't know it existed? Or the Exoprimal thing? I feel like that's been like at every game conference for like the last 2 years, that Exoprimal. They've been showing it off. Because I always watch those like events. Those are some of my favorite streams that I do on the channel. I always think those are so fun to react to like all the new trailers of new games with everybody. Like the Tokyo Games Show and when the Game Awards streams. Those are some of my favorite streams to do on the channel. When we just react to like live events and stuff. Those are really fun. And we can see all the bad game trailers and stuff, or if like we do it for Nintendo Directs and things like that. Those streams are always fun. I haven't done one in a while, though. I opened it and took a gulp. Wait, also, why did Mountain View just suddenly get a CG now? It's been referenced several times in the game so far. It'd be cool to see more of those streams. It would be, but there's nothing, like, really happening, like, this time of year. It's usually not till fall when a lot of the big gaming events happen. But we've done a lot of those streams. Here, let me simulate the line. Here we go. Everyone else grabbed a drink of their own and took a moment to relax. There's a few other things I've been wondering about. Can we talk about them too? Sure, let's do it. First, all the victims are psychics, right? How'd the killer find that out? Ito's question was a good one, and I'd known it was coming. I got an idea about that. Well, all of them kind of broadcasted it, right? I think the killer's using the sumo stickers to track down their victims. Or that too. And head out. See ya, Alpha. Have a good night, man. Like I said, we probably won't be going too much longer. I'll probably wrap up the stream after like all this recap stuff is done. Have a good night, man. See ya tomorrow or Sunday for some streams. The sumo stickers? More precisely. More precisely. I'm already drunk. I had 2 sips of beer, guys. It's time to get wild. More precisely, the 11th Rorschach test. Remember when we saw in the basement of the Tokyo General? Any psychic who sees that sticker has a very strong reaction to it. Tomorrow's the podcast? Yeah, tomorrow will be the podcast stream. where I'll be playing games and hanging out. And basically, I mean, I figured this episode, because for tomorrow's stream, I could do like a Q&A type deal. I don't know if anyone ever asks like questions that they've been wanting to ask me. Not like I ever ignore questions in chat in normal streams, but I thought that would be something cool to do. And like some of the topics that were suggested as well during my last community post. We'll talk about that stuff. And we'll see. Still kind of winging the format, though. Nothing set in stone. If you come to the stream, you can help shape how I'll format the podcast. But right now, the podcast, like I said before, is I'm still focusing on like kind of like the old inside gaming type podcasts that were really cool on the internet for a while. At least I thought. Those kind of podcasts all got phased out for like the modern day podcast of like a bunch of dudes sitting around a table and then all just like looking at each other and talking and then being sponsored by fucking Harry's Shave Club or fucking NordVPN. So I want to try to have it be a little different. Like still have some gameplay going on, talk about topics, and then people can make fun of how I'm playing a game. You know, I think it'll be fun. I wish to go for that early 2000 teens vibe podcast, not the boring ones that all podcasts seem to be nowadays. Arimura and I have both experienced the strong reaction from the sumo stickers for ourselves. Ugh. Just remembering it makes me feel sick. Arimura closed her eyes and put her hand over her mouth. She must have felt like she was going to throw up. Are you okay, Arimura? Yeah. Sorry. Keep going, Taku-senpai. Okay. Ito and Onoe saw this in the basement at the hospital, but they had cameras all over town watching the stickers. They were finding people who had the potential to be psychics to experiment on them underground. I could see Kurisu's expression cloud over. She probably remembered her friend Senri, who'd been a test subject down there. It hurt to see her like that, but I decided I had no choice but to stay on the subject. So I think the killers might have come from there. If she knew the secret of the stickers, it'd be easy to find psychics, right? She just had to look for people who had a bad reaction when they saw it. For one thing, that woman attacked us when she saw us panicking over the stickers. So the killer's using the cameras down there? There's no way. You need a keycard to get in. That place is basically abandoned, right? Nobody was there watching the stickers, and nobody was doing any experiments. No, even without that facility, they could still watch the stickers. Via the sticker's third eye. Huh? Kurisu nodded as if she understood. I know what Taku means. They didn't have to watch via the cameras. They could just stand near the stickers and go after anyone who reacted like Taku and Arimura did. Is this the most character sprites we've ever had on screen at once? Oh my god. Floor's a crowd here, guys. Back off. That's right. I think the pyrokinetic was waiting near the stickers too. Like a spider waiting for someone to wander into its web. And then Arimura and I happened to pass by. It would take a long time, though. Wait, Kazuki? She's too busy gaming. She's not interested. Plus, all we get from her is meh. But it's not impossible. But wait. They don't get any further debating, man. Let's go on to the next point. We keep leaving questions unanswered. Is that okay? Yeah, when you're trying to figure out clues and assembling the puzzle pieces, sometimes you have to just leave the unanswered questions on the board. That helps you piece all the info together. Because as you're thinking through some of the other questions, you can see the unanswered questions.
仕方ない
We
わ
don't have a choice.
とにかく
Our
今
goal
は
right
疑
now
問
is
点を
to
出して
be.
いくのが
Hold
先
on.
だか
Our
ら
goal right now needs to be to get as many questions out of the way as we can.
まだ気になることがあるのよね
Is there anything else that's bothering you?
ああ。あ
Yeah,
と2
two
つな
more
んだけど。
things. Ito asked his 2 remaining questions. What were they? Summed up, this is what they were. Why wouldn't you just let him ask the question? What? They just fucking cut Ito off.
なぜ今回の事件は
You got all this
友
dialogue,
人の事件と同じ日付に起きているのか
and they just cut him off? Summed up, these were Ito's fucking questions. Who cares? They let everyone else ask. We can't CQ by piss on no. That's not true. I can still do it. In fact, I still did it up until you arrived again. Time is subjective. Feels like everything started to move in slow motion. Yeah, it's once you start watching things in fast motion, sometimes it's hard to watch them in normal speed. Why are the murders taking place on the same day as the new gen incidents?
そもそもその動機は何なの
What's
か
the motive behind them?
なんだかまるで騒ぎ
It's
に
like
な
the
る
whole
こと自
point of
体
this
が
is
目
to
的み
attract
た
a
いに
lot
も
of
見えるわ
attention.
ね
そうだな
Yeah. Everything, from the dates to the ways the murders were committed, was chosen to be as sensational as possible. Was it just to attract attention? Or was it a message meant for a specific person?
それが犯行動機なんですか
Is
ね
that the motive?
私知ってるよ
I know! They're like a serial killer, right?
そういうの
劇場型犯罪とも言うよな。
Yes, Serica. They sometimes call those types organized killers.
もしこの先もニュー
If
ジ
the
ェン事
murders
件と同
continue
じ
to
日
follow
付
the
に犯
dates of
行
the
が
new
行
gen
われるなら
madness, the next one will be on the same day as Numbskull, October
10
23rd,
月23日ってことに
which
な
is
る
like a little more than a week away, right? It's October 12th today, right? In the game. Which also meant nothing was going to happen until then.
なるほど。だか
I
らか。
see. So that's why. I feel like that's another reason why you could cross the pyrotechnic or the pyrokinetic off the list as the killer, because that would have, if Taku died from the flames, he wouldn't have been aligned with the new gen murder death days. I see, so that's why. Ito suddenly snapped his fingers as if he'd reached a great conclusion. Huh?
お前と有村さ
The
ん。
two of you were attacked, but in the end, she didn't kill you.
結局、
あ
Yeah,
それって要す
maybe
る
it's
に
because it wasn't the right day.
殺す日じゃなかったってことじゃないかな。
あ殺す日じゃ
The
な
right
かった
day? Did that mean it wasn't my power that saved us? Well, no. It really did feel like she was gonna kill us. Ugh. The more I thought about it, the more confused I felt.
それじゃあ私
Doing
は
a
そろ
big
そろ
think.
生徒会の方へ行くけどくれ
Alright,
ぐれも
I'm gonna head to
私のい
student
ないとこ
council,
ろで
but
危険なことはしちゃダメ
promise
よ
me you won't do anything
Yeah,
dangerous when I'm not
so
around. As if she's gonna beat anybody up. Okay, Kurisu. Yeah, I'll let you know when people come after us.
そんな何回
You
も
don't need to
念
keep
をしなくて
saying
も
that.
分かってるよ
I know.
本当
You
ね
sure? Yeah. It had been a while since Kurisu had glared at me like that. Now the Empress was back. Scary.
ああそうそう
Oh,
そ
right.
れから
And
タク
Taku.
あなた
She got up close and whispered,
今夜から青葉
Come
寮
back
に帰
to
って
the
きな
dorm
さい
tonight. Ooh. I have something special for you at the dorm.
え
Huh?
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ
Someone might be after you,
今の
right?
場所に一人でいて
It's
は危
dangerous to
険
be
よ
by yourself. Guess you'll just have to sleep with me.
ずっととは言わないわ
Doesn't have to be
しばら
forever.
くで構
It
わ
can just be for a little while.
事件が解決す
Live
る
at
ま
home
で
until this is
うちで
resolved.
暮らしなさい
いや
でもさ、
No, but get away from me, you brother complex girl.
ダメ。
No
問
complaints.
答無用。
If you don't
も
come,
し帰ってこなかったら
I'll come
こ
get
っ
you.
ちから連れに行くからね。それじゃ。
ちょっとま、
Hey. Before I could say anything else, she ran off to student council.
生徒会長のくせに廊下を
Hey, you're the student council president. You shouldn't be running in the halls.
ん
Huh?
副部長なんだって
What did vice president say?
あ、いや別に。
It's nothing.
こっちの
Some
話だ。
personal stuff. She just wants me to stay over and sleep with her. She wanted me back? What should I do? There was no real need to listen to her, but knowing Kurisu, she might really come barging into my RV that I never lock and let everyone barge
しかし
into.
な、いくら考えてもわかんねえことばっかだったな。
You know, there's so much we don't understand.
そうですね。
You said it.
なんか頭痛くなっ
My
てきちゃ
head
ったよ。
hurts, right, Taku?
ねえ、タク。タク？
Taku?
Eh?
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
そうだな。
Head hurt. I hadn't really learned anything today. We had no proof, just a bunch of guesses.
な、久野里さんに相談してみるってのはどうだ？
久野里さんか。
Mio?
ほら、
Well,
彼女な
she
ら
might
俺た
not
ちの知
know
ら
a
ない
lot
こ
that we
と
don't,
いろいろ
right?
知ってるんじゃねえのかなって。
ああ、それはやめといた方がいいっすよ。
Arimura shot down his idea.
なんで？
How come?
あれ言ってませんでしたっけ？
Didn't I tell you?
あの
She
人
doesn't think of us as
は
human.
私たちのこと人間だと思ってません？
え？
Huh?
伊藤先輩だって
She was really mean to you too, wasn't she?
取られてたじゃな
Or
い
do
で
you
す
just
か。
get off on that?
それとも
I
そ
can
う
be
いう
like
の
that too if
喜
you
んじゃう系
want.
とか？
Ooh,
だったら
Arimura
私
crushing
も
on
そうして
Ito.
あげますけど。
She's like, do you get off on that? I can do that. I can be whatever kind of girl you want.
だから俺
I'm
は
not
そう
into
いう
that.
趣味やねえって
Don't say the same thing Taku
宮代
did.
と同じこと言うな。
What chapter are we on? 7. Chapter 7. 7. Ah! Arimura had gotten the same idea about Ito that I had. I laughed. And then Arimura turned to us with a smile.
別に冗談じゃないんですけどね。
You know I can tell when
私、
people are
人が
lying,
言ってるこ
right?
とが本当かどうかわかるんですよ。久野里さん、
Mia
私た
says
ち
a
に
lot
よ
of
く
mean
ひどい
things
こと
to
言いま
us,
すけ
but
ど、
she's not joking.
本
She
気
really
で
does hope we
私
die.
たちが死ねばいいと思ってますから。
Huh? That was a surprise. Does she really hate us that much? Ito outed as a masochist? Or no? Yeah, no, masochist. Damn. Arimura can tell when he's lying. Ito is into that shit. What did we do to Mio? Arimura continued, in the same chipper tone a girl might use to discuss after-school plans with a friend.
あの人の目には
She only
私
sees
た
us
ち
as
害虫
insects she
駆
can
除のため
experiment
の
on.
実験台に
Are
し
you
か見
okay
えて
with
ない
being
みたい
treated
で
like
す。
an insect,
害
Ito
虫と同じ扱い
senpai?
でいいんですか？伊藤先輩。
Yeah, I guess. After the meeting ended, I bought a Mountain View at the vending machine at the cafeteria and sat down. Bro is double pumping these Mountain Views, bro. One during the meeting, one after. That's a lot of soda and a lot of caffeine, bro. I've been thinking so much I was exhausted. I opened the plastic bottle and gulped down the bubbling carbonation. Drink that stuff again? You really seem to like it.
好きだな。
Ito bought a can of black coffee and sat down on the bench. Ooh, that's another sus act right there from Ito. He doesn't have his friends' photos in his phone, and now he's just gonna drink black coffee raw? He's gonna raw dog some black coffee? Jesus. That's not human. You know, that really surprised me back there.
けどさっきはびっくりしたな。
Yeah, that's... Jesus. No sugar, no cream, nothing? Just raw coffee?
うん。
Huh?
お前の能力だよ。
Your power.
ま、僕自身も
Well,
まだ
I'm
驚
still
いてる
surprised
けど
myself.
とにかく感心
I
したっ
was
て
really
いうか、
impressed. It was pretty cool.
普通にかっこよかったぜ。
やめろって
Stop. I don't exactly want to hear that from another
一つも嬉しくない
guy. Bro? Casual homophobia? Taku canceled? That's something the heroine says to the male lead in a romantic comedy. Okay, Taku. Conform to your basic gender roles. I am disappointed in you. Then the hero falls in love with them, maybe. No way.
それもないな
A series of faces filtered through my mind. Sarika with her dopey laugh, the ever-angry Kurisu, Kazuki playing ESO2, and Arimura with her acid tongue. I couldn't imagine starting a romance with any of them.
なんだよ。せっかく褒めてやったのに。
Come on, I was just trying to say something nice. Ito threw the empty can at the garbage bin.
あ、惜しい。
That's a good one.
全然惜しくないだろ
I've seen a preschooler do better. The garbage can had a lid and only a small hole to throw the cans in. Of course, there was no way he could get it inside.
なな、
Hey,
またやってみせてくれないか。
何を
do what?
だから、
Your power,
能
dude!
力だよ。
Ito looked around the cafeteria as he spoke, making sure no one was too close to overhear him. Wait, where'd the girls go? They just leave?
え？
Huh? Was that why he'd thrown the can? Holy shit, this is the first... I think Chapter 6 didn't have a single delusion, did it? Nope. Well, Chapter 6 had no delusions. I just realized that. Yeah, nothing in Chapter 6. Because I've saved for every delusion so far. We have a save file for every single delusion in the game. And yeah, nothing for, There was one delusion in Chapter 5. Most of the delusions were early on. Chapter 1, Chapter 2 had a lot, Chapter 3 had a decent amount, 4 had 1, 5 had 1, 6 had 0. Yeah, we can do positive for this one, because we did negative during the last delusion, right? Because that was Mio stabbing us with her D-sword. So yeah, we can do positive. Let's have a casual bromance with our boy. Fortunately, it was after school, and the cafeteria was about to close, so there weren't too many people in the room. There were only a few groups of people who were probably chatting about nothing important. And a few boys and girls intently reading their books. Alright, see you, Liz. Is this the first delusion trigger? What do you mean? You'll have like a week to get ahead, Liz, if you want to come back for the other streams, because obviously won't be streaming this again until next Thursday. Oh, it was Kyler asking about first one this stream? Yeah, this is the first one this stream. We were just talking about how there was only one delusion in the entirety of Chapter 4, only one in the entirety of Chapter 5, and there were 0 delusions in the entirety of Chapter 6. But yeah, I probably won't be going too much longer here. Nobody was paying attention to us. I didn't think anyone would see me and make a fuss, but...
お前ってどのくらいの
How
も
does
の
your
が
power
動かせるん
work?
だ
Is there a
重
limit
さ
on
と
how much
か大
weight
き
or
さと
how
か
big an object?
数とか
Or how many things you can move?
その辺
I
はま
haven't
だ
tested
テストしてないな。
じゃあ狙いは
Do you
正確
aim
なのか
precisely?
ターゲット以外の
Do you
も
ever
のが動い
move
ちゃったり
things
しない
other
の
than
か
what you mean to? Bro could barely pick up a pen. Ito is like, can you pick up a car?
それもまだ。
I haven't tested that yet either. He had a good point. It'd be a good idea to test that out. What should I do? Okay, let's try this.
遊びでやるんじゃないぞ。能力
I'm
を
not doing
磨
this
く
for
ためだから
fun. I'm doing it to master my power, got it? You don't need to clarify that. I mean, there are some people who enjoy working out. You can just say that. Yeah, we did positive wandering. We did negative during the last illusion. We've been doing every other. And we did negative last time because the last illusion was Mio stabbing us with her D-sword. The Chaos Child illusions just feel extra. Yeah, none of them like really blend the line between reality and fiction. Or reality and delusion. Because they're all pretty much the delusions that were my least favorite from Chaos Head, which is where it like just reverts you back to the beginning of the scene. I liked the delusions in Chaos Head where it was kind of like, huh, did that happen?
Oh, so
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
あと、
Also,
横から余計な
don't
こと言
talk
う
while
な
I'm trying
よ
to。concentrate.
意識を
If I
集
can't
中させない
focus,
と
I
ちゃん
can't
と
do
でき
it.
ないんだ。
Think of all the sex positions you can do with telekinesis. I mean, what? Ito, I stared at the can that Ito had just thrown. I imagined it flying into the little hole in the garbage can. I could see my D-sword appear in the corner of my eye. I wish we could see Taku's sprites so we know he's doing the contractually obligated telekinesis hand to temples position. Because this is the big trope for every psychic power user. I always think that's so funny. Like, even though like telekinesis and psychic powers could be like the least identifiable and like the least or the hardest to trace back to a specific person, every psychic in every form of media always makes it super obvious. Because they always go, or they do a little bit of this action, or like this, to like make it super obvious, which I always think is super funny. Instead of just being like, anyway, I could see my D-sword appear. I got pretty good at this part. The next part was hard. I tried to focus on the image in my mind.
Miyashiro, stop!
Go, stop!
Huh?
Huh? I was interrupted by a quiet yowl from Ito.
なんだ
What? Surprised, I turned towards Ito, then my mouth flew open in shock. I hadn't seen them because the vending machine was blocking my view. But 2 girls were walking up to the bench. I saw them and panicked, and then tried to shut down my power. But that was the worst thing I could have done. The coffee can ended up heading towards one of the girls' feet instead of the garbage can. Oh, are we finally achieving blending delusions and reality? Because you can't select negative now. You can only do positive. I guess you could do neutral. Yeah, see, you can't pull up negative. It's not an option. I don't know if picking or only being able to pick one has ever been a thing. I don't recall that ever happening in Chaos Head. Don't do neutral. No, I don't plan on it, but I was just pointing out that you can only do positive or neutral. For the first time ever, because I don't recall any in Chaos Head where you could only pick one. Crap! She didn't see it coming. There was a chance she might slip. If she hurt herself, it'd be my fault. No, it wouldn't. You wouldn't have to... I mean, she'd even think you were crazy in a realistic scenario, and if you walked up to her after she fell and you were like, oh my god, so sorry, I psychically threw that can at you. They would be like, what? What should I do? Should I use my power again to stop it? Stop, damn it! The second I told it to stop, it changed its course as if a giant hand had come down and smashed it from above. It fell to the ground with a huge clatter. The two girls leapt up at this sudden noise, then turned towards us. When they did, one of their skirts flew up. Huh? As the girl spun, she quickly put her hands on her skirt. And then our eyes met. You're creepy. What are you staring at? No. The sound of the can surprised me. I didn't see anything. The two of them glared at me and ran upstairs. Huh. What was that about? Even if it was my fault, I saved them from the dangers of the coffee can. From where I was sitting, I couldn't see anything anyway. I see. Blue. I guess he could. Anyway. Why is that such a thing in Japanese media? I don't understand. Why does the color matter? Ito got to see what was under her skirt and I didn't. When they turned toward us, he looked away with speed that rivaled being a psychic power in its own way and pretended he'd seen nothing. So I was the only one who got branded a pervert.
Oi, Ito.
Hey, Ito. Wow. That's one hell of a power. I was pissed, but for some reason Ito was looking at me with newfound respect. What? I'm amazed you came up with such a great way to look under girls' skirts. You've got my respect. That's like... There was never really... I never knew a girl in high school that wore skirts anyway. I feel like that's kind of a trend that's disappeared. I mean, I guess it's part of the Japanese school uniform, but I can't think of a girl that even wore skirts. When I was in high school and in college, the big trend for girls were yoga pants. Which I think left even less to the imagination than skirts, but that was the big trend. Like, leggings and yoga pants were the super, fashionable thing for girls to wear. I remember at one point, my school tried to ban girls from wearing that, but we had no dress code, so they didn't really have a good way to do it. Because they were not, their clothes. Skirts are somewhat a thing at your school? Yeah, all I can think of is the girls that wore that. I mean, that's my preference, so maybe that's why I just noticed girls wearing that more often than not, if I'm being honest, but I can't think of girls wearing skirts. Or jeans and stuff, but jeans are pretty much timeless at this point. So I don't know if that counts. But leggings and yoga pants were always the thing. And girls would always wear them in different colors and stuff. That was the fashionable trend at my high school, and it stayed even when I was in college as well. That seemed to be a cool thing girls would do. Shoes that would match the leggings. That was the go-to move. I don't never see people wear skirts, but it's probably I guess more of a Japanese fashion trend.
そんなの狙ってない。
That wasn't on purpose.
え
What?
違うの？
It wasn't?
違う。
No.
なんだ
Ah,
つまん
that
ね
sucks.
お前も帰れ。
Go home, man.
いやいやいや。
No, hear me
よ
out.
く聞けよ。
Ito suddenly took on the air of a scientist. A scientist. And leaned closer to me.
近い気色
Too
悪い。
close. It's creepy.
いいから聞けって。
Just listen.
なんだよ。
What?
お前は
You've
今
just become the
俺
god
た
of
ち
male
男子生
students
徒の神
everywhere.
になったんだ。
I picture him saying that like Light does, like in Death Note. I will be the god of this new world. I will be the god of male students.
は
What the hell is he talking about?
あ、タクとしんちゃん。
It's Taco and Ito. As I furrowed my brow, Sarika came down the stairs at us. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sarika, you're in danger.
こんなとこにいたんだね。
Hey, so there you guys
私
are.
もなんか飲もう。
I'll get something to drink too.
マウンテンビューにしろよ。
Get a mountain view.
うん？
Hmm? Sarika nodded hesitantly, then put her coins into the vending machine and hit the button for the drink next to the Mountain View. The Dr. P, the classic. Sarika remains based. There was a thud as the bottle dropped into the bottom compartment.
宮代、今だ。
Taku, now!
あ？ あのペットボトルを床
Knock the bottle to the floor and make it roll.
なんだよいきなり。
Why?
いいからや
Just
って
do it.
みせろ。
Think of it as practice.
これも能力の訓練だから。
Hey, Zero, what's up? You woke up almost for the end of the stream, but you did wake up in time to catch the stream. But we are probably almost done. Okay. I didn't really know what was going on, but I tried to visualize the bottle Sarika was reaching for, falling to the floor. The D-sword was still there in the corner of my eye, and it was easy to send the image of both into their brains. Whoa, 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 whoa. I wish it had like, oh, there's a sound effect. Never mind. Oh! The bottle flew out of Sarika's hand, just like I wanted. And it rolled along the floor, just like I envisioned. Oh, wait, wait! Sarika stretched her hand out toward the bottle and ran. Of course, she was leaning forward. Oh! Oh, we're still committing.
ふむ。予想通り。
Just like I thought.
純白フリルだった。
Pure white lace. Wouldn't a girl wearing a skirt know to, like, crouch with her legs to grab something? Not, like, bend over? I feel like a girl wearing that kind of outfit would be conscious of their outfit. And, like, crouch to pick it up. Much like when girls are wearing a skirt, they don't, like, sit with their legs open. Sarika, I guess. From where Ito was looking, he could see your panties perfectly. You asshole! If I took a half step forward, I could probably see too. But that half step felt very difficult. To take. I finally knew what Ito was after, but I couldn't stop the bottle from rolling quickly. Sarika was running after it, with her hands stretched out and her back toward us. I stood up from the bench and moved between Ito and Sarika.
何をするんだ。
What are you
神様
doing, God? You know what I'm doing!
このエロ神。
You perverted deity.
独り占めするつもりか。
You're trying to have her all to yourself, aren't you?
人聞きの悪いこと
Don't call me a pervert! Doesn't object to being called a deity, though. I wonder if we did negative, would everyone just be dying systematically in this cafeteria as we went? Like, the two girls showed up, Taku tried to stop his power, decapitated the two random girls. Serika's, like, fucking blood spewing all over the cafeteria as she slipped and fell over their blood. The negative delusions, just everyone dying as they come in. Trying to hide Serika from his gaze, I imagined something else. This time, it was the bottle coming to a dead stop in Serika's hands. Da-da-da! I ended up saying something weird, but this time, I used my full powers to stop her. But then...
みんなここにいたのね。
Hello, everyone.
っていうか、何してんのセリ
What are you doing, Serika?
ー。
Kurisu, Arimura, and Kazuki were all coming down the stairs.
よりによってこ
Right now! I got completely distracted. And instead of the bottle coming to a stop, I imagined something entirely different. It was probably because I just imagined what Ito had witnessed, but I ended up thinking about a naughty article I just read in the Cool Cat Press. How to take the girl you want to bed. Tell from her underwear whether she's up for you tonight. That was the name of the article. It had pictures, too. Okay, but that's like actual advice, though. I remembered saying, if the girl's showing you her underwear, of course she's up for it, but all the girls were wearing different kinds of underwear. After taking a moment to appreciate it, from an academic standpoint, the variety of the underwear on offer, I started trying to guess what kind of underwear Serika would pick, or maybe Kurisu. Don't be stupid! Cool Cat Press is based. Basically, every girl I knew, if it was going to be a successful date, the girl would wear matching, like, bra and panties that was, like, you know, sexy. Lingerie-esque. But if it was a casual date, they just wouldn't care what type of underwear they wore. So it'd be pretty easy to tell if you were getting anywhere with the date. In my experience. Don't think about that now! But the more I tried to stop it, the stronger the strange vision became. And suddenly, I heard the sound of my destruction. Huh? There was a small rustling sound as Arimura's skirt. Why do they keep zooming in on the skirt? Slowly but surely, and steadily, started to rise. Oh! Oh! What? Why does it keep showing the sky during these scenes? It went up past her knee socks, and then toward her absolute territory. What? And finally, her absolute airspace. Ah! Raimura stood there for a moment in shock, then realized what was going on and pulled her skirt down. Huh? Kurisu and Kazuki were looking at her with wide open eyes. Well, we're committed now. Shit. This wasn't good. Serika would probably laugh and forgive me. Actually, she might not even realize what had happened. I wouldn't be that lucky with Arimura. Any second now, she was going to realize it was me. To make matters worse, I gulped. The Empress, now fully recovered, was standing next to her. If she figured out what I did, who knew what would happen? What was that? The wind? What is she, a fucking NPC in a stealth game? Huh, must have been the wind. Huh? Guess nobody's there. Use that as a thumbnail? What? The two cursor things? Maybe. I don't really have many ideas for the thumbnail yet. I haven't really seen a CG that's popped out. The two sides of no. Yeah, it was the wind. It was the wind's fault, not mine. So I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. That's my only hope. Stealth game at looking under the skirt win. Panty Party. It's probably that game, right? I quickly tried to come up with a new delusion. And then I transmitted it to everyone's brains. Yes! I used my power to softly open a nearby window. And nobody noticed! It worked. It was as if it had been open the whole time. All that's left is for the wind to blow through the window, and I should be able to fool them. Come to think of it, this power of mine is amazing. Eh?
What?
Huh? A soft breeze, just strong enough to barely move your hair, grazed my cheek. The wind was weak! Super weak! Oh, we're in deep. I think the negative one would have been really funny, because I imagine just everyone dying here. No one else's skirt. And I think that one would have been better, but alright. You can't pick negative anymore, Francisco. We're locked in. I think just the absolute bloodbath of everyone dying in here would have been way funnier. I'm not into underwear humor all that much. No one else's skirt, neither Kurisu nor Kazuki or Sarika's, was moving. Arimura alone had turned beet red, grabbed the hem of her skirt, and started frantically looking around. The gap between her behavior, how she normally acted, is cute enough that I can't help but stare. Wait! There was no physical reason for Arimura's uniform to be the only one to rise. This wasn't gonna fool them. I know. Could my power maybe cause air to convect? If it could, there was still hope. Why would you do that, not just, like, manually lift everyone's skirt? Or not manually, telepathically. I could just create wind! I feel like doing a godlike task of creating wind would be harder. I came up with a new delusion and hit everyone. Just one strong blast of wind! I guess he's mastered his power, though, because he's successfully doing this consistently. I imagined a strong wind. Imagine the air moving violently, creating a gust of wind. Oh yeah, here's the CG then. And then suddenly, Kurisu's skirt flew up. I just got an achievement. The wind is blowing, I can feel it. So the other achievement would be them all dying. Suddenly Kurisu's skirt flew up. I did it! This is Kurisu's second time getting exposed in this game, good lord. Hey, Con. The Empress wears pink stripes? Look at the thumbnail for the achievement. On Steam, they're all just the sumo sticker. There's no different thumbnails on Steam, Kyler. Back to basics. Well, everyone missed out on my Redfall stream, so I had to go back to basics. They're different. It's not sumo with panties on his face? Is it? Oh, I guess if you look really closely, yeah. Where were you for the Redfall stream, Con? Visual novel kind of guy? Not a big first-person shooter kind of guy? This isn't a delusion, it's reality. Well, yeah, I figure, because he's currently actively trying to use his powers. I don't really think it wasn't reality. I can't believe Kurisu would wear something so cute! It was Kazuki's turn. The hem of her skirt flew up.
パンツまで演習のキャラグッズ
Even
か
her
よ
panties are ESO2 merchandise? Fucking real gamer.
もう少しおしゃれに
Put more effort into your clothing choices. Whoa! What's going on? Next was Serika, then Arimura's skirt. It was a success!
驚いた
Wow. That sure was a strong blast of wind. God, is this really gonna have to be my thumbnail for the next stream? Serika. Yeah, Serika kind of is all about it. She thinks it's fun. This is like the only CG we got this stream that's like usable as a thumbnail without spoiling stuff. Unless I use the Fire Mage. I think people might consider that one too much of a spoiler. I mean, maybe it's not a huge spoiler because she was I mean, she was revealed like halfway through the game. That's not a huge spoiler. I ran my fingers through my hair and whispered to myself. I was worried there for a moment, but I just barely managed to...
Huh?
Eh? Another soft breeze. Just enough to tickle your eyebrows. What a weird description. Gonna tickle your eyebrows. Why is the wind so weak? It's too weak! But I could see the girl's white thighs in front of me, and a more tantalizing sight above them.
そうじゃない僕はスカー
That's
トを
not
脱ぎ
it!
たいわけじゃな
I
くて
didn't want to lift up their skirts! Well, no. As a healthy schoolboy, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little interested. In fact, I want to make sure I get a good look so I can remember it later. Wait, why do I have to be so honest? I screamed at my power to stop.
やだ
No more! As long as you don't say we found the killer, it could just be cool art. Yeah, I suppose. Because I've made a thumbnail before where my hand's like on fire for Bioshock. I was thinking I could use the Fire Mage picture and then the picture of me with my hand on fire, and it would look like... it would look cool. Is Guardians of the Galaxy out yet? I know you plan on seeing it. Yeah, everyone that's seen it already has told me it's like one of the best movies of the year. A couple people in chat already saw it and said it was goated, so I'm very excited. It's certified fresh on old boy Rotten Tomatoes. This wind's very weird, very specific.
てか本当に風
Is
なんです
this
か
really
これ
the wind? Uh-oh. The girls were clearly suspicious now, and were holding down their skirts with both hands.
Oi, Miyashiro.
Hey,
バレるんじゃないか
don't you think they're gonna catch you? So I guess either the thumbnail would be this or the Fire Mage lady. This is probably more clickbait worthy, I suppose. What do you guys think? Ito stood up from the bench and started to move backwards. Well, don't make it suspicious, bro. Specifically, he was afraid of Kurisu. And to make matters worse, one of the group of girls that had been talking in the cafeteria was starting to move closer. They'd probably run out of things to talk about and decided to go home, but now they were looking at us all in shock. Shit! This is way too suspicious. Oh, we're committed to positive. They might think that the girls are lifting up their skirts to show us. If that happens, the whole school might think the newspaper club's a bunch of perverts. Yeah, Francisco, you can only pick positive. What do I do? Should I just do it again? As I hesitated, I could hear the group of girls start to whisper. Hey, what was that? Something weird's going on. Is that the student council president? Oh, jeez. What's going on? Commit to the bit. Fine, I'll do it. I focused my mind to its utmost. I just needed the wind to blow the way I want it to. If the wind blows up their skirts too, I can fix this misunderstanding. I can avoid any weird rumors. You understand, right? I'm just making sure. I don't lift up the skirts because I want to see their panties. Wind blows, therefore skirts fly up. Don't get the order mixed up. You thought Endgame sucked? L-take. I mean, Endgame wasn't as good as Infinity War, but sucking? You thought Black Panther sucked? Also L-take. What? The second one wasn't as good, no, but that's just the unfortunate fact of Chadwick Boseman passing away. Ah! With an explosion of mental force, I sent the vision from my brain to the others. Oh! That did it! Finally! A gust of wind blew through the open window, and the girl's hair started to fly up. But it's no good. The wind still wasn't strong enough. It wasn't enough to blow up their skirts. Then I'll just have to add my power to the strength of the wind. Oh, but he said that out loud. All those girls' skirts flew up too, just like Kurisu's and the others had. He's standing there like this, in the stereotypical psychic guy pose. And this! Hey! Eek. Take this once more! Oh. Huh? For some reason, the sound was different with that last girl. She was into it. The only good part of Endgame was the final battle. I mean, again, Endgame wasn't as good as Infinity War. Infinity War is one of the best movies ever. But Endgame was still good. What was with that wind? Someone left the window open. I think he saw us too. The girls quickly pressed down on their skirts. Oh, this sucks. I'm not even wearing cute panties today. Endgame is a low 5 or 4. Wild take. Wild L take. The second Black Panther was awake for the late actor. Yeah. That's fine. Girl was mostly concerned about not wearing cute panties, big oof.
そういう問題じゃないよ。
That's not the problem.
いえ、僕見てないです。風にびっくりして。
Yeah, I would say Endgame's a solid 7 or 8, but Infinity War is like a 10 or 11, bro. Like one of my favorite movies of all time. I didn't see anything. The wind surprised me. As I whispered excuses, I saw the girl in the back fidgeting. Wasn't that the girl who made a slightly different sound?
ん？どうした？
What's wrong?
なんか急にね。
For some reason,
裏の
the hook on my bra became undone.
外れた。
What? A hook on her bra? What the hell kind of wind does that? What's wrong with my power? I mean, I did kind of think she had big boobs, but just a little. Huh? Suddenly, I felt a murderous aura, and looked up in shock, and my eyes locked with Kurisu, who was looking down upon me with her arms crossed. Arimura and Kazuki had their arms crossed too, wearing the same cold expression on their faces. Sarika was the only one who didn't seem to know what happened. She was looking between me and the others confused. Triforce, Iron Man, Winter Soldier, and Infinity War. I liked Civil War better than Winter Soldier. If you were gonna say like top 3 MCU movies, mine would probably be Infinity War, Iron Man, Civil War, I think. It's been a long time since I've seen a lot of the movies, though. But I think that would probably be my order. Yeah. Or maybe No Way Home. Avengers 1 is also really good, but if we're just like thinking strictly... I mean, I like them all. I don't think there was a single one I didn't like. There's not a single one I wouldn't rewatch again, except maybe Thor 4. No Way Home is kind of alright. It's a bit different for me because I grew up with those movies. So, like the original Spider-Man movies, like I saw those as a kid. I loved those movies. Or like I grew up watching them. Those were the comic book movies of my childhood. So seeing all those actors back and everything back in No Way Home was just awesome. Because I grew up watching them, so I think it had a better nostalgic impact on me. But since you're a bit younger than me, you might not have like grew up watching those. Yeah, Ragnarok was good. What'd you think of Dark World? Yeah, Dark World wasn't great. I mean, it wasn't awful, but it was okay. Like, it wasn't as bad as, like, those original, like, Hulk movies. Like, before, they merged Hulk into the Avengers movies. Those were bad. Ragnarok is the one with Hulk, yeah. What characters in No Way Home? The other Spider-Man actors. Tobey Maguire. Andrew Garfield. Like, I remember watching the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. I was, like, in elementary school. I went with my dad. Civil War is overrated? I'll take. I'll take. I think even the worst MCU movies are, like, mid at worst. I like them all. You remember watching Toby in the theater too? Yeah. Yeah, that would be my take on the MCU. Even the worst movies are mid. Like, mid is the worst experience you're getting with an MCU movie. That is my thought. What about Eternals? Yeah, mid. Definitely a weaker movie. Also, a movie I probably wouldn't rewatch. Let's talk about the MCU shows. Well, that's different. That's a different caliber. We're talking about the big screen. The shows they're all pretty. WandaVision's great. Falcon and the Winter Soldier is. Eternals is the only movie that's good of Phase 4. It's the worst Phase 4 movie. Oh! I think WandaVision's probably the best show. Connor, are you asking me how old I am? I'm in my late 20s. 27. It has a sex scene. I don't need there to be a sex scene in my comic book movies. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was good for like the first 2 seasons, and then it kind of went off the rails. But I would still say, yeah, I mean, even the shows, I think, worst case, you get a mid experience. Eternals should have been a show, not a movie, to flesh out all the characters. Yeah, I think even your worst Disney show or like MCU shows are still mid at worst. MCU that's bad is bad. Nice. I don't agree. I think the worst MCU product you're getting is mid. I mean, I really like that genre, and like the comic book movies and stuff. Falcon Winter Soldier was mid. Yeah, that was mid. For sure. Eternals should have been a show. Moon Knight should have been a movie. Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. Moon Knight dragged pretty hard. They should have probably swapped those two. Moon Knight and Loki are my favorites. Loki's good, yeah. Whatever happened to the big celestial sticking out of the planet at the end of Eternals? No one knows. I think due to the negative reception of Eternals, they probably just canceled that. They probably, like, because nobody liked it, they were just like, whatever, it's just in the ocean. It's dead. Moon Knight, I think, is my least favorite of the shows, actually, though. Well, maybe Falcon and the Winter Soldier is less. I liked it less. I didn't like Moon Knight, though. I was pretty mid on that one. But again, not bad. I was disappointed because it always felt like they cut the action out of the show. And I know that was like part of the plot or whatever, but give me at least a couple fight scenes. I need to see some bang, boom, pows. You know what I mean? And I know it was the sort of the story or whatever. Did you drop Moon Knight because you found it shit? Yeah, again, I think that's egregious. I didn't think it was like worth dropping or bad. I just thought it was mid. Not my favorite. Not my least favorite. They put blood and violence. I mean, the movies are PG-13 and stuff. Like, I don't think they need blood and violence. Blood and violence is necessary when the character like calls for it, but most of them don't. I mean, really, the only ones that call for violence are like Wolverine, Deadpool. Moon Knight calls for violence, but I don't think it calls for like blood and guts and shit. Really, your only violent heroes are like Deadpool, Wolverine, in terms of like good guys. Moon Knight, the Fortnite skin. Lol. I think all of them are in Fortnite, right? What? The fuck? Just took a nap. What's going on? We're discussing MCU stuff. But I actually just... Did everyone else just get logged out of Discord? Or was that just me? I just got a notification that I got logged out of Discord. Might just be you and I have no problems? Really? They just totally logged me out on, like, all platforms. Did I just get banned from Discord? You know it too hard? Is it really just me? Do you guys see me on Discord still? Are you a Rings of Power or House of the Dragon guy? Neither. I don't like either show. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's really frustrating. If you're banned, your account exists for 39 days before getting deleted. Is someone in my account? Because I just got logged out of every single platform. Still not working for you? No. My email attached to my Discord was, I don't think active anymore. I got suddenly distracted by this because I got the notification for it that was like, hey, you got logged out. Like, why? I didn't ask you to log me out. Do you have double verification active? Fuck if I know. I don't remember the last time I got logged out of Discord. Oh, my Discord server doesn't come up if you search for it? You have to click the invite link? That's wild. What? You're on Discord? No, if I go to discord.com and I search on the... If I search Explore Public Servers, it doesn't show up. That's weird. I didn't know that. So I just had to click the link in the description below to see. Okay, my server still exists. I don't think your server's public. Really? Huh. Well, I clicked the link in the description below anyway, so it's fine. You're on a community server? What does that mean? Oh, that's really annoying. I wish Discord didn't just log me out for no reason. Because now I'll also have to get access to that old email as well. Whatever, I'll figure that out after stream. That really pisses me off. You're on a community server? It's a thing in server settings that gives extra stuff. Well, let me know if you guys get any weird messages from me on Discord in the next day or two, while I figure out how to get access to this server again. I'll probably just make a dummy account or something tonight or some shit. Well, join my link in the description below as long as the server's still active, which might not be that much longer, I guess. Welcome back, Liz. What the fuck could my password be? What did it say when it logged you out? Anything special? Nope. It just said we need you to log in again. Or I got a notification on the desktop app, like in the same place I normally see messages, that said you have been logged out of Discord. And then I opened the app and it said, please log in again. And then I opened the mobile app and it said the same thing, you've been logged out. Do you not remember the password for one of your accounts you frequently use, or have it down somewhere? Why? I'm set to auto log in, and I never shut it off. I literally can't remember the last time I logged into anything. Do you like frequently log back into stuff? Like, I genuinely don't remember the last time I logged into a service that I wasn't, like, newly registering for. You log into Epic frequently? I, like, never log into Steam. I never log into Discord. I never log into Xbox. I never log into PlayStation. Never log onto my Switch. Never log onto my YouTube channel. PSN account requires a password to buy stuff? Nope, mine doesn't. You got robbed. I could see maybe changing your password. But I don't like make it so I've got to log in. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I logged into something. Genuinely. Does your Discord have two-factor? I don't know. Like I said, I've never had to log in. I don't know if it's got two-factor or not. I doubt it got hacked. It probably is just an update of like... Because I never click any suspicious links or anything like that. I'm sure it's more just like a... that stupid update or whatever that they're doing. Logged me out. That's really annoying. People were watching your Facebook profile? Fucking don't. Jesus. Oh, yep, I don't have access to that email address anymore either. Whatever, I'll figure this out after the stream. Made sure to close everything and log out of everything. Yeah, I've never, like, logged out of anything. You linked your account to some third-party platform? I never, link my Discord to anything. I don't even know what you would link your Discord to, I guess. Alright, whatever. I'll figure this out later. Okay, we're gonna continue this, the stream. Sorry. I think I just got distracted for like 30 minutes with that. Whoops. Ito. Hey, Ito. I turned around in search of my best friend, but there was no one there. Instead, I could see a single shadow outside the window, racing away towards the setting sun.
Ito!
Ito! 30 minutes later.
Domo!
I'm very sorry. Ito was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by the girls. After 30 minutes of a newspaper club inquisition, it was decided Ito was at fault. Get wrecked. I'd done some things that weren't very good either, but in the end, I managed to make them understand they were mistakes.
本当にもう二度と
Better not do this again,
伊
Ito.
藤君。
深く反省しました。
I'm very sorry, I'll
もう
never do it
絶対
again.
にいたしません。
Ito bowed so low his face touched the floor. That's right, get madder. Is this a like required scene in every like Japanese form of media? Girls beat up the guys for being perverts. That's what you get for putting me through that.
大体
However,
を変な風に
you
乗せ
shouldn't
な
have played
いで
along with his
お
antics,
だてられる
Taku.
とすぐ
You
こう
always
いう
get
こと
like
し
this
ちゃうの
whenever
よ
somebody gives
お
you a
調子者だ
compliment.
から
Good.
そうですよ
That's right.
宮代先輩って
Taku
真面目
senpai
そう
might
な
not
顔
look
して
like it, but
実
he's
は
filled
色
with
妄想
perverted
全開ですし
delusions. God.
エッチな本とか
He's got a lot of
結構隠し
naughty
てるもんね
books.
タクル
Is that true? Didn't I tell you not to read those? Shut up, you're not my mom.
違う。
Oh, it's just misunderstanding. I don't have any books like that. Wait, why are you getting mad at me?
お前もそんな目で見
You
る
too? Don't look at me like that.
とにかく
Hem.
いい二人とも
Anyway,
以後
listen, you
絶
two.
対に能力を
From now
おかしな
on,
こ
no
とに
using your
使わない
power for weird
使わせ
things.
ない
I won't
約
let
束
you.
よ
Promise.
了解しました。
I promise.
いやだから
I mean,
僕は最初か
I
ら
never
そんな
wanted
つもり
to.
じゃなかった。
約束よ
Promise.
はい。
Okay. Ito bowed low on the floor again, and I did too. October 15th, Thursday. We've skipped several days. The medical examiner system. I think now is a good spot to wrap up. The medical examiner system is a legal system that allows for a coroner and a doctor approved by the region to perform an autopsy on a body that died under suspicious circumstances in order to determine the cause of death. Many people believe Japan lags behind the rest of the world for this reason. And while calls for the system's expansion are voiced every year, there are no signs any change will take place. Wait, you can only perform an autopsy in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 27 wards? Or like in... I don't know how the wards expand, or like what a ward is specifically. So like what? 5 cities? Am I reading that right? If you guys are spamming the server, I will be really annoyed. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Okay. Anyway. I suppose this is the spot to wrap up for the stream today. In utter shock that you can only perform an autopsy in 5 cities. Alright. Well, that's it for today. We got a decent amount done. We cruised through Chapter 6. Thanks for watching, you guys. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to subscribe and hit the bell button for further streams. Tomorrow, we'll be doing another example of a podcast thing, so if you want to come and hang out with me, a couple of my buddies, ask some questions, or just hang out while we play games and chill, feel free. So subscribe and hit the bell button so you don't miss out on the rest of those streams. Of course, on Thursday and Friday next week, you will see me again for more Chaos Child. But please, I'm begging you, come to the other streams too. Sunday, I'll probably do something fun as well. No stream Monday, Tuesday, but back again on Wednesday. So come, check out the other game streams, please. Please, if you like these streams, you'll enjoy the other games that I do as well. It's always the same kind of shenanigans. Drop a like on the stream too. help boost this in the old YouTube algorithm. I appreciate any likes on the stream, and I guess join my Discord server. Who knows? Maybe. Link in the description for below if that's still available. And that's it for tonight, you guys. I'll see you all next time, or tomorrow. Bye.